Eastern Sea Dream Realm. An intense battle was reaching its climax. Song Taozi was covered in injuries, but his aura was strong, firmly suppressing Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, you did not stop my killer move. That was your greatest mistake. Now lose. Song Taozi shouted as he raised his head, his body glowing in a dense green light. The green light covered Song Taozi and spread rapidly, traces of green light resembling the leaves of a pine tree. Layers and layers stacked as they swept towards Wu Shuai in an unceasing manner. Wu Shuai did not move, he continued to lie in the deep pit, seemingly accepting defeat. The observing Gu Immortals saw this as they all sighed. Wu Shuai is going to lose. That is natural. Song Taozi is a peak rank 7 of Wind Cloud Manor. His battle strength is definitely top 3 within Central Continent's rank 7 Gu Immortals. Wu Shuai wanted to challenge him, he was truly out of his league. He is just a Dragon Man Gu Immortal, it was amazing that he could fight to this extent. Hehe, so what? Wu Shuai had already set the agreement with Wind Cloud Manor before the battle. This would decide the ownership of South Flower Island. This defeat is really a shame. His 100 years of hard work is going to end up wasted. That's right, I heard that Wu Shuai and his Dragon Man comrades have managed South Flower Island very well, it is full of resources. Now Wind Cloud Manor is going to gain from it. You can't say that. Back then Wu Shuai used a devious scheme to take South Flower Island from Wind Cloud Manor. This is just retribution, he deserves it. The humans Gu Immortals were happily watching by the side, enjoying his misery. Tai Chin watched at a corner alone, her eyes were filled with tears as she muttered worriedly, "Darling Wu." Meanwhile, those Dragon Man Gu Immortals had defeated expressions. Only a few of the ones who knew the secret had excited and expectant expressions. Brother, use it, shocked the entire world. The former Dragon Man youngster Huang Wei idolized and admired Wu Shuai with all his heart, he yelled internally. At the next moment, looking at the green light that spread towards him like an endless tsunami, Wu Shuai smiled lightly. You finally used this move, Song Taozi, do you know that I have been waiting for this for a long time? Wu Shuai laughed. What do you mean? Humph. He is putting up a front. Can a mere Dragon Man Gu Immortal like him accomplish a comeback? This move is Song Taozi's famous killer move, Green Heaven Pine Wave. In Central Continent, no, in the entire 5 regions, how many rank 7 Gu Immortals can actually successfully defend against this move? However, at the next moment, a huge castle appeared from nowhere. Wu Shuai went inside it and charged up while manipulating this palace. The palace soared towards the sky, up into the clouds. What is this? An immortal Gu house. I have never seen an immortal Gu house like this. Did Wu Shuai create it himself? Most likely. This battle has been announced to the world. Both sides can use their own possessions. Since Wu Shuai is using it, this must be his according to the rules. Oh heaven, the Dragon Men have an immortal Gu house now, and it is a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Look, this palace is completely unaffected. It is as if Green Heaven Pine Wave does not exist. It easily carved out a pathway. This is not an ordinary rank 7 immortal Gu house. It can definitely resist rank 8 existences. Everyone gasped. Song Taozi was furious and shocked. He looked at his proudest killer move being treated as harmless air. His heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai was currently using Dragon Court. Dragon Court approached as Wu Shuai's voice resounded. Song Taozi, kneel down and beg for mercy, I will spare your life. Song Taozi had a pale expression, he said in a rage, don't even think about it. You, a mere Dragon Man, dare to humiliate me? Even though he was in a desperate situation, Song Taozi refused to back down in this fight. Have mercy! The surrounding Wind Cloud Manor Gu Immortals saw this and quickly shouted. Within Dragon Court, Wu Shuai heard his words and laughed coldly. His dragon pupils burst out with killing intent as he used Dragon Court to directly charge over. Ah! Song Taozi could not dodge in time. He screamed pitifully as he was crushed to death by Dragon Court. What? Song Taozi died. He actually killed Song Taozi. Is he trying to cause a war? A Dragon Man Gu Immortal killed a member of our human race. What is he trying to do? All sorts of furious emotions erupted. The Dragon Man Gu Immortals present turned pale, while Huang Wei had a look of nervousness. At this moment, Dragon Court floated in the sky. Wu Shuai shouted from within, Shut up! My battle with Song Tao-zi was a life-and-death battle. This was announced to the world long before the fight. If anyone has any objections, come out now and face me, receive your death. Instantly, the surroundings went silent. In the next scene of the dream realm, it was the celebratory banquet. There were 100 tables here filled with delicious food and wine. Everyone was happily celebrating. The spotlight was naturally on Wu Shuai, who was sitting at the main table. Congratulations to brother. After this battle, nobody will contest South Flower Island anymore. Wind Cloud Manor also lost a powerful general. Huang Wei offered a toast. He was filled with excitement and admiration. Wu Shuai patted his shoulders. Brother, this was not all due to me, you have credit too. Brother, Huang Wei was choked with tears. Brother Shuai, this battle made you renowned in the world. I will congratulate you now. Tai Qin raised her wine cup. She spoke normally, but her tone was filled with affection. Junior sister, thank you for the concern. Wu Shuai knew what Tai Qin was worried about in her heart. Thus, he shouted loudly, my battle with Song Tao-zi was a battle of life and death. The world can attest to that. Whoever dies has to accept their fate. Song Tao-zi was a good opponent. He deserves the glory of dying in a heroic combat. I would like to assume that Wind Cloud Manor has no objections. Wind Cloud Manor had naturally sent an envoy to this banquet. It was an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal. Song Tao-zi was killed by Wu Shuai's insistence. Wind Cloud Manor also lost South Flower Island, but for their righteous reputation and to show their magnanimity, they still sent an envoy to attend the banquet. Wu Shuai's words made this envoy's face turn red. He hesitated before standing up and calling out, is my Wind Cloud Manor a small sect? Since this was agreed upon, we would definitely not go against it. Please take a seat, envoy. Wu Shuai waved his hand, laughing loudly. The envoy gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted to blow up, but there were many people looking at him. Because the sect's reputation was at stake, he had to sit down. Friend Wu Shuai, I am an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, Gu Liang. I watched your battle with Song Tao-zi and how you overwhelmed him with power. I offer you a toast. A male Gu Immortal wearing a robe and crown walked out. He called himself Gu Liang. He was a middle-aged man but had a smile that gave off the air of a person of authority. Wu Shuai felt overjoyed internally. This battle really made him renowned in the world. Even Eastern Sea Gu Immortals came to attend his banquet. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady has arrived. At this moment, the doorman shouted loudly. The hall went into a commotion. A rank 8 Gu Immortal had just shown up in this event after all. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady did not come alone. She brought her daughter along. It was Wu Shuai's wife in name, Xu Jiuling, my son-in-law. Congratulations on your victory. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady smiled lightly. Even though she said just one simple sentence, everyone's expressions changed. Mother-in-law, my virtuous wife, I have been saving seats for you. Please come and sit. Wu Shuai smiled as he invited them, feeling surprised internally. From Wu Shuai's perspective, he would definitely invite Calligraphy Pavilion Lady for such an important event. At least on the surface, he would always do his part as a good son-in-law. But the truth was, he did not expect Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to come. But now, she came personally and even brought her daughter along. This was out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Lord Green Ant Ascetic has arrived. After Calligraphy Pavilion Lady got seated, another rank 8 Gu Immortal arrived. This was Wu Shuai's master, but for the last few decades, Wu Shuai had not been in contact with him. Wu Shuai also sent him an invitation, of course. Disciple greets master. Wu Shuai quickly went to greet him. My disciple, I have come to visit you. Green Ant Ascetic looked at Wu Shuai as he nodded in praise. You are quite energetic. Master, please take a seat. Wu Shuai had an excited expression. He was not pretending. It was his true emotion. The influence and gains from this battle were far beyond his expectations. After the banquet, Wu Shuai sent off the 2 rank 8s, but Calligraphy Pavilion Lady left her daughter Xu Jiuling behind. You two have been separated for so long. How can that continue? You should stay together. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady said in a plain tone, but she had deep meaning behind it. Xu Jiuling did not speak. She was not impatient as always. She was very quiet now. But at night, Wu Shuai left her in an empty room. My virtuous wife, take a rest first. I need to settle some work first. He was still so polite, it was the same as their first encounter. Xu Jiuling was silent for a moment before nodded obediently. Go and do your work, husband. Wu Shuai was not busy at all. He was meeting with Tai Qin. Junior sister, I have come. Brother Shuai, I thought you were not coming today. How could that be? You need to know how important you are in my heart. That woman cannot even compare to a strand of your hair. Tai Qin was very happy when she heard this. After they enjoyed each other's company for some time, Tai Qin asked worriedly, Brother Shuai, I am still quite worried. You killed Wind Cloud Manor's signature rank 7 expert. Would they let this go? Of course they will not let this go. But so what? Wu Shuai sneered. Looking at the cold and bright moon in the sky, he sighed. Today, after this banquet, I, Wu Shuai, have finally realized the truth. Realized what? Wu Shuai's eyes flickered with cold light. In this world, strength is all that matters. Why do you think Master Green Ant and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came here to attend my banquet? That is because I own Immortal Goo House Dragon Court. Even though I have rank 7 cultivation level, I can use this house to fight rank 8. This is my foundation. I am now qualified to talk to them. Wind Cloud Manor will definitely remember this grudge, but they have too many concerns if they want to deal with me. That is because of my Dragon Court. As long as I possess this strength, there is nothing to fear. No, I will definitely become a rank 8 Goo Immortal. I will elevate Dragon Court to rank 8 as well. By then, I want to see who can look down on me in this world. Brother Shuai. Tai Qin placed her head on Wu Shuai's chest as she looked at him endearingly. Wu Shuai lowered his head and met with her gaze. He caressed her hair gently as he promised. Oh, junior sister. I will give you happiness. I will give you a good life. Right now, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is still a threat to me, but when I become rank 8, I will definitely give you a proper status. I don't need any status, Brother Shuai. I am satisfied with just being by your side. But I am not satisfied. I want to have many children with you in the future. I want us to enjoy the happiness of watching our descendants grow up. Will that day come? Tai Qin's face flushed red with embarrassment. It will. Wu Shuai held her tightly. Believe me, it will. Wu Shuai accumulated for 100 years. He constructed an extraordinary rank 7 Immortal Goo House, Dragon Court. Next, he made a bet with Wind Cloud Manor, using Dragon Court to kill Song Tao Zi in front of everyone, becoming renowned in the world. During the celebratory banquet, Green Antisthetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady showed up. This confirmed that Wu Shuai's influence had grown. He was now qualified to speak on equal terms with rank 8 existences. During the night of the celebratory banquet, Wu Shuai had a nice dream. In this dream, he fulfilled all of his aspirations. He reached all of the goals that he was willing to fight for. He became the Dragonman leader. He had peak rank 8 battle strength. Duke Long stepped down from his position for him. He controlled Dragon Court and led his Dragonman people to live freely, becoming equals with the humans. He imprisoned Fan Ji and tortured him to death in front of Xu Jiuling, before he went to deal with Xu Jiuling herself. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came in time and fought against him. After she lost, she begged him to spare her daughter and offered herself as his subordinate. Wu Shuai agreed to it. He only made Xu Jiuling a servant while Calligraphy Pavilion Lady became his subordinate for good. He made Green Antisthetic and Wine Fairy his Dragonman external supreme elders even though they did not want to. The Dragonman race was too powerful. Wu Shuai's strength forced them to submit. And the happiest thing was that he finally made Tai Qin his sole dragon empress. They had many children together. All of his kids had great talent and aptitude. They were like shining stars in the sky. Even though they were still young, they would definitely become great figures in the future. On the second day, Wu Shuai woke up with a smile. He looked at his beloved Tai Qin as she slept. He covered her with a blanket affectionately. Next, he walked out of the room quietly, starting to do his work. His battle with Song Tao Zi did not just lead to his own rise. Even the Dragonman race was feeling a lot of motivation and excitement. Due to this influence, the Dragonman race became more active and had a stronger attitude. For the next few decades, the conflict between the Dragonmen and humans intensified as they clashed with greater intensity. Duke Long learned of this and summoned Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai flew all the way for thousands of li, but was scolded by Duke Long. These years, he had been the main culprit behind the conflict of the dragonmen and humans. Next, Duke Long ordered him to announce his crimes and step down as the owner of South Flower Island. At the same time, he had to change Dragon Court's name to Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai was unwilling, but against Duke Long and Heavenly Court, he was still too weak. He had a dark expression and deep anger as he returned to South Flower Island, following Duke Long's instructions reluctantly. Gu Liang came to visit. The first time Wu Shuai saw him was during the banquet after killing Song Taozi. For the last few decades, Gu Liang had been very close with the South Flower Island dragonmen. They had worked together many times. Their cooperation was harmonious. Wu Shuai, I heard about the situation in South Flower Island. Why are you admitting to such crimes? Is there anything I can help you with? Wu Shuai sighed deeply. Gu Liang, this is the order of my ancestor Duke Long. I have no choice but to obey him. I am helpless now. Wu Shuai spoke firmly. I will tell you the truth. When I killed Song Taozi, I thought it was a turning point that will lead to the rise of my Dragonman race. But after these decades, I seem to be stuck in a sandpit. All my actions are showing little effect. I am facing pressure from all directions. Gu Liang smiled as he consoled, don't think too lowly of yourself. These years, I have seen all of your hard work. If not for your management of South Flower Island, this force created by the Dragonmen would have been devoured by all the greedy people out there. After all, it is the 10 great ancient sects and Heavenly Court that you are going against. Wu Shuai was silent for a while. He was filled with deep rage and anger, but also helplessness. In the end, he sighed deeply as he raised his head. The rise of the Dragonman race. It is easier said than done. It is harder than ascending heaven. Gu Liang still had his smile, one step at a time. Back then, when Heavenly Court rose to power, wasn't it the same situation? Wu Shuai said in a defeated tone, with my ancestors' instructions. My decades and even centuries of hard work have gone to nothing. The humans have control of the world. This is the trend. Gu Liang said, I have a method. It can solve your problem. Oh? What is it? Quickly tell me. There is no need to hesitate with our friendship. Wu Shuai immediately asked. This is a simple plan. You are only worried about the morale of the Dragonman race. Especially since you and South Flower Island are the war flags that hold up the entire race. Yet Duke Long wants to exterminate that. But what if you advance to rank 8 now? Advance to rank 8? Why would I not want that? But the final tribulation, even with Dragon Court, I am afraid. Wu Shuai was hesitant. Ha ha, you have taken charge of South Flower Island for so many years. You truly cannot take such a risk. You know how important you are to the entire island and Dragonman race. But all these worries are holding you back. You no longer have the same bravery back then. I am here to lend you a hand. I will help you pass the final tribulation and become a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. Gu Liang said as his aura transformed, turning from rank 7 to rank 8. It turned out that he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal disguising as a rank 7. Wu Shuai was deeply shocked. Gu Liang, no senior you? Gu Liang raised his hand, stopping Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, let's continue talking as friends. The truth is, I approached you for my own intentions. Central Continent is too powerful. The rest of the 4 regions are weak. As an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, I am willing to see internal conflict in Central Continent. But I am not helping you because of that. I really appreciate and admire you. To speak the truth, we are quite alike. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. These years, I have been finding a rank 8 Gu Immortal to help me with my tribulation. But even Green Antisthetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady are constantly giving excuses. Your help has truly come at the best timing. I, Wu Shuai, will never forget this favor. The next scene of the Dream Realm was his tribulation. But because Wu Shuai and Gu Liang were very close in the earlier scenes, he was helped by Gu Liang. Gu Liang had extraordinary strength. With his help, Wu Shuai successfully passed the tribulation without danger. Wu Shuai finally became a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Even though he obeyed Duke Long's instructions and did everything, causing a huge commotion and fear among the Dragonmen. When news that he became a rank 8 Gu Immortal spread in the world, the tides shifted towards the Dragonman race again. Their morale rose greatly. It was even higher than before. Wu Shuai became the second rank 8 of the Dragonman race. He surpassed his father's generation. Only Duke Long was the sole person above him. Wu Shuai had genuine rank 8 cultivation level now. He could finally speak on equal terms with Green Antisthetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. Duke Long's attitude towards him also changed. He no longer summoned him and scolded him so casually. It was like he had broken out of a hopeless encirclement. Wu Shuai felt his pressure lifting. Most of the undercurrents involving South Flower Island for the last few decades were swept away after he reached rank 8. The scenery of rank 8 is truly different. From today onwards, I am also a peak existence of the Gu immortal world. Wu Shuai was extremely grateful to Gu Liang. Their cooperation deepened continuously. Gu Liang told Wu Shuai of many secrets. The foundation of Heavenly Court is Fate Gu. In history, 2 demon venerables attacked Heavenly Court, but why did they fail? The reason was because they could not destroy Fate Gu, and because of star constellations assimilation, they are unable to destabilize Heavenly Court's foundation. However, while star constellations assimilation defended the reign of Heavenly Court, it also infuriated the Heavenly Tao. The way of heaven is balance, but humanity is flourishing and strengthening without restraint at the moment. This goes against the true heaven's will. Wu Shuai learned many important things from Gu Liang. Even though he lived in Central Continent and was a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, he had never understood Heavenly Court's true secrets. He did not have any sources of information. Wu Shuai, if you really want to lead the Dragonman race to rise up, rank 8 cultivation level is not enough. In fact, even if you get more rank 8 Gu Immortals, it will not affect Heavenly Court status. Heavenly Court has many more rank 8s than you'll ever have. In fact, if I put this bluntly, if your Dragonman race really surpasses the bottom line of Heavenly Court one day, they will definitely take action against you. Don't they always say this? Those who are not my race having different motives. Wu Shuai thought about it. There was deep meaning in this. He quickly asked Gu Liang for advice. Gu Liang told him, "The rise of Dragonmen is extraordinary. You have to target the source of everything." The source? You are referring to Fate Gu. Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. Fate Gu is kept strictly by Heavenly Court. It is too difficult. It is difficult indeed, but there is still hope. Especially now, we have the greatest opportunity of all time. Gu Liang's eyes flickered with bright light. Wu Shuai was moved. You are referring to that person. Red Lotus? That's right, Heavenly Court originally wanted to nurture Red Lotus into an immortal venerable, but he has other intentions. He chose to defy them. Your ancestor Duke Long has been very busy over this matter. It is giving him such a headache that he has relaxed his control over your Dragonman race. From this point, you need to thank Red Lotus for lowering the pressure that you are facing. Gu Liang said, "We need to borrow Red Lotus power?" That is a good idea. But how do we contact him? Wu Shuai asked again. Red Lotus is too mysterious. There is almost no way of tracing his movement. We cannot find Red Lotus directly. Even if we want to meet him, he will reject us. He might even attack or destroy us. Gu Liang's expression changed. He showed some wariness. He said with deep meaning, regardless of whether Red Lotus is an immortal venerable or demon venerable, he is still a human Gu immortal. If he does not want to cooperate, how will we borrow his strength? Wu Shuai asked. Gu Liang laughed. Red Lotus wants to revive his family and his lover. He has to go against the Heavenly Tao and defy fate. This conflict cannot be resolved, and precisely so. He turned on his teacher, and Duke Long remains unable to get Red Lotus to turn back. Red Lotus will definitely attack Heavenly Court and attempt to destroy Fate Gu. When he attacks Heavenly Court, it will be our opportunity to take action. When will Red Lotus Demon Venerable attack Heavenly Court? That I am not sure. It can take many years, or it can be at the next moment. Wu Shuai realized, I get it, from now on we need to get close to Heavenly Court. We need to constantly enter Heavenly Court to find more information and peek into deeper secrets. When Red Lotus attacks, we will use the prime opportunity to try and steal Fate Gu. Wu Shuai became rank 8. He broke the encirclement and swept the pressure away. Not only that, he even found the only chance to defeat Heavenly Court, that was to borrow Red Lotus power. Red Lotus had yet to become a venerable, but he was already predestined to become a future venerable. Even though this was just a guess, the entire Gu immortal world was inclined to believe it. If not for this, why would Duke Long and Heavenly Court try all ways to convince him? Back then, Duke Long descended and took him in as a disciple. It was an obvious sign. After talking to Gu Liang, Wu Shuai changed his strategy. He started to keep a low profile. He no longer acted like before. Originally, after becoming rank 8, the Dragonman race was very excited. There was finally a rank 8 great expert that could back them up. However, Wu Shuai started to get close to Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Many Dragonmen could not understand him. Wu Shuai put in a lot of effort to show a repentant attitude. He gradually won the trust and favor of the 10 great ancient sections. He purposely got close to Heavenly Court and tried all ways to get information about them. In fact, he even put in funds to make an immortal goo house for Heavenly Court. As for the conflict between Dragomen and humans, he also changed his stance. He suppressed Dragomen to protect the benefits of the humans. After 100 years, even though Wu Shuai gained some success, he could not gain Heavenly Court's trust. What should I do? Wu Shuai was anxious. He discussed with Gu Liang. Gu Liang said, "You are a Dragonman. Heavenly Court has always been extremely wary of variant humans. They look down on variant humans from the depths of their hearts. Our only hope is Duke Long. We need to target him. How do I gain Duke Long's trust? His impression of me is..." Wu Shuai smiled bitterly as he shook his head. Gu Liang looked at Wu Shuai solemnly. "It will depend on whether you can make sacrifices." Wu Shuai did not hesitate. He immediately answered, "I've been planning for the Dragonman race all along. So what if I have to make sacrifices?" "Good." Gu Liang clapped. "Only a person like you can accomplish great things." Gu Liang gave his plan, but Wu Shuai hesitated. Because Gu Liang was asking Wu Shuai to sacrifice Huang Wei on purpose. Huang Wei was a rank 7 Dragonman Gu Immortal now. He had followed Wu Shuai since his youth. He had always been working hard in developing South Flower Island with Wu Shuai. He was loyal and had made many accomplishments. There was no chance he would ever betray Wu Shuai. Gu Liang urged him, "Everyone in the world knows about your relationship with Huang Wei. We can create a situation where you need to make a choice. If you defend the interests of the humans and sacrifice Huang Wei, Duke Long will definitely change his opinion towards you. But you want me to kill my greatest general, and he is the person who trusts and idolizes me the most." Wu Shuai gritted his teeth. He was hesitant and unwilling to do so. "I believe that if Huang Wei knows the purpose of his sacrifice, he will definitely do it. Am I right?" Gu Liang's words lifted a lot of Wu Shuai's hesitation. Wu Shuai sighed deeply as his eyes turned red. "I know Huang Wei like I know myself. If he knows that is my plan, he will definitely sacrifice himself." "No!" Gu Liang quickly interjected. "This plan is too important. The fewer people who know, the safer it is. Only the two of us should know of it. Friend, you need to know that even the dead can be investigated upon to look for evidence. We cannot let Huang Wei know of our plan." This, Wu Shuai shut his eyes as he shook his head. "Let me think about it. Let me think about it." He hesitated for half a year before he finally made up his mind. Compared to the individual Huang Wei, the entire Dragonman race was more important. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang plotted secretly, creating conflict and killing human Gu Immortals before gathering evidence to accuse Huang Wei. After this matter happened, it attracted a lot of attention in Central Continent. Huang Wei screamed out in innocence, "This was not done by me, brother. You know me. I will definitely not do that." Wu Shuai defended Huang Wei at first, but as more evidence got exposed, he had no choice but to uphold justice and kill Huang Wei. This matter caused a great commotion. The Dragonmen became very upset with Wu Shuai. Many Dragonmen started to move out of South Flower Island. The 10 great ancient sects praised Wu Shuai greatly. Even Duke Long heard about this matter and nodded in praise of Wu Shuai. "He has grown up a lot over these years. I am very pleased." Wu Shuai successfully gained Duke Long's trust after this. But he felt emptiness in his heart. Before his execution, Huang Wei's last words were deeply etched into his heart. He could never forget it in this lifetime. "Brother, I have never regretted following you. If you want to execute me, regardless of the reason, I will accept it. But brother, I have not done anything like this. You need to be careful, be very careful. Those human Gu Immortals are trying to deceive you. These years, they have not done anything against you. They have actually changed their tactics. They are accusing me now to get rid of me. They want to gradually clip your wings. Brother, you told me about the future of the Dragonman race. I have never reached it. So be it if I die. I hope you will carry on this dream. The future of the Dragonman race cannot be achieved without you." Huang Wei knelt on the ground, crying as he said that. Wu Shuai felt his heart bleeding with every sentence. Wu Shuai almost lost control and wanted to tell Huang Wei the truth behind everything. The one who framed him was this beloved brother right here. In fact, there was a moment where Wu Shuai had the intense urge to kneel down and beg for Huang Wei's forgiveness. But in the end, he controlled himself. He snorted coldly, "Huang Wei, you have committed a great crime and killed people. You still refuse to admit your sins even now. Sigh, I have trusted you in vain. You are too disappointing. I am deeply hurt." Halfway through, Wu Shuai started to cry. His voice became shaky. He did not dare to look at Huang Wei. He quickly turned around and left. "Brother!" Huang Wei knelt on the cold floor of the prison cell. Looking at Wu Shuai, who was leaving, he shouted, "Brother, let me call you that for the final time before I die. Don't forget the grand aspiration of the Dragonman race." Wu Shuai walked even more quickly now. He seemed to be escaping. Many Gu immortals came to watch Huang Wei's execution, but Wu Shuai did not go. That night he had a dream. In the dream he saw Huang Wei, who was pointing at him and scolding loudly. Wu Shuai told him the truth. After hearing it, Huang Wei started to cry as he knelt down on the ground, saying, "Brother, you have worked too hard. I was too ignorant. I blamed you wrongly. For the sake of the Dragonman race, you took on all these accusations and made such sacrifices. I am willing to sacrifice myself too." Wu Shuai quickly held Huang Wei as he stood up. He patted his shoulder. "Brother, I'm glad you understand me." After waking up, Wu Shuai still carried a smile. He did not get out of bed. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. The smile did not fade from his face, but tears flowed down from his eyes. Huang Wei's death caused a lot of commotion. South Flower Island was in turmoil. Morale fell to rock bottom. The Dragonmen were all very disappointed in Wu Shuai, but Wu Shuai started to go in and out of Heavenly Court regularly. This was a major breakthrough. Once, Heavenly Court decided to build Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai grabbed onto this great opportunity and reported to Duke Long that he was willing to contribute his Dragon Palace. All these years, Dragon Palace had remained as a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai had done this after much consideration. Losing Dragon Palace was not a big deal. He could rebuild it in the future. The most important thing was Fate Gu. Duke Long's reaction was not out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Duke Long said, "Wu Shuai, I am very happy that you are willing to do this. But Central Heaven Gate is an information path immortal Gu house, while your Dragon Palace is enslavement path. It is not appropriate. Furthermore, with Heavenly Court's foundation, we do not need you to spend your own wealth." Wu Shuai sighed. "Grandfather, I was too arrogant when I was young. I did many atrocious things. Now that I regret it, I've been thinking about ways to make up for my mistakes. Please give me a chance, grandfather. I will not disappoint you." Duke Long laughed loudly. "All right, you and your father will be in charge of building Central Heaven Gate." Wu Shuai was overjoyed. "Thank you, grandfather." To build Central Heaven Gate, many resources were needed. Gu Liang came to offer some help. He said to Wu Shuai, "Heavenly Court has devious ambitions indeed. They actually want to create Central Heaven Gate. It can connect to Grotto Heavens. But this is truly a great opportunity. We can target this Central Heaven Gate and leave a backdoor while probing for more secrets and information of Heavenly Court." Wu Shuai started to work harder. He went around in preparation of creating Central Heaven Gate. The Dragonman race were very unhappy with him. Many Dragonmen started to scold Wu Shuai. They called him the traitor of the Dragonman race. These Dragonmen held deep expectations for Wu Shuai in the past. It was all converted into intense disappointment and hatred now. Even Wu Shuai's own father was very cold to him. Wu Shuai endured these misunderstandings as he put in all his effort to complete Central Heaven Gate. Creating a backdoor in Central Heaven Gate was not easy, especially under the supervision of Heavenly Court. While he was working hard and was about to gain some results, an accident occurred. His father returned from Heavenly Court. He was gravely injured. Before dying, he called Wu Shuai over. "I got into contact with Fate Gu, my son. I received the revelation of Fate Gu. We Dragonmen will reign supreme. Dragonmen will reign supreme." Wu Shuai's father was very excited. He grabbed onto Wu Shuai's hand tightly. "What?" Wu Shuai was deeply shocked. He was tongue-tied. "What is going on? Father, His father explained the situation. I had found out by coincidence, but even though I got discovered, I was smart enough to purposely fail in constructing Central Heaven Gate. I suffered intense backlash and used this excuse to escape from Heavenly Court. To return to you. Dragonmen reign supreme. My son, our Dragonman race is meant to hold the heavenly fate. We are meant to replace humanity. This is the revelation given by Fate Gu. It is definitely true. Wu Shuai's father had shining eyes. Do you know what this means? Quickly heal me. Spread news of this to the world. The Dragonman Gu immortals will be extremely excited. Father, you should recuperate in peace now. I will handle this. Wu Shuai was also very excited. After settling down his father, he left the room. Not long after, he met with Gu Liang. Gu Liang learned that Wu Shuai's father had returned with heavy injuries. He came to console him, but seeing that Wu Shuai had a struggling expression, he asked for the reason. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang had worked closely together. He had learned of Gu Liang's true identity. He was not a human but a variant human Gu immortal. After a moment of silence, Wu Shuai told him the truth. Gu Liang was also shocked, but after reacting to it, he understood why Wu Shuai hesitated. Wu Shuai, you did not rally the dragon men and announce this news. It was the right thing to do. If Heavenly Court learns of this secret, they will definitely wipe out the dragonmen in this world. But we need to continue deceiving Heavenly Court and make them think that this secret is still safe. We are currently not safe enough. Your father's actions were too abnormal. There is a chance that they will find out he contacted Fate Gu. Next, Heavenly Court's investigators will definitely come to seek information. Gu Liang, you know me well? That is my current dilemma. Wu Shuai sighed. What do we do? Gu Liang hesitated, but he still spoke. You have already thought of the method, haven't you? In this situation, only by sacrificing your father and pretending that he had died from his injuries after coming back can we escape this terrible crisis of extinction. Wu Shuai had a pale face. He stumbled backwards as he shook his head continuously. You want me to kill my father? No, I will definitely not do that. You will not do that? If Heavenly Court learns of this, your Dragonman race will be wiped from existence. Gu Liang sighed. I finally understand why your ancestor Duke Long treats the Dragonman race like this. Heavenly Court must have known of Fate Gu's revelation that Dragonmen will reign supreme all along. Wu Shuai frowned deeply. He had a bitter expression. I am suspecting that this might be a plot against my father and me. They are trying to harm my Dragonman race. What should I do? Dragonmen reign supreme might just be a lie. The culprit might have done this to find an excuse to wipe out Dragonmen. Gu Liang pondered for a moment and denied the possibility. This possibility is very small. According to your father, there were many coincidences that led to him contacting Fate Gu. These are not man-made coincidences. Many of these elements were chosen by your father himself. Precisely because there are many coincidences, I am very suspicious of it. Back then, how did the humans obtain the revelation of heavenly fate from Fate Gu? Isn't your father in a similar situation now? Gu Liang's words made Wu Shuai speechless. At this moment, a loud voice was heard in the sky. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals had come to pay a visit due to the injuries of Wu Shuai's father. They came so quickly. Gu Liang's expression changed. Wu Shuai, you must decide now. If you wait, all of your efforts will be in vain. Your entire Dragonman race will face extermination. Wu Shuai's expression immediately turned ashen. His face turned pale and his body shook. He also fell to the ground. The situation was forcing him to make a rapid decision. He knew that this choice would bring him pain for eternity, but he had to do it. Even though he was uncertain if the heavenly revelation of Dragonmen reign supreme was real, or if others were harming them, he could not gamble. If he lost the gamble, he would not just lose his father, he would lose the entire Dragonman race. That day, Wu Shuai's father died from the backlash of failing to build Central Heaven Gate. His soul was completely erased. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals gained no evidence. Even though they were suspicious, they could not do anything to the rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Shuai. They left. For the next 10 nights, Wu Shuai could not sleep. Tai Qin consoled him as Wu Shuai cried in the arms of his beloved woman. Tai Qin said gently, "People cannot revive after dying. Senior brother, you need to move on. Uncle died from building Central Heaven Gate. Heavenly Court will definitely compensate you." Shuai did not dare to tell Tai Qin about the truth. He had to endure this pain himself. He could only say, "Junior sister, do you know? Back then, after I killed Song Taozi, I often had the same dream at night. In this dream, I became the king of the Dragon Man race. I led my people to prosperity. We lived a life of freedom and peace. I stayed within Dragon Court and ruled meticulously. The Dragon Men lived in peace and prosperity. There were no conflicts or inequality. Huang Wei remained as my greatest right-hand man. He handled many affairs for me. My father said I was his pride and joy. He often said, 'My son, you finally did it. I am so proud of you.' And the two of us lived in bliss. We had many children. They could freely play around without worries." Saying so, Wu Shuai lowered his head and cried, "But now I only have you left, my beloved junior sister." Tai Qin was also extremely sad. All these years, she did not manage to bear a single child for Wu Shuai. When dragon men copulate, they are able to have many children, more than humans. But mixed blood between variant humans and humans are very unlikely to have children. Not just Dragon Man, even the other variant humans were the same. This was terrible news to Wu Shuai. For the next half a year, he was immersed in anguish. Gu Liang came to urge him, "Wu Shuai, I can understand the pain that you are feeling, but please be mindful of Heavenly Court. Don't put too much of the blame on yourself and cause Heavenly Court to sense something. If our efforts end up in vain, wouldn't your father have died for nothing?" Wu Shuai jolted like he was hit by lightning. He realized at once as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He cupped his fists to thank Gu Liang. "Thank you for the reminder. Otherwise, I would have committed a grave mistake." Gu Liang nodded as he smiled. "You have been overwhelmed by sadness these last days. You have not been working on Central Heaven Gate. It is time to continue. But the revelation of Fate Gu, can we trust the notion that Dragomen will reign supreme?" Wu Shuai was still thinking about it. He could not let it go. Gu Liang smiled. "To prove this, the best way is to get into contact with Fate Gu. But the risk is great. The truth is, there is no need to be anxious. As long as you wait, you will be able to find evidence." "You mean?" Wu Shuai had some sort of realization. Gu Liang nodded. "Indeed, if Dragonmen are meant to reign supreme, heavens will definitely give your Dragonman race more care and concern. Your father is like Yu from history. When he was still a Gu master, he was just a slave in charge of cleaning the Rockman Sacred Hall. In the end, when he got close to Fate Gu, he learned the heavenly revelation that humans would reign supreme. He followed the guidance of Fate Gu and stole it, contributing it to the most crucial human, Primordial Origin, who had yet to become an immortal venerable. I know about Yu. He was the Tao guardian of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He obtained the heavenly revelation but did not die. Instead, he managed to steal Fate Gu. So why did my father?" Wu Shuai had a pained expression. Gu Liang explained, "I have some guesses about this. Remember I told you that star constellation Immortal Venerable had once assimilated with Heaven's will? From then on, her will started to interfere with Heaven's will. This is likely the reason why your father met with disaster, but he was able to successfully tell us the secret that Dragonmen will reign supreme. He has died for a good cause." Gu Liang continued to encourage him. "Your father told you this secret, Wu Shuai. You might be the crucial person chosen by the heavenly fate, someone like Primordial Origin. You cannot give up. You cannot be dejected. You need to work harder." Wu Shuai shook his head. "How can I be compared to a venerable? And we variant humans cannot become venerable." Gu Liang was silent for a moment before he showed a peculiar expression. "Variant humans cannot become venerable. That is a phenomenon indeed, but nobody knows the exact reasons behind it. There are all sorts of theories. The truth is, we have been researching about the reason why variant humans cannot become venerable." Wu Shuai questioned, "Isn't it because man is the spirit of all living beings?" Gu Liang chuckled. "Hehe. That is likely just a cover. There is a huge secret behind becoming a venerable. It depends on the spirit to some degree, but that is definitely not the only reason. In human history, there were some exceptions. Some Gu immortals with exceptional strength passed all of their rank 8 tribulations but could not become venerable. Their cultivation level could not rise to rank 9. Your ancestor Duke Long should be very clear of this. He was one such example. Even with his extremely high strength, he could not become rank 9. He only became a dragon man afterwards. If you can find out the truth behind this, my tribe is willing to pay any price to learn of this secret. Gu Liang promised solemnly. Do not worry. If I can learn of this secret, I will definitely share it with you at no cost. Wu Shuai swore. Before leaving, Gu Liang advised him again. Friend Wu Shuai, do take care. Even though fate Gu is not in your hands, if you are truly the fated individual, you will get some revelations. You are definitely a crucial person. These revelations might come to you or the people around you. Do pay close attention to them. I know. Wu Shuai nodded. Let time prove everything. But to Wu Shuai's disappointment, he did not receive any revelation. He continued to build Central Heaven Gate to ease Heavenly Court. The Dragonman race, especially many Dragonman Gu immortals, became upset with him. They called Wu Shuai a dog. His father had died from building Central Heaven Gate, but the son was actually going to continue that job. He was truly enslaved and incorrigible. He truly deserved to be left with a dead father. Thus, more and more dragon men moved away from South Flower Island. It gradually became a trend. On this day, Wu Shuai dreamed of his father again. His father told him, continue to work hard. I understand you deeply. This sacrifice will definitely lead to great accomplishments. The Dragonman race needs your leadership, my child. He also dreamed that he had children with Tai Chin at long last. It turned out that deep within an earth trench in Eastern Sea, there was a nameless weed. This weed was an ancient desolate plant. It spread over a large area and was guarded by immemorial desolate beasts. If he and Tai Chin ate this seaweed, they would be able to have children, getting past the obstacle of crossbreeding. When he woke up, Wu Shuai had a realization. He jolted. Was this the heavenly revelation? He recalled carefully. Before Huang Wei died, he dreamed that Huang Wei was saying goodbye to him. Before his father died, he also dreamed that his father was talking about his deceased mother. He spoke with great affection and said he was going to join her. It was quite easy to confirm this point as well. Wu Shuai immediately made plans, using Gu Liang's strength to head to Eastern Sea and retrieve the unnamed seaweed in the earth trench. According to the method in the dream, Wu Shuai and Tai Chin used the seaweed together. Months later, Wu Shuai received great news. Tai Chin was pregnant with his child. This was truly immensely great news, not only because he had obtained his offspring, but also because he confirmed his guess. He finally understood that the heavenly revelations had appeared long ago. He just failed to recognize them. The dreams started to change. More revelations came to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai followed these revelations and achieved great success with minimal effort. Not only did he build Central Heaven Gate, he even successfully made his backdoor without Heavenly Court noticing it at all, even when they checked. In order to gain Heavenly Court's trust, he stopped developing the Dragonman race. He focused on his own cultivation level. Using the dream revelations, his cultivation level continued to rise. Along with Gu Liang's help, he passed tribulations after tribulations. The dream started to change again. The revelation to build rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace appeared. The core Immortal Gu of rank 8 Dragon Palace is rank 8 Dream Token. This is a Dream Path Gu. It corresponds to the Great Era. Wu Shuai was extremely excited. He immediately traveled in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, searching for Dream Path Immortal materials. These Dream Path Immortal materials are very rare. They were often buried in some corner, completely inconspicuous. But Wu Shuai followed the revelations he slowly found and gathered them, refining them successfully. During this period, Wu Shuai purposely went back to South Flower Island. Tai Chin finally gave birth. We finally have the next generation of our bloodline. Tai Chin, it has been hard on you. Wu Shuai hugged the baby that was just born, spinning around several times in joy. Next, he carefully placed the baby on the bed beside Tai Chin. He looked at Tai Chin, who was still weak after giving birth, with deep affection. His gaze was extremely gentle. What are we going to name our child? Tai Chin smiled. She was filled with motherly love. This child has large, lively, and spiritual eyes. Let's call him Long Ling, Wu Shuai said. Tai Chin nodded. Long Ling. Long Ling, it is a good name. Their son, Long Ling, was just born. Wu Shuai was very happy now. But he also sensed that the burden on him had become heavier. Huang Wei and my father have both passed away. I only have junior sister Tai Chin and my new son left now. I need to give Tai Chin a proper status. I need to give my child a bright future. He cannot live in an environment full of ostracism. I want him to live properly and proudly as a dragon man. He will grow up with pride. The responsibilities were pushing and motivating him. After resting for a few days in South Flower Island, Wu Shuai went on a journey around the 5 regions and 2 heavens again, collecting Dream Path Immortal materials. The process of refining Dream Token Immortal goo was very mystical. It all happened within his dream. As immortal materials were refined one by one, Dream Token Immortal goo was finally at its final step to completion. Wu Shuai was immensely shocked. The final revelation in his dream was that he had to sacrifice Tai Qin. As long as she willingly sacrificed her own life, it would complete the last step of refining Dream Token. No, I absolutely cannot do that. Wu Shuai was deeply shook, his face turned pale, he could not accept this revelation. For a few days, he was completely daydreaming, he moved around in immemorial white heaven like a ghost that had no soul. Only until he met an immemorial desolate beast that almost killed him, he finally came to his senses abruptly. He killed the immemorial desolate beast but was very vexed, he could not find a solution to this. Should I really sacrifice junior sister? No, absolutely not. There must be some way, there must be. Wu Shuai decided to halt the plan of refining Dream Token, he wanted to get more revelations from the dreams. On the second night, he got a new revelation from his dream. This revelation was beyond shocking. Ancestor Duke Long has an immortal killer move that can exterminate my entire Dragonman race. And Duke Long has already been wanting to use this move many times already. Even though he trusted his dream revelations deeply, this news was just too unbelievable, he could barely accept it. He pondered for some time, he decided to return to Central Continent and investigate the truth. Wu Shuai had spent a lot of time and effort trying to refine Dream Token Immortal goo. During this period, Central Continent was filled with undercurrents, conflict between Duke Long and Red Lotus was intensifying by the day. Because of the death of Wu Shuai's father, even though Heavenly Court suspected him, Duke Long trusted him deeply. Wu Shuai deployed all of the manpower that he could use to investigate this matter. At the same time, the Dream Realm continued giving him more revelations. With the help of Dream Revelation, Wu Shuai gained more and more clues. These clues all proved that his dream revelations were true. In fact, Wu Shuai even learned about the name of this move, Dragonman Extermination. Back then, Duke Long created the Dragonman Lifespan Extension method, creating the Dragonman race. As the number of Dragonmen increased, they slowly developed into the current Dragonman race. Duke Long is the ancestor of Dragonmen, the source of the race. When he created the Dragonman race initially, he left behind a hidden card. That was the killer move Dragonman Extermination. By using this move, all the Dragonmen in this world would self-detonate and die. None would survive. Furthermore, Duke Long has been wanting to use this killer move for a long time. He has only been waiting as a result of Star Constellation's will. Ancestor, you are too cruel. You are really so cold-hearted. Wu Shuai felt a chill. He was helpless, anxious, and furious. All of his hard work, the future of the Dragonman race, they were all a joke compared to this killer move. They were living in a real and yet illusory bubble. What do I do? Wu Shuai raised his head and screamed. He had no ideas left. Right. I still have my dreams. Suddenly, he realized as hope sparkled in his eyes. He still had a final trump card. That night, the dream's content went back to a few years ago. Regarding the refinement of Dream Token Immortal goo. The final step of Dream Token Immortal goo was for Tai Qin to make a self-sacrifice. The dream told Wu Shuai that in order to deal with Dragonman Extermination, he had to refine Dream Token Immortal goo first. Wu Shuai woke up in shock from the dream. In the darkness of the night, he cried soundlessly. He looked at his lover in a daze, the woman that he loved the most in his life, Tai Qin. Tai Qin was originally sleeping soundly, but she seemed to have sensed something as she opened her eyes. She saw Wu Shuai's expression, which was full of anguish and sadness. What is it? Tai Qin quickly embraced Wu Shuai gently. Wu Shuai hugged her, he hugged her tightly. He used so much force, but never had he ever felt so weak and useless in his life. Wu Shuai had to tell Tai Qin the truth. Tai Qin was able to accept it quickly. She used her warm hands to touch Wu Shuai's face. She smiled gently. So that's the reason, my brother Shuai. I love you. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, including my life. This is nothing much, but in this life, I not only have you, I also have another concern, that is our child. After I die, you must take good care of him, nurture our child well. Promise me that. Okay? I promise you. I promise you on my life and dignity. I promise you with everything I have. Wu Shuai cried profusely. He was filled with anguish and sadness. Dream Token was refined. Next, Rank 8 Dragon Palace was also constructed. After it was created, Wu Shuai stayed inside most of the time. He often walked around the palace as he touched the walls and pillars. He pretended that he could feel Tai Chin's warmth, but the reality was that he could only touch the cold, icy walls of the immortal goo house. The child he had with Tai Chin gradually grew up. Sometimes he would ask, "Father, where's mother? Why is she not back yet?" Each time he asks this, Wu Shuai would feel like a sharp spear was stabbing into his heart, causing him to bleed. Each time he would squat down and hug his young son Long Ling. He would hold him tightly and warmly as he lied to him. The young and innocent Long Ling was like his antidote, the only thing in this world that could heal his broken heart. He possessed rank 8 Dragon Palace, but Wu Shuai did not have any intention to fight for fame or glory. He secretly targeted Green Antiseptic, Wine Fairy, and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, enslaving them all. He achieved his former dream. He could imprison Xu Jiuling, capture Fan Ji, and even torture him to death in front of her. But Wu Shuai did not do that. He let Xu Jiuling go be with the person she truly loved. He no longer cared about the past glory or humiliation, even though he had once felt pain from them and had fought intensely to achieve them. Wu Shuai had experienced many things in life. He let go of many things. Now, Wu Shuai felt very tired. He was very tired, but he could not stop. He had to continue because the matter regarding Dragonman extermination had not been resolved yet. Dream revelations came time and time again. In order to settle the matter of Dragonman extermination, he had to use rank 8 Dragon Palace while doing experiments on the Dragonman body. Dragonmen were the product of the Dragonman lifespan extension method, while Dragonman extermination was created through this source. The three were tightly connected together. Wu Shuai already grasped the Dragonman lifespan extension method. Using the power of Dragon Palace, he could totally reverse-deduce the killer move Dragonman extermination killer move through it. But to do that, Wu Shuai alone was not enough. He gathered all of the Dragonman Goo Immortals and told them the truth. He begged them for help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented meeting. Almost all of the Dragonman Goo Immortals had gathered together. These Dragonman Goo Immortals did not believe him initially, but when Wu Shuai provided facts and evidence that could not be denied, they had to believe him. At the same time, Gu Liang was present to testify that Wu Shuai's father had found out the secret of the heavenly revelation. It was all announced to them. To do experiments, we need a vast number of dragonmen. These people will almost all die. Even if they survive, they will wish they were dead. However, I cannot stop this plan. If anyone objects, speak up now. I object. Immediately, someone jumped out. Everyone turned to look. It was Wu Shuai's cousin, the beloved 7th young master that Duke Long doted on the most. 7th young master pointed at Wu Shuai, who was on his throne, as he scolded, "You scoundrel! You are insane! In order to gain Heavenly Court's trust, you killed your most loyal sworn brother. To conceal the secret of Dragonmen reign supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Goo, you actually used your most beloved wife as the goo material. Now, to deal with Dragonman extermination killer move, you even want to sacrifice all of your innocent dragonmen and do experiments on them. Why is your heart so wicked? Why are you so cold-hearted? You think that this so-called evidence will make us believe you? Hee. You are too laughable. Do you think we are all fools? Hee. No, you are not laughable. You are pitiful and sad. You want to give your wife happiness, and in the end, you sacrifice her to refine a goo. Hee. You wanted to make your father proud, and in the end, you killed him. You killed him with your own 2 hands. You promised Huang Wei a bright future, you gave him hope. But in the end you killed him yourself. And now, what future is there? Hee. Ha. 7th young master laughed maniacally. His tears were almost falling out. You tried so hard to lead the Dragonman race to rise up, and in the end, The Dragon Man race is about to be wiped out. We are going to be extinct. It was you, it was you. If you were not ambitious and took over South Flower Island, relocating our people, developing rapidly and causing conflict with the humans, why would all this happen? If the Dragon Man race lived quietly and peacefully, Ancestor would not have the intention of wiping us out. Wu Shuai, oh Wu Shuai, you are the strongest person in the Dragon Man race besides our ancestor. But what you gave us was not glory or hope. It was neither equality nor dignity. It was destruction. You are a real tragedy. Your whole life is a tragedy. The entire hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on his dragon throne, expressionless. At this point, the dream realm finally faded away. In the depths of the sea, only a beautiful palace was left, along with the 4 dragon generals. The dragon generals looked at Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone with complex and subservient expressions. They walked out of Dragon Palace's door. The door of Dragon Palace opened on its own. The Dragon Man clone took huge steps out of this Dragon Palace. He was expressionless, but the vicissitudes of life were seen deep in his eyes. Looking at Dragon Palace, he could almost still hear the accusations of Little Seventh, as well as the gathering of the surrounding Dragon Man Gu immortals. But taking another glance, the hall was empty, everything was gone. It has already been 1,000,000 years. I am back. The Dragon Man clone's voice resounded in the hall. It was like the cry of a lingering spirit. But I am no longer myself. The Dragon Man clone smiled bitterly. This was not his voice, this was not his face, this was not his body, it was not even his soul. Only his will was left. The will that had endured through 1,000,000 years, waiting until today. Dragon Spirit greets Master. Dragon Spirit appeared with a reverent expression. There was a trace of happiness in its eyes. Finally, Dragon Court finally has a new master. The Dragon Man clone looked at Dragon Spirit intently, his eyes turned red rapidly. He really wished that at this moment, Dragon Spirit could call him father. But it was impossible now. Tai Chin, I have let you down after all. I could not even complete your final and only request. Wu Shuai raised his head. He sighed deeply. His tone was filled with endless guilt and sadness. But he did not cry. 1,000,000 years ago, his tears had already run dry. After spending a lot of effort, Duke Long finally reached an agreement with Fang Yuan. The 2 rank 8s of Eastern Sea, Song Chi Yuan and Shin Song Shin, watched the process but could not stop them. Duke Long not only compensated Fang Yuan a large amount of Chi Path cultivation resources, most importantly, he even gave 1 primordial origin true inheritance to Chi Sea ancestor. This made the 2 Eastern Sea immortals helpless. But they also could not help but admire Duke Long's resolution. Of course, they only made a fraction of the transaction on the spot. Chi Sea ancestor, which was Fang Yuan's disguise, agreed on a truce with Heavenly Court. They would coexist now. Heavenly Court would also hand over the resources gradually. As for primordial origins true inheritance, it would also be handed over in portions. After all, neither side was following any alliance agreement. They finally finished their negotiation, but not only did Fang Yuan not leave, he led the way for them. Fang Yuan is trying to get Dragon Palace now. Duke Long, maybe your Heavenly Court will be able to resolve your enmity with him today. Fang Yuan smiled as he said. From his expression, he looked like someone who was going to watch the show by the side. But Fang Yuan decided to stop stalling for time. If he continued wasting time, Duke Long and the 2 Eastern Sea immortals might sense something. In that case, he should grasp this situation firmly instead. They did not set any alliance agreements anyway. When it is time to fight, Fang Yuan will attack directly. As for those negotiations they made, who cares? Duke Long flew straight. He looked calm and composed. He replied plainly, if that really happens, we will have 1 less problem ahead. The 2 Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. This matter concerned Dragon Palace. They were not going to leave yet. When the entire group reached the location where Dragon Palace was hidden after diving into the depths of the sea, Dragon Palace had vanished already. Was Dragon Palace really here? The Eastern Sea immortals did not believe it. They were suspicious that Fang Yuan had brought them to a wrong location, but they did not dare to say it. Duke Long did not suspect that, even though Fang Yuan brought them here, this was the route that Fairy Ziwei had deduced as well. There were no deviations. It seems that Dragon Palace really flew away. Duke Long sighed. Fang Yuan smiled. It is truly a pity. If Dragon Palace was taken by Fang Yuan, your heavenly court would have lost to him once again. Fang Yuan had the expression of a curious and excited bystander. He tried to provoke Duke Long with words. Duke Long replied plainly he was completely unaffected. Because he knew a lot about Dragon Palace, back then when his descendant created it, it was designed such that only a Dragon Man could become the Dragon Palace Lord. In that case, Duke Long, who had the killer move Dragon Man Extermination, was basically holding a trump card against it. If Fang Yuan really subdued Dragon Palace, he would have either turned himself into a Dragon Man, or had a Dragon Man subordinate. Fang Yuan is a vigilant person who was reborn from the future. There is little chance that he turned himself into a Dragon Man. But even so, my Dragon Man Extermination can kill one of his capable subordinates. But killing is just an added bonus. The key is to retrieve Dragon Palace. Even though I failed this time, it was not completely without gains. At least I managed to improve Qi-Si Ancestor and Heavenly Court's relationship. There might even be a chance of recruiting Qi-Si Ancestor in the future. As for Dragon Palace, now that it has appeared, it will definitely leave clues behind. I will find it once more. Sigh. Fang Yuan's advantage from using rebirth is too great. He could set up arrangements in advance to strike early. I was late in this contest over Dragon Palace. Duke Long thought about it for a while. He was not in a hurry to use Dragon Man Extermination yet. This trump card was best saved for a crucial moment in the future, to catch Fang Yuan off guard. Of course, Duke Long also thought that Fang Yuan might know about Dragon Man Extermination. But if he knew, he would be guarded against it. Duke Long would not gain much from activating it. Regardless, not using it now was still a wise decision for Duke Long. I cannot let Dragon Palace fall into Fang Yuan's hands. The matter of retrieving Dragon Palace and dealing with Fang Yuan should be considered one problem. Fang Zheng, who is useful against Fang Yuan, should be saved first. Thinking so, Duke Long approached Shen Songxing. Du Fang Zheng was currently in Shen Songxing's hands. Shen Songxing was already prepared for it. He was not surprised by Duke Long's request. After all, his Shen clan and Duke Long's heavenly court were both in the righteous path. They handled matters similarly. Shen Songxiang was willing to undergo transaction with Duke Long, of course, exchanging Guyu Fangzheng for a lot of benefits. He had no interest in Guyu Fangzheng. He was useless anyway. Shen Songxiang was secretly excited. He decided to extort Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was extremely affluent. He had seen the conversation earlier. Fang Yuan watched by the side and was slightly moved too. But if he competed against Duke Long now, it would not be a good idea. Firstly, he had just arrived at an agreement with Duke Long. If he acts against him now, this would go against Qi-Si Ancestor's character. Secondly, Fang Yuan was not confident in competing with Heavenly Court. If he tried to kill Shen Songxiang to snatch Fang Zheng away, the chances were very slim. However, Fang Yuan did not give up. He secretly transmitted to Shen Songxiang and inquired. Shen Songxiang heard that Qi-Si Ancestor was also interested in Fang Zheng. He quickly replied, "To speak the truth, I had just soul-searched Fang Zheng. I know about his recent encounters. It seems that he indeed counters Fang Yuan. Some way or another, he manages to exert negative influence on Fang Yuan." Bright light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes as he immediately asked Shen Songxing secretly, "Even though this Fang Yuan is only rank 7 and I have only met him once, he left a deep impression on me. Since Fang Zheng counters Fang Yuan, you should keep him and negotiate with Fang Yuan. After all, he has many venerable true inheritances in his hands. If you really transact with Heavenly Court, will they want to give you venerable true inheritances?" Fang Yuan attempted to convince Shen Songxiang to keep Fang Zheng so that he could find a chance to strike. After all, the difficulty of planning to take Fang Zheng, who was in Shen Songxiang's hands, was completely different from him being in Heavenly Court's hands. Shen Songxiang answered very quickly. He did not dare to keep Fang Yuan waiting. He smiled. "Ancestor is right. This is a good suggestion." He said that as he turned to Duke Long. "If Heavenly Court wants Fang Zheng back, give me a venerable true inheritance." Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly in amusement. "Oh Shen Songxiang, you are too greedy. Do you think you are on the same level as Qi-Si? Friend Qi-Si was able to get a venerable true inheritance through fighting and gaining my acknowledgement. If you can get a venerable true inheritance from just trading a captive, Wouldn't you be treating Qi Si as a joke? Shen Song Shang. Watch your attitude. If you still have unrealistic goals, then let's have a fight first. Duke Long's change of attitude was very clear. He spoke domineeringly, completely different from when he spoke to Fang Yuan. Shen Songsheng felt a little troubled. Duke Long was very eloquent. He purposely mentioned Qi Si ancestor, praising him and using this as a bargaining chip. But Shen Songshang had done soul search on Fang Zhang. He understood the value that this person had. He smiled coldly as he said without fear, Duke Long, I know that I am not your match, but so what? You can defeat me, but you cannot kill me now. Furthermore, Fang Zhang is in my hands. I can kill him with a single thought. If you do not want to give a venerable true inheritance, what do you want to offer? Let me see Heavenly Court's sincerity. Shen Songsheng was not stupid. He spoke in a tone mixed with hard and soft words. He had taken a step back and stopped requesting for a venerable true inheritance forcefully. After all, Duke Long was much stronger than him. Both sides negotiated for a long time but did not come to an agreement. Shen Songshang wanted a lot because Fang Zhang was really important to Duke Long and Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan watched by the side as he gained a clearer understanding of the situation. The more Heavenly Court placed importance on Fang Zhang, the more likely he was trouble to Fang Yuan, and the greater Fang Yuan's killing intent became. He secretly spoke to Shen Songshang. In my opinion, you should contact Fang Yuan first and talk to him. He might give a higher price than Heavenly Court. But Shen Songsheng had already made up his mind. He replied, Senior Qi Si ancestor, I am more willing to hand Fang Zhang over to Heavenly Court. Firstly, Heavenly Court is a righteous path force. It has a reputation to upkeep. It also needs a living Fang Zhang. But Fang Yuan only wants a dead Fang Zhang. He might not negotiate with me peacefully. Secondly, in terms of wealth and foundation, who in this world can match Heavenly Court? Shen Songshang was a righteous path member after all. He had an innate barrier with the demonic path Fang Yuan. He was more willing to interact with Heavenly Court even though he was full of wariness against them. Fang Yuan saw that he could not convince him. He could not overdo this in case they found anything suspicious. He could only think of new plans. Duke Long became increasingly impatient. He had already spent all his effort negotiating with Fang Yuan earlier. It was not his usual way of handling things. Now that he also had to talk to Shen Songshang, Duke Long felt an impulse to attack. But Fang Yuan was right beside him. Considering that Shen Songshang and Qi Si ancestor were both Eastern Sea Gu immortals, Duke Long held down his urge. At this time, Fairy Ziwei gave Duke Long a piece of information. Duke Long heard it and his eyes shined. This was an important bargaining chip. He quickly transmitted to Shen Songsheng. Shen Songsheng's expression changed. He cried out, Really? Of course. Duke Long nodded. How about that? The resources I mentioned earlier and this intel. Shen Songshang agreed without hesitation. This made Fang Yuan and Song Qi Yuan feel surprised. They wondered what transaction those two had just done. Gu Yu Fang Zhang was handed over to Duke Long by Shen Songshang on the spot. Fang Zhang had already fainted. Duke Long held on to him as he bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not make him stay. He had to say goodbye as well. The remaining two Eastern Sea immortals said the same thing. They invited Fang Yuan to be their guest in the clan. They promised to give some resources to Fang Yuan as the compensation for destroying the immortal battlefield unintentionally. Fang Yuan nodded. He needed these two people to influence Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. After agreeing on a time, Fang Yuan turned around and left. After flying for a while, he stopped at a certain cloud. From within the cloud, an immortal Gu house appeared. The Dragon Man clone walked out. Fang Yuan and his clone smiled at each other. On this expedition to retrieve Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, even though there were many hurdles, nothing bad had happened in the end. His gains were even more than expected. This is Dream Token Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan inspected Dragon Palace. Dream Token was shaped like a dragonfly. It had a round head and long body with a pair of pink ruby eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings. Looking closely at its thin wings, one would also see a faint layer of rainbow halo. Fang Yuan felt a sense of joy in his heart. All along, he had been holding deep expectations towards Dream Path Immortal Gu. He had many Dream Path killer moves, but he still had 0 Dream Path Immortal Gu until now. For example, Unravel Dream used the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Unravel Mystery. Fang Yuan used a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo to replace the effect of the supposed Dream Path Immortal Goo. This caused Unravel Dream to expend a large number of Dream Path Mortal Goo each time. In the initial period of getting Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan had laboriously refined those Dream Path Mortal Goo one by one. If he had a Dream Path Immortal Goo to replace them, he would not have had such trouble. Fang Yuan had always lacked a Dream Path Immortal Goo, but now he finally had his first one, and it was actually the rank 8 Dream Token. Thinking back to the Dream Realm exploration, it was truly dangerous. I almost lost myself in it. The Dragon Man clone who was to the side heavily, he still felt deep lingering fear. If I had not sensed something amiss in advance and secret set up Unravel Dream beforehand, and made it activate when I came out, I would have betrayed the main body already. Fang Yuan had always used Unravel Dream on the Dream Realm, but this time he targeted himself. Dragon Palace was able to enslave rank 8s and create a new owner because of the power of the Dream Realm. Thus, when Fang Yuan's clone used Unravel Dream on himself, it was also targeting this problem, effectively solving it. Killer moves were fixed, but people could think. The exact use of goo worms depended on the user's intentions. Of course, Unravel Dream itself could not deal with rank 8 level Dream Token. In this aspect, he had to thank the 4 Eastern Sea Goo Immortals including Granny Rong and Zhang Yin. Fang Yuan's main body nodded. This was truly the most difficult Dream Realm I have ever explored. But earlier when I used Luck Inspection, those Azure Purple Chi were not a lie. They signified that you had a chance of becoming Dragon Palace Lord without losing yourself. Because Fang Yuan saw a chance of success, he let his clone enter the dream to try the test. If not for those Azure Purple Chi, he would only fail regardless. Fang Yuan's main body would have taken action already. At this moment, Fang Yuan and his clone had already finished communicating. They learned of each other's encounters during this period. Fang Yuan's main body critiqued, Dragon Palace's dream realm was very complex and deep because both body and soul went inside. It was normal that emotions were pulled and manipulated. The dreams within the dream also made one sink deeper and unable to awaken themselves. Externally, there was Heavenly Court's action. Had I not been careful, a huge battle would occur. The situation would go out of control rapidly. Even though these 2 Eastern Sea Immortals looked harmless, they were not benign people. In the previous life, they had fought against Duke Long in order to obtain Dragon Palace. After Duke Long won, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they even joined with the other rank 8 Goo Immortals to invade Hidden Dragon Cave. They had never given up on Dragon Palace. The truth was, Duke Long chose to negotiate because Chi-Si Ancestor had incredible power, but he had also made considerations for this. Looking at the entire situation, Fang Yuan's trip was full of danger this time. It was like he was walking on a tightrope. Any carelessness and he would lose complete control. But in the end, no actual danger happened. He kept control over the situation. This showed Fang Yuan's expertise in strategic planning. Firstly, he had a lot of experience in exploring dream realms. He was the #1 person in the world. Even though it was his clone who took action this time, Fang Yuan had given him methods like Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation and Unravel Dream. Secondly, Fang Yuan constructed Cooking Luck Pot. He could inspect luck. Fang Yuan had seen the Azure Purple Chi personally and knew there was hope of success. That was why he gave it a go. Thirdly, Fang Yuan sent by Ning Bing and others to the River of Time and used Myriad Year Flying Warship to fight against 5-time Path Immortal Goo houses. He drew Heavenly Court's attention away. Next, by using schemes, he deceived Duke Long and meticulously balanced the forces of Eastern Sea and Heavenly Court, using both sides to his advantage. And finally, even if he failed, Fang Yuan would only lose a clone. His main body was safe and his foundation would be intact. Even if the Dragonman clone betrayed him, Fang Yuan could use the connection between him and his clone to pursue and kill him. Forget about the rest, just the luck path tracking methods could not be concealed by Dragon Palace. Because Dragon Palace was created during Red Lotus era, while Luck Path was created in the future by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Because of all these reasons, Fang Yuan was able to face Heavenly Court, Eastern Seas Goo Immortals, and the 4 Dragon Generals while showing great strength and control. He created a situation where he could advance or retreat at all. He had a great advantage throughout. Of course, the risks were high. If he lost the Dragonman clone, Fang Yuan would lose all of his dream path methods. After all, Unravel Dream and Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation were with his clone. But he had to take the risk. How could any grand plan have no risk? And this was involving a rank 8 immortal goo house like Dragon Palace. As for Wu Shuai's will, it did not exist. No one could live in the dream realms for over 1,000,000 years. The Dragonman clone had thought he was Wu Shuai for some time. It was the effect of Dream Token's modification, twisting his own will, causing the Dragonman clone to think that he was Wu Shuai, having been revived. But how could Fang Yuan's will be so easily distorted? Even if he were deceived, he would sense it in the future and gradually wake up. Unless the Dragonman clone stayed inside Dragon Palace all the time and imprisoned himself, subjecting himself to the effects of Dream Token. Wu Shuai's arrangements and considerations back then were truly meticulous. His effort was praiseworthy. After Fang Yuan's main body learned of the clone's encounter, he was moved and praised loudly. He was truly a formidable person. It was a pity that Wu Shuai failed. It was not that he lacked capability. Otherwise, how could he resist the pressure of the 10 great sects of Central Continent and develop South Flower Island properly? His talent and aptitude was very high. That was why his father nurtured him since he was a child. Afterwards he even got picked by Green Antiseptic, finally becoming rank 8. Even though he received external help, his own strength was the foundation to everything. Regrettably, his enemy was too strong. Forget about Heavenly Court, just Duke Long alone could wipe out the Dragonman race. And behind Duke Long, there was still Star Constellation. The heavenly revelation that Dragonmen would reign supreme was the decree of the heavenly Tao. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was too fearsome. After assimilating her own will into Heaven's will, she actually managed to twist the heavenly Tao. Precisely because of that, the 3 demon venerables who appeared after Star Constellation did not manage to destroy Heavenly Court. It was only Red Lotus Demon Venerable who managed to damage Fate Goo. Just this small accomplishment was already beyond the expectations of everyone. After all, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not an otherworldly demon. Thus, Wu Shuai's defeat was predestined from the start. Even demon venerables failed, more so Wu Shuai? Wu Shuai could make sacrifices, but Heavenly Court had countless members who were willing to sacrifice too. Duke Long exterminated the entire Dragonman race. Wasn't it a sacrifice? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became one with the Tao. She sacrificed herself. From Wu Shuai's life, Fang Yuan's main body learned about the strength of Heavenly Court. This organization's foundation was just too deep. The immortal graveyard had countless slumbering rank 8s. After 1,000,000 years, Duke Long was still alive. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Duke Long, Fairy Z-Wei, Chun-Yi, and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. All of these people were very influential and powerful. Today, the great power of Heavenly Court was already established. It suppressed everything in history. Even demon venerables could not defy it. Just this alone could make one feel suffocated. No wonder Shun Tsongshang and Song Chi Yuan felt so wary. Looking at the earth trenches emerging and the 5 regions fusing, they got more anxious by the day. Fang Yuan wanted to overturn this current trend. Only by destroying Fate Goo can I have any hope of eternal life. If I fail, will anyone feel moved when they hear of my story in the future? Hee. They would merely be moved. After inspecting Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan kept his clone and Dragon Palace in his immortal aperture. He summoned Shui Er, Shi Chang, and Mo Tan Sang. Fang Yuan used omnidirectional travel with them, rapidly leaving Eastern Sea. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Chi Si Grotto Heaven, the killer move Jade Flow Pearl stopped being effective. He had to use omnidirectional travel instead to move around. The ancient battle formation had its unique advantage too. Fang Yuan could naturally use myriad-year flying warship to travel. This rank 8 immortal goo house was not slow at all. But it was currently fighting inside the River of Time. Even if Fang Yuan had it with him, he would not use it to travel. It was too eye-catching. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, a grand purple gold palace floated in the air. Immortal killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. The Dragonman clone manipulated this immortal goo house, producing a large amount of dense smoke. Wherever the dense smoke went, it devoured everything. Fang Yuan used it as a test. He brought over an immemorial yearbeast. It could not resist as it growled while being overwhelmed by the dense smoke, vanishing without a trace. Gather. The Dragonman clone willed. The dream path smoke shrunk back into Dragon Palace like a python returning to its cave. Everything that it had engulfed also naturally went into Dragon Palace. This was the dream path killer move that Fang Yuan had personally witnessed in his previous life. Back then, Dragon Palace produced dense smoke that corroded heaven overseeing tower. Even though it had turned phantom, it was still hit. One skill to dominate the world in this current period of time, the Gu Immortal world and even Heavenly Court lacked ways to deal with Dream Path methods. The effectiveness of Dream Path was immediate. But now that Fang Yuan personally used it, he realized that this dreamy light smoke was not a Dream Path offensive killer move as he had thought. It was used for capturing enemies instead. Like earlier, Dragon Palace only used this one move to capture an immemorial year beast that had rank 8 battle strength, suppressing it inside the palace easily. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Gu house. Even though it had the rank 8 Dream Path Immortal Gu Dream token, its roots did not change. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke was meant to assist with Dragon Palace's enslavement, by first capturing the target and trapping them, before enslaving them afterwards. Other than Dreamy Light Smoke, Dragon Palace also had 2 other Dream Path killer moves. One was called Dream Revelation. It had Wisdom Path effect, allowing a Gu Immortal to dream in their sleep and attain revelations. The other was called Dream Within Dream. It was a dream realm that allowed one to construct dream realms within dream realms. Like the time the Dragonman clone explored the dream realm and became Wu Shuai, while Wu Shuai went into another dream to gain dream revelations, this was the power of Dream Within Dream. As for the dream realm that shrouded Dragon Palace earlier, it was the power of Dream Token itself. Fang Yuan considered it for a while. At his current stage, Dreamy Light Smoke had the most practical use. Even though Dream Revelation was profound, it not only consumed immortal essence but also Heaven's will. That was to say, this killer move needed the participation of Heaven's will. In Wu Shuai's case, he held the heavenly fate. Dragonmen were meant to reign supreme. Thus, Heaven's will helped the Dragonmen. It was okay for him to use this move. He would receive the guidance and assistance of the heavenly Tao. But Fang Yuan could not. Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon. He was suppressed and targeted by Heaven's will. All along, he had been enemies with Heaven's will. He had a killer move called Heaven's Will Dissipation. It was specially used to eliminate Heaven's will. How could he expect Heaven's will to help him? As for Dream Within Dream, this killer move targeted dream realms instead of living beings. After activating it, it could form a deeper layer of dream realm within a dream realm. What use was that? It allowed one to modify dream realms. Wu Shuai used this to modify Dragon Palace's dream realm back then, creating a dream within a dream. When Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone explored it, he faced this type of dream constantly. Undeniably, this made the dream realm much more complex. It became easier for the explorer to lose themselves and succumb to the dream realm. What use did Fang Yuan have for it? In the short period of time, Fang Yuan's thoughts were on dream realm explorations. He could modify these dream realms to create a dream within a dream. These dreams within dreams were created by Fang Yuan. They belonged to him. In that case, he could construct a safe zone in the dream realm so that he could recuperate or recover in it. But the most important thing was Dream Token Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was similar to the Soul Beast token that Fang Yuan had. The former was a Dream Path Gu worm that had Enslavement Path ability, while the latter was a Soul Path Gu worm with similar Enslavement Path ability. Fang Yuan had already learned of the exact use of this rank 8 Dream Token Immortal Gu from the Dragon Spirit. Back then, Duke Long wanted to unleash Dragonman extermination. Wu Shuai was not safe from it. But after a lot of hard work and experimentation, he had some gains. He could delay his death. Using his final bit of time, he activated Dream Token Immortal Gu. He expended not just all of his rank 8 immortal essence, but also his emotions, memories, and wills. After he made his arrangements, he became extremely thin. Only a bit of his soul was left. In the end, he sat on his dragon throne. Because of the huge expenditure earlier, he died after a while. In the end, he sacrificed even himself. He contributed everything he had. Thus, currently speaking, the price of activating Dream Token Immortal Gu was huge. Wu Shuai was not killed by Dragonman extermination. He died from using Dream Token. Fong Yuan evaluated secretly. He was an enslavement path Gu Immortal at the peak of rank 8. He sacrificed himself to activate Dream Token and created this Dream Token Dream Realm. In the current era, the blessed land that Dragon Palace was hiding in got destroyed. It left and went into the bottom of the sea, subduing Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and the other dragon generals. Even though it gained 4 rank 8 battle strength experts, the foundation of the Dream Realm fell greatly, so when the Dragonman clone explored it, Dragon Palace's Dream Realm showed traces of weakness in some areas. The most obvious being Wind Cloud Manor and Black Heaven Temple. These 2 sects were part of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They were not sects that had existed a million years ago during Red Lotus era. The Dream Realm could not display them properly. It had to rely on the Dragonman clone's memories. This was a flaw. It indicated that the Dream Realm was already at its limit during that time. This means to say, by sacrificing a peak rank 8 Gu Immortal like Wu Shuai, I can enslave 4 rank 8s and 1 rank 7. If this was the Dragon Palace Dream Realm in its complete form, the Dragonman clone would likely still get modified even if he used Unravel Dream. Thus, he had to thank the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals for using up a lot of the Dream Realm's power. If Dream Token was used alone, the user would die from using it because this Immortal Gu uses all of the Gu Immortal's foundation to create a Dream Realm. The size and power of the Dream Realm would depend on the situation and which Gu Immortal was used to create the Dream Realm. Of course, rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence. They could not use Dream Token Immortal Gu in the first place. And rank 8 Gu Immortals could not be forced to do it. They had to do it out of their own will. That means each activation of Dream Token Immortal Gu would expend 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal? This price was huge. Fong Yuan was not willing to try it. But in the future, when my Dream Path attainment level rises, I can use Dream Token Immortal Gu as the core to create corresponding killer moves to limit Dream Token, to prevent it from draining the Gu Immortal entirely so as to create restricted Dream Realms. But it's not very useful. Fong Yuan thought about it. Dream Token Immortal Gu alone was not very useful to him. Even if he had killer moves to create Dream Realms in the future that would not kill the Gu Immortal using it, Fong Yuan would still need to expend his own foundation, Immortal Essence, and Soul Foundation, but most importantly, his true meaning would also be converted and expended. This meant that Fong Yuan's attainment levels would fall. Without true meaning, the Dream Realm would just be a weak illusion. Precisely because Dream Realms contain true meaning, emotions could be used to trap a person in the Dream Realm. If the Gu Master succeeds in exploration and ignores the interferences of emotions, they would gain true meaning and raise their attainment levels. But in the future, when Dream Realms become common everywhere, I can spend some attainment level to create a trap and plot against crucial people. I can turn them into my subordinates. My enemies will be caught unguarded. Dream Token, Dreamy Light Smoke, Dream Within Dream, Dream Revelation. These were his Dream Path gains. For Fong Yuan, not all of them were practical, but they did cause his Dream Path abilities to skyrocket several times. In particular, these killer moves were part of the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, making it very convenient for Fong Yuan to use them at will without much practice at all. Other than Dream Path, he had great gains in other areas too. The most obvious were the 4 dragon generals that included Zhang Yin and Granny Rong. Fong Yuan was happy to gain new rank 8 battle strength experts. For in fact, the accumulation of Wu Shuai and his Dragonman race was all kept in Dragon Palace for the future. They were all now Fong Yuan's possession. These legacies were mostly contents related to enslavement path. But the most valuable ones were relating to the Qian Kuan Crystal Wall, Censure Peak, and Army Ant. Wu Shuai suppressed and enslaved Calligraphy Pavilion Lady back then. He gained her Immortal Gu House Calligraphy Pavilion. Wu Shuai found that the reason Calligraphy Pavilion was so strong was because there were many Qian Kuan crystal wall fragments stored inside. The Qian Kuan crystal wall was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was recorded within the legends of Rin, but it had always been in a state of fragmentation. Calligraphy Pavilion's Qian Kuan crystal wall fragments were just a portion of the original. The value of Censure Peak, to make a comparison, was similar to the incomplete Refinement Sea. The white-haired Lang Yalan spirit wanted to create the secluded domain of heaven and earth Refinement Sea. He paid a huge cost but did not succeed. Censure Peak was already completed, yet it could only be considered on the level of an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was inferior to Refinement C in essence. Army Ant was the true inheritance of green antiseptic. After Wu Shuai inherited it, he made good use of it. It was his main offensive method back then. As long as they grew to a certain number, they would have terrifying might. One would be able to fight a group of rank 8 Gu Immortals alone. And finally there was Dragon Palace itself, the Dragon Spirit and Enslavement Path attainment level. After the Dragon Man clone passed the Dream Realm, his Enslavement Path attainment level rose directly to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. Back then, Wu Shuai's Enslavement Path attainment level was merely one level away from Supreme Grandmaster. Even though he had the bonus of a Dragonman's latent Enslavement Path talent, his aptitude was truly terrifying. Throughout history, there were countless heroes and geniuses that ascended the stage of fame. In the long river of history, there were countless shining stars that had their own dazzling light. Even though there were 10 venerables standing above them with unparalleled power, they did not lose their own unique colors. The gains were immense. Fang Yuan had basically inherited the legacy of the entire Dragonman race. To process these gains, he would need countless years. Fang Yuan was a little helpless. He had limited time. He could only choose to utilize those that were helpful to him. Army Ant was not going to be practiced now. This method was just icing on the cake. Fang Yuan already had the battle strength to fight an entire group of rank 8s alone. Furthermore, building an ant army from scratch would require an immense amount of resources. Qian Kuan Crystal Wall and Censure Peak were foundations of information path. Fang Yuan lacked methods in this aspect. Earlier, he made Li Xiao by enter profound literature grotto heaven for this purpose as well. What made Fang Yuan feel slight regret was that Dragon Palace lacked Dream Path defensive methods. If it had any, in the current world where Dream Path was too advanced for the era, it would be even more powerful and useful than Winter Coat and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But thinking about the previous life, Fang Yuan could accept this fact. If Dragon Palace had such Dream Path defensive methods, it would not have been invaded by Duke Long inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The long hair refinement path formation made a loud noise as a large amount of white lychee immortal essence was instilled. A huge flame that soared to the sky appeared. Within the raging flames, the Dragonman clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was expressionless, as if he had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, his body was beginning to melt away, resembling iron which had just begun to melt into liquid. This was naturally a painful thing, but the Dragonman clone's soul had left the body in advance. It was standing beside Langya Land Spirit now. Fang Yuan's main body personally controlled the refinement path formation while Langya Land Spirit, Sixth Hair, and the rest assisted him. Fang Yuan mobilized almost all of his refinement path manpower here. He was giving it his all. As the flames burned, the flesh and skin of the Dragonman clone gradually swelled and blistered, and soon he was completely disfigured. It looked like colloids or bubbles that were about to pop completely. Be careful and hold steady. I'll leave this to you, Langya Land Spirit. Fang Yuan himself presided over the situation while giving out instructions. Langya Land Spirit nodded. Fang Yuan did not need to completely scorch and melt the Dragonman clone. If he did so, it would be tantamount to killing him. What Fang Yuan needed was this current condition, where the Dragonman clone had reached the limit of what he could bear, but was only on the verge of destruction. To maintain this state, the Gu Immortal had to manipulate the intense flames while paying close attention to the Dragonman clone's condition. Fang Yuan passed this job to Langya Land Spirit. He had already turned into the white-haired land spirit who was stable and calm. He had deep refinement path experience that Fang Yuan could not compare to. This was the step that could not accept any careless mistakes. Fang Yuan was assured with Langya Land Spirit handling it. Next, Fang Yuan started to activate the refinement path formation as traces of lightning gathered. These lightning sparks were pitch black and thick like chopsticks. They crackled continuously. The lightning sparks entered the raging flames like they were entering empty space. They were completely unaffected by the flames. Under Fang Yuan's control, the lightning sparks stabbed into the Dragonman clone's body, piercing through the lumps of blood and flesh, attaching themselves to the soft skeleton. The pitch-black lightning sparks fixed the skeleton in place as they slowly moved out, taking one of the Dragonman clone's arm bones out along with them. The arm bone was not heat-resistant, It started to show signs of melting, but at this time, Sixth Hair, who was already prepared, activated the refinement path formation and sent out waves of bubbles. Fang Yuan quickly tossed the arm bone into the bubbles. The bubbles surrounded the arm bone and quickly flew up, getting out of the top of the raging flame. Hairy Man Gu Immortals were already waiting there. They prepared a pool of lightning plasma. The arm bone was put into the lightning plasma and got refined continuously. This was the first step. The second step, another Hairy Man Gu Immortal took over, placing the arm bone in a green current to wash it. The third step, others took charge. The arm bone was baked, washed, and cleaned. It shrunk greatly and got buried in a pile of soil made from pale white bone. Next, the refinement path formation used the power of time path to accelerate the time of the bone soil. The bone soil continued to be absorbed by the arm bone as it got smaller in size. The arm bone only absorbed half of the soil before it stopped. It was taken out. 3 steps were still waiting. This was an arm bone, while the Dragonman clone had a total of more than 3,000 bones in his body. They were all going to be processed similarly. And this was just the bones, the Dragonman clone's flesh, blood, brain, organs, fingernails, and hair. They all needed to be refined. This was an extremely tedious job. Fang Yuan alone had too low efficiency. That was why he mobilized all of his refinement path experts. Thankfully, even though the refinement of the Dragonman clone was tedious, it was not hard. The biggest difficulty was that attention was needed at all times to maintain the Dragonman clone's condition. Lang Yalan Spirit was in charge of this, so Fang Yuan felt assured. Following this process, after 3 days and nights in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the long hair refinement path formation finally stopped. His bones were put back, his hair, blood, flesh, fingernails, organs, and brain were all refined properly. He was now immune to the Dragonman extermination killer move. Back when Duke Long created the Dragonman lifespan extension method, he used the profundity of transformation path, chi path, and human path, but Fang Yuan did not lack expertise in these 3 aspects now. Furthermore, Fang Yuan's refinement path foundation was something Duke Long could never match up to, and with his wisdom path ability, if given enough time, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to break the killer move Dragonman extermination. There were no killer moves that could not be broken. It was just that a gradual process was necessary. A long time was needed to continuously attempt trial and error. After gaining Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan obtained the research results of the Dragonman experiments. It helped him greatly. In fact, Wu Shuai was very close to success back then. Even though he did not truly break Dragonman extermination killer move, he had conceptualized many ideas. He just lacked time to experiment on them. During the final period before Dragonman extermination, the Dragonman Gu Immortals cooperated with Wu Shuai. They placed their immortal apertures in Central Continent as test locations. They tried all these methods respectively. They were spreading the seeds of hope. The Dragonman blessed land that Fang Zheng encountered was one of them. Of course, it was not from the first batch of blessed lands. The Dragonman Gu Immortals that appeared in the blessed lands had placed their own immortal apertures, taking the place of the previous generation each time. Fang Yuan did not know how many generations had gone by. He did not care either. But he used this precious information to deduce which was the most likely plan to succeed from all of the methods that Wu Shuai had conceptualized. Information regarding the matters involving Fang Zhang was obtained by Fang Yuan after Shen Songshang gave him the results of his soul search. Shen Songshang did not know how precious this information was. He was basically handing Fang Yuan the solution. Fang Yuan had the ability and clues to finally modify the Dragonman race. From this day onwards, the Dragonman clone would be completely immune to the killer move Dragonman extermination. Of course, that was only Duke Long's Dragonman extermination. If Fang Yuan created one himself, the Dragonman clone would still be affected by it. After all, Fang Yuan had personally created the new Dragonman clone. He knew everything about it. At this point, his work was not done. Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone's soul had adapted to the original Dragonman body, thus it was also under the influence of Duke Long's Dragonman extermination killer move. Therefore, he had to modify the Dragonman clone's soul next. There was no need to use the refinement path formation for this. Fang Yuan had a vast number of soul path methods. Dealing with the soul was much easier than the body. Coincidentally, the Dragonman clone's soul foundation needed to be improved anyway, So Fong Yuan temporarily put the Dragonman clone in the soul, expending myriad guts formation to cultivate. Soul Foundation was the foundation of enslavement path. Currently, Dragon Palace had enslaved the 4 dragon generals. It was the limit. To enslave more living beings, the Dragon Palace Lord would need to sustain it with their soul. Noting this, Fong Yuan started to understand why the dragon spirit acknowledged by Ning Bing in the previous life. It must have been an emergency back then. Dragon Palace needed by Ning Bing's soul to split the burden and enslave evil Dragon D, Zhangsheng. The dragon spirit can control Dragon Palace to begin with. It is similar to heavenly spirits and land spirits. It can acknowledge a master and exist indefinitely. Of course, one needs to have Dragonman identity and the aspiration to develop the Dragonman race in order to gain the dragon spirit's acceptance. Thinking so, Fong Yuan smiled. Developing the Dragonman race was not impossible. Fong Yuan had already started to raise variant humans on a large scale. One was to comprehend human path, another was to manage the immortal aperture, and finally to try and obtain the variant human inheritances. Whether he would develop Dragonmen or not, was there a difference to him? No. Of course, Fong Yuan was going to raise his new Dragonman race. He would definitely not develop the old Dragonman race. Therefore, in a way, Fong Yuan was now the ancestor of the new Dragonman race. Heavenly Court cared about race, it was their basis. But Fong Yuan did not care. So what if Dragonmen reigned supreme? Fong Yuan did not care about that at all. His only goal was eternal life. If developing the Dragonman race could help him achieve this goal, then he would do it. If they obstructed him in the future, he would eliminate them. It was so simple. If becoming a Dragonman meant he could achieve eternal life, Fong Yuan would immediately abandon his human identity and change sides. Even if countless people took pride in their human status. The Dragonman clone lacked a name? He would be called Wu Shuai then. Fong Yuan was completely fine with that. The Dragonman clone started to cultivate and modify his soul. The Time Path clone was still using the light of wisdom to make endless deductions. The Dream Path clone was still waiting. Fong Yuan originally wanted Dragon Palace to help the Dream Path clone with his tribulation, but after obtaining it, he realized Dragon Palace had no Dream Path defensive killer moves. This made Fong Yuan's plan flop. If there were to be a Dream Path tribulation, how would Fong Yuan defend against it? Even Reverse Flow Protection Seal would be useless at that time. There was a way, which was to use Dream Token Immortal Goo as the core to deduce a usable Dream Path killer move. But this move had to be rank 8. Fong Yuan had Wisdom Path attainment, but his Dream Path attainment level had not even reached Master. This was troublesome. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Fong Yuan thought about it and decided to defer this. He was not going to give Heaven's Will a chance to plot against him. Eastern Sea. Shin Clan Headquarters, Purple Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. Shin Clan First Supreme Elder Shin Song Shing said with enthusiasm, Senior Chi Si, this is the 6th sound tea from my Shin Clan, please enjoy. Fong Yuan nodded as he looked at the cup in front of him. 6 sound tea was the signature tea of Shin Clan. It was incredibly famous in the 5 regions. It was superior compared to Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Docks Dragon Shadow tea, Southern Border Qiao Clan's Bewitching tea, and Fong Clan's 7-leaf Fragrant tea. 6 sound tea was not drunk in just one cup. It was a set of 6 teacups. These 6 cups of tea had very specific details when it came to the brewing process, temperature, cup used, sequence of drinking, and exact way to drink. Fong Yuan first held the first cup. This tea was crystal clear. It was like the sky devoid of clouds, extremely pure and intact. Autumn would sound. Fong Yuan thought to himself as he savored the tea. The moment he drank it, he felt refreshed as his mind became clear. It was pure and cleansed. It was as if he had turned into a carefree flying bird, or a cool breeze, moving casually in the autumn skies. After a moment, Fong Yuan drank the second cup of tea. Cloud flow sound. This tea had a special texture. It was soft as cotton, unlike normal tea. It melted when it entered the mouth, turning into a slightly cold stream of water that flowed down his throat. It was drunk in one mouthful without doubt. After the tea went into his stomach, faint fog started to appear on his tongue, throat, and intestines. This dense tea fog filled his body and even permeated to his internal organs. Good tea. After savoring it for a while, Fong Yuan went on to the third cup. This tea was called River Mournful Cry. The tea was held in a long cup. The tea inside was not calm. There were slight ripples in it. This looked like a miniature river. Fang Yuan poured the tea into his mouth as he felt an incredibly profound feeling. He forgot about himself. He felt like a river that had gone through countless twists and turns. After much turmoil, he entered Eastern Sea in the end. Autumn wood sound, cloud flow sound, river mournful cry, jade harp, phoenix cry, hibiscus laughter. These 6 cups were excellent tea if drank on their own. But the most amazing thing was that they were interlinked. After Fang Yuan drank all 6 of them, he felt dazed as an incredibly indescribable feeling engulfed his 5 senses. He was deeply entranced. By the time he came back to his senses, 2 hours had passed. Good tea. Fang Yuan praised extensively after the experience. Even though I live in seclusion, I have heard of the 6 sound tea's reputation. Today I have truly experienced it for myself. It lives up to its name. Seeing that Fang Yuan was satisfied, Shen Clan's first supreme elder, Shen Songsheng, became incredibly happy as he laughed. Getting Senior Qi Si's praise was worth the 3 days and nights of preparation by my clan's Gu Immortals. 6 sound tea was made of immortal materials. Only Gu refinement experts among Gu Immortals could make it. To refine an entire set of the 6 sound tea, Shen Songsheng even had to be involved himself. This tea had different levels of ingredients that could be used. Since Shen Songsheng was refining it, he used the top-grade ingredients, expending a large amount of rank 8 immortal materials. Rank 8 immortal materials were expensive. Using them to refine Gu was normal, but he was using them for tea now. After Fang Yuan drank it, there was nothing left. This was truly a luxury, but it showed how enthusiastic Shen Songsheng was about hosting Fang Yuan. After drinking the tea, Shen Songsheng invited Fang Yuan to tour this purple rosewood myriad sparrow island. This island itself was a giant resource point. The island was not made of soil or rock. It was an immemorial desolate plant, sea-suppressing purple rosewood. The purple rosewood was rooted at the bottom of the sea. Its crown grew above the water. The branches intertwined into this island. Countless species lived on this island. They were mostly sparrows. When these sparrows cry, the branches of the purple rosewood would shake and emit wonderful sounds. These sounds would spread far and wide, calming the surrounding seas. The sea here was calm and tranquil like a mirror. There was no wind in the sky at all. This was the reason for the sea-suppressing purple rosewood's name. Shen Songsheng warmly attended to Fang Yuan for 2 whole days. He personally accompanied him the entire time, while sometimes also inviting a few of the female Shen clan immortals to serve Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan talked to him very harmoniously. Before leaving, Shen Songsheng presented gifts to him with both hands. These gifts were very valuable. Not only were there a large amount of immortal materials, there were even 2 stalks of ancient desolate plant sea-suppressing purple rosewood. Shen Clan's sea-suppressing purple rosewood was an immemorial desolate plant. It could only produce a special branch every 800 years. Grafting these branches would allow one to grow an ancient-level sea-suppressing purple rosewood. Even though the sea-suppressing purple rosewood had many branches, the rest of its branches could not be grafted for this purpose. These 2 stalks of sea-suppressing purple rosewood were not just ancient desolate plants, they were 2 large-sized resource points. In order to befriend Qi-Si ancestor, Shen Songsheng invested a lot, much more than Song Qi Yuan. Before coming to Shen Clan, Fang Yuan already went to Song Clan and received Song Qi Yuan's welcome and hospitality. After these 2 trips, my reputation should have spread in Eastern Sea. No, it should have spread in all 5 regions. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fang Yuan's Qi-Si ancestor identity was destined to be renowned in the world. This was decided the moment he fought toe-to-toe against Duke Long. Next, I will wait for the reactions of Eastern Sea's other super forces. They will all invite me to visit them. Fang Yuan planned. It seems that for this period of time, his main body was going to attend banquets everywhere. This was what Fang Yuan wanted. Eastern Sea was rich with resources, but it lacked a unified voice. It did not have a leader that had great aspirations or foresight. In the 500 years of his previous life, Eastern Sea was suppressed by the other regions. In this life, even though Eastern Sea mobilized several rank 8s to act together, they only went after Dragon Palace. They did not have thoughts of attacking Heavenly Court or Emperor City. Eastern Sea was not like Southern Border, which had Wu Clan. It had the formidable character Wu Yong. It was not like northern plains which had longevity heaven. And it was not like central continent which had heavenly court. Eastern Sea was quite like Western Desert, but Western Desert Gu Immortals were used to working together. Their resources were also much poorer compared to Eastern Sea. In Fang Yuan's memories, Eastern Sea had never done anything outstanding. Even though Eastern Sea's super forces had deep foundations, while their lone immortals were also much richer than those in the other 4 regions. But they were too disunited. What if a strong leader appeared? What if they had a unified voice? A person like Qi Si ancestor who cultivated Qi Path. He had no conflict with Eastern Sea's super forces or even most of the Gu Immortals in terms of resources. He even had battle strength on the level of Duke Long. This was his greatest foundation in intimidating the rest. Could Qi Si ancestor successfully become the leader of Eastern Sea? Of course, Fang Yuan did not expect Eastern Sea's super forces to listen and obey his arrangements. That was not realistic. But to become the alliance leader in name, it was possible. Weren't Shin Songshin and Song Qi Yuan thinking about this? They wanted to make sure Qi Si ancestor stayed with Eastern Sea. In the future when war starts, they would be able to gain his protection. But they did not know that Fang Yuan wanted this too. Even if he was just an alliance leader in name, and could not interfere in the super force's internal affairs, as long as he could influence Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world, Fang Yuan's goal would be achieved. Don't forget that 4 rank 8 lone immortals of Eastern Sea, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong and the others, were already Dragon Palace's dragon generals. With their support and Fang Yuan's status as the alliance leader, he would exert great influence. Forget about the rest. Just during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when Heavenly Court tries to repair Fate Gu, Fang Yuan could lead Eastern Sea and use its power in an appropriate setting. Eastern Sea's rank 8s wanted to gain Fang Yuan's favor. Not only were they hospitable, they even gave him expensive gifts. Even during normal times, Qi Si ancestors' battle strength and stance would already make them want to win him over. Now, with the earth trenches emerging and the 5 regions merging into one, it was even more necessary. Dragon Palace dived into the sea and descended until it reached the bottom of the sea. This sea area seemed very ordinary, but after Dragon Palace waited for a while, the Dragonman clone's voice resounded from within. Dragon Palace has arrived. Where's Gu tribe? His voice spread out and reverberated in the depths of the sea. The Dragonman clone waited patiently. After some time, the scenery in the sea changed as an entrance opened, showing a blessed land that was hidden inside. A rank 8 Gu Immortal walked out and looked at Dragon Palace with an alert gaze that had traces of excitement in it. He cupped his fist. I am the 39,767th Gu tribe leader. Who is the current owner of Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone walked out. I am Wu Shuai. The expression of Gu tribes shook. He asked, what relationship do you have with Fang Yuan? The Dragonman clone laughed heartily. Mutual cooperation without Fang Yuan's help? How could I have revived? Gu tribe's leader nodded. He was not surprised. News of Duke Long, Fang Yuan, as well as the fight between Qi Si ancestor and Duke Long had already spread far and wide. The Dragonman clone had a solemn expression. The world is changing rapidly. The crucial moment is arriving. Gu tribe leader. Will your tribe still uphold our agreement from 1,000,000 years ago? Gu tribe's leader smiled. He did not reply immediately. We need to discuss this matter deeply. Senior Wu Shuai, please come in. Saying so, he gave way. The Dragonman clone first entered Dragon Palace, before flying into the Blessed Land while inside this immortal Gu house. The Blessed Land was Gu tribe's headquarters. It was outsider territory and Gu tribe's leader had rank 8 cultivation level. It was much safer to be vigilant in this situation. Once he entered the Blessed Land, he saw a vast area. This Blessed Land was huge. It was larger than some grotto heavens. Within the Blessed Land, he could see various types of immortal materials around. Most were extinct in the current era already. Fang Yuan's clone gained quite a bit of insight. Even though this Blessed Land's foundation cannot compare to Langya Blessed Land, it is not far off. Dragonan clone Wu Shuai thought. Among the Blessed Lands that Fang Yuan had seen, Langya Blessed Land had the deepest foundation, followed by Imperial Court Blessed Land. This current one was the third. Gu Tribe Blessed Land. Development of over 1,000,000 years. The generations of Gu Tribe leaders had at least rank 7 cultivation level. Most were rank 8. With such an expert defending it, this Blessed Land's calamities and tribulations were not a threat. Furthermore, Gu tribe does not consist of humans. It receives the help of heaven's will. Even if there are calamities and tribulations, they would not be very strong. Wu Shuai thought to himself. The way of heaven was to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It emphasized on balance. Currently humans were the overlords of the world, and all the variant human forces were forced to live pitifully in some corners of the world. Thus, any variant human group would receive the help of heaven's will. Senior Wu Shuai, please come with me, Gu tribe's leader said politely while leading the way. Dragonman clone Wu Shuai followed closely. After flying for some time, the two landed in a dense forest. In this primordial forest, there was a huge tribe that had over 10,000 people. The ones living in this tribe were all beastmen. Indeed, this Gu tribe was a beastman tribe. According to human historical records, beastmen were extinct, but the truth was, heaven left them a chance of survival. A lineage of beastman bloodline had survived and lived until today, isolated from the world. Wu Shuai received a warm welcome from the entire tribe. Soon, the banquet was ready. Gu tribe's leader invited Wu Shuai to take a seat. Wu Shuai walked out of Dragon Palace. He was accompanied by 2 dragon generals as his bodyguards. Gu tribe leader's pupils shrank a little as he laughed loudly. His attitude was even more enthusiastic than before. Wu Shuai only exposed half of his dragon generals, but each of them had rank 8 cultivation level like Gu tribe's leader. Within this beastman-blessed land, other than Gu tribe's leader, there were no other rank 8 existences. Because of his dream realm explorations, Fang Yuan's clone had a great understanding of this beastman tribe. After talking for some time, Wu Shuai gained a clearer understanding of Gu tribe. Gu tribe's leader also dispelled the suspicions in his heart after this conversation. This beastman tribe consisted mostly of fish head and human body members. Their cheeks had gills, their ears were fins, and they had spiky fins on their backs. Other than that, some had frog legs, some had seabird wings, some carried turtle shells, and some had a ring of green seaweed on their heads. These beastmen originally lived in the sea. Back then, the beastman race went from domineering to weak. They were wiped out on the mainland. Only this small group living in the sea were spared. Because the beastman race became weak while humans dominated the world, this group of beastmen had to recuperate in the sea. They did not dare to take any actions. But their enmity with humans had never been forgotten. Almost every generation's Gu tribe leader had such intentions. They wanted to create internal conflict in humans and allow themselves a chance to rise up. In history, the real Wu Shuai met his generation's Gu tribe leader, and it was because of their alignments that he helped Wu Shuai become an immortal. They went after fate Gu together. He was a formidable person. In order to deal with Dragonman extermination, Wu Shuai talked with Gu tribe's leader. They came up with an alliance agreement of both races. Earlier at the door of the Blessed Land, Fang Yuan's clone and this generation's Gu tribe leader conversed. They were talking about this agreement. This was the arrangement left by the real Wu Shuai. He had prepared it to lead the Dragonman race to prosperity. Now that Fang Yuan inherited Dragon Palace, he naturally wanted to make use of this arrangement. Gu tribe had developed under the sea for so many years. While Gu tribe's leader was a rank 8 expert, with their deep foundation, Fang Yuan wanted to make good use of their strength, gathering more strength to deal with Heavenly Court. This was something Fang Yuan wanted to do. While Fang Yuan's Wu Shuai clone and Gu tribe's leader were conversing happily, in Western Desert, Yang Zihe and Zhang Yin had succeeded. Rumble. With an intense sound, Yang Zihe finished his last attack. Taking a look, the prosperous oasis here had turned into rubble. Nothing was left. This was a large resource point of Fang clan. It was destroyed without any possibility of recovery now. We should go. This is the 3rd place we destroyed. According to Master's orders, we can return already. Let's inspect first, and see if we left any clues behind. The 2 dragon generals inspected carefully. They left after making sure nothing was left behind. Fang clan went into a commotion. Losing 3 large resource points in one day, Fang clan's losses were not small at all. Dong clan was also shocked, because in the rubble there were some words written and left behind. Dong Luchun was here. Dong Luchun was the first supreme elder of Dong clan. Earlier, Fang clan had taken revenge on him, using a theft path Immortal Gu house to destroy one of Dong clan's oasis resource points. After hearing the news, Dong Luchen's face turned dark as he scolded. These shameless people, the so-called righteous path, they dare to frame me and actually used such a terrible method. If I find the culprit, I will not let them off. Dong Luchen did not suspect Fang Yuan, of course. His suspicions were on the super forces besides Fang Clan and Dong Clan. This was an obvious plot to sow discord. If Fang Clan fell for it and started to retaliate against Dong Clan, those Western Desert superclans were the first ones to benefit. Dong Luchan could not sit and wait. He quickly sent a letter to Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder, Fang Gong. Fang Clan had the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Fang Di Chong. They would not fall for such a plot. After thinking about it, Fang Di Chong asked Fang Gong to send Dong Luchan a letter and work together to find the real culprit. This was a great move. After Dong Luchan received the letter, he realized it was a little troublesome. He knew that Fang Clan was trying to rope in Dong Clan and make them allies on the same side. But Dong Luchan was not stupid. Dong Clan and Fang Clan shared borders. When Fang Clan gets stronger in the future, they would first eat into Dong Clan's territory and benefits. But if he did not try to find the culprit, would it imply that he had a guilty conscience? Dong Luchan thought about it for a while. He decided to head to the crime scene and try to find the culprit with Fang Clan's Gu Immortals. They would obviously not be able to find the truth. Since Fang Yuan sent 2 dragon generals to deal with this matter, he definitely had ways to divert them away from the truth. Thus, Fang Clan and Dong Clan got their answer. It pointed to the other forces near them. But Fang Clan and Dong Clan were calm. They did not go to question the others. They only remembered this in their hearts. Both of them were very restrained. Dong Luchan memorized these few clans. He did not want to expose them. He needed them to deal with Fang Clan after all. And Fang Clan, in order to maintain stability, would not resist these super forces openly. After all, it was all alone, while Divine Bean Palace was still far from being refined. Second Supreme Elder, the situation is getting more dangerous. Can you really unravel Divine Bean Palace alone? Isn't it too tiring? That Swan Bujin is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Maybe he can help you and do some of the work for you. Fang Gong suggested to Fang Di Chong. In his opinion, Swanbu Jin had participated in the battle over Divine Bean Palace. He had entered it before. Now that he was Fang Clan's external Supreme Elder, he was one of them and was trustworthy. Fang Di Chong thought about it but could not make up his mind. In the end he sighed, "Let me think about it." Southern border. In Xia Clan's headquarters, Xia Cha was also sighing. She had been released by Fang Yuan. Even though she had her body and soul, her immortal aperture was taken by Fang Yuan and annexed by his sovereign immortal aperture. Xia Cha was no longer a rank 8 Gu immortal, she was immortal. Even though she was still the first supreme elder of Xia Clan in name, Xia Cha felt like the status was a joke. "I am a cripple now. Even if I was rank 8 in the past, so what? Fang Yuan, you have amazing methods. If I can ever take revenge for this immense hatred, I will tear off your skin, pull out your tendons, and grind your bones till they turn to dust." Thinking so, Xia Cha sighed again. She knew herself that this hope of revenge was too slim. Good news, Lady Xia Cha." At this moment, Xia Clan's third supreme elder came running excitedly. "What good news?" Xia Cha frowned as she looked at him. Xia Clan's third supreme elder handed Xia Cha an information path Mortal Gu. This was the letter that Demon Fang Yuan sent over using Treasure Yellow Heaven. Xia Cha laughed coldly. "This demon is devious and greedy. Not only did he capture us, he separated our bodies and souls, extorting us time and again. He truly deserves death. Right now, Fang Yuan does not have much to extort us already. I do not need to read this letter. It is merely a new idea from Fang Yuan to extort our southern border righteous path." Xia Cha shook her head continuously. Xia Clan's third supreme elder nodded. "Lady Xia Cha is right. Fang Yuan's intentions are obvious. He has been buying Luck Path Immortal materials recently. He seems to be refining many Luck Path Immortal Gu. But this time his offer is truly..." "What? He is offering Immortal Gu? Or does he want to exchange Gu for Gu?" Xia Cha frowned before waving her hand. "You do not need my agreement for this matter. Let second supreme elder handle it. If it is an Immortal Gu beneficial to our clan, let's exchange for it." This time, Fang Yuan is offering Immortal Gu. Humph, wanting to exchange immortal goo for immortal goo or immortal materials. Wishful thinking. Xia Clan's third supreme elder smiled. Lady Xia Cha, you should look at this first. Xia Cha received the information path goo worm as she looked and sneered at it. Has Fang Yuan gone insane? He wants to get so many immortal materials with just one mortal goo. I want to see what goo this is. Xia Cha saw the crucial information in the letter. Her expression changed abruptly. She quickly stood up and said in an unquestionable tone, I must have mortal goo, we need to get it regardless of the price. Fang Yuan wants luck path immortal materials? Give them all to him. Southern border. Ba Clan Mansion Mountain. Ba Shirba carefully held a rank 1 mortal goo as he stared without blinking. He was deeply concentrating. This is second aperture goo? He observed carefully. This goo worm looked like a beetle with 2 sharp ends and a fat midsection. It was the size of a young man's fist. It was like blue jade and felt soft and cool to the touch. There was a golden eye on its plump back. The golden eye flashed with lightning, seemingly having a mind of its own. To exchange for this goo worm, Ba Clan had used up almost all of the luck path immortal materials that it had in its inventory. Fang Yuan was extorting them, but Ba Shirba had to accept it. Even though this was a tiny rank 1 goo, it gave him the courage and hope to continue living in this world. Second aperture goo was very easy to use. It did not require primeval essence or immortal essence. By just dripping one's blood onto the goo and feeding it until it was full, it would self-detonate and take effect. After second aperture goo self-detonated, it created a tiny aperture in Ba Shirba's body. This was a rank 1 aperture, the lowest rank of cultivation. But Ba Shirba's eyes turned red after seeing this. He was so excited his body started shaking intensely. Even if that demon Fang Yuan extorts us, I needed to buy this. With this aperture, I can cultivate again. From rank 1 to 5, I can use relic goo. After rank 6, I can have the help of goo immortals in the clan to undergo tribulations. But to reach the foundation and achievements of my first immortal aperture, it would be too hard. Thinking of this, Ba Shirba gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan captured and soul-searched him, even taking his first aperture away. Even if he gave a second aperture goo, this was another form of extortion. For Ba Shirba, who originally had rank 8 cultivation level, it was a great humiliation. Fang Yuan, just you wait, one day, I will take revenge for this humiliation. I will return you 100-fold the pain that you have caused on me. You will get to enjoy this feeling yourself. Ba Shirba had a ruthless expression. He had not been having a good time these last days. He was still the first supreme elder of Ba Clan, but after getting captured by Fang Yuan, not only did his reputation fall, he was also turned into a cripple now. Compared to Xia Cha, Ba Shirba was in a worse state, because during the time he got captured, Ba Clan gained a new rank 8 goo immortal. Bada. After Bada became a rank 8 goo immortal, he immediately became the second supreme elder and led the affairs of Ba Clan. Ba Shirba's authority was taken away. Thankfully, I have this second aperture goo now. I have ample cultivation experience. I have gone through tens of tribulations. It will be easy to become an immortal again. I am certain of it. I need to use my time well and quickly become a goo immortal again. After all, my influence will become smaller over time. I need to use the rest of my influence well and try to help my cultivation process to make it as smooth as possible. Ba Shirba had his own plans. He already prepared enough relic goo. Immediately, he used them all, quickly becoming a rank 1 peak stage goo master. But at this point, no matter how Ba Shirba attacked his aperture walls, it remained motionless. What is happening? My cultivation level is stuck. This second aperture has issues. Ba Shirba became furious and shocked after checking it. He felt like he was deceived. He had bought a fake product with a huge price. He quickly called the goo immortals who were close to him and asked them to contact Fang Yuan to ask what was this situation about. Fang Yuan was researching on Primordial Origin's true inheritance. His expression shifted slightly into a smile as cold light flashed in his eyes. It seems that they have discovered the problem already. However, he was prepared for this. He quickly responded. Ba Shirba heard his response and broke his favorite teacup in anger. Demon, you are going too far. It turned out that Fang Yuan had only mentioned his second aperture goo could awaken a second aperture. It did not say that there was a restriction on cultivation advancement. To mislead the southern border immortals, Fang Yuan described his own feelings and experiences when he first used second aperture goo. Ba Ba foolishly thought that this second aperture goo would allow him to rapidly become a goo immortal again. Over on Xia Cha's end, a wisdom path goo immortal noticed this problem. Fang Yuan thus told Xia Cha that the second aperture goo was originally an immortal goo. He had modified it into a series of goo from rank 1 to 6. Rank 1 second aperture goo could allow one to have rank 1 cultivation level. The others from rank 2 to 5 followed the same logic. Xia Cha immediately wanted to buy the rank 6 second aperture goo, but Fang Yuan's response made her speechless. I am only selling rank 1 second aperture goo. It seems that Ba is in a worse state compared to Xia Cha. Fang Yuan smiled. He could see the anxiety in Ba's heart from just this small incident. This means that Bada has become a rank 8 already, even though Ba clan is keeping quiet about it. This is a good thing. The southern border immortals had an immense grudge with Fang Yuan, but they shared the same common enemy, Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court wanted to repair Fate Goo. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had already seen the attitude of southern border's righteous path. Thus, Fang Yuan returned the bodies and souls of the southern border immortals. Even though he annexed their immortal apertures, he gave them second aperture goo as well. His motive was to ensure that the southern border immortals had some level of battle strength remaining, sufficient to find trouble with Heavenly Court. After experiencing so many things, through hurdles and difficulties, Fang Yuan finally managed to live through the great pressure of Heavenly Court. He now had deep foundation and many subordinates. He was able to interfere in the politics of the 5 regions. He could secretly use many methods to form a huge plan that would encircle Heavenly Court. Unconsciously, he had already grown from a pawn to a chess player. Fang Yuan, I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Ba looked at the letter as his body shook in deep anger. He finally understood Fang Yuan's goal. Fang Yuan refined a set of second aperture goo. If Ba wanted to regain his cultivation level from rank 1 to 2 to 3, he would need to use an entire set until rank 6 second aperture goo to gain a proper immortal aperture and finally rise back to rank 8 cultivation level. That was to say, if Ba wanted to regain his former glory, he would need to be extorted by Fang Yuan 6 times. Ba cursed and threw a few more items around before he slowly calmed down. Looking at the messy study room, he pondered for a moment before laughing loudly. Oh Ba, how can you behave like this? You had lost in the first place and got captured. It was already immense fortune that you survived. How can you still act so worried over losses and gains? So what if I cannot regain my cultivation? So what? As long as I work hard enough, I will have no regrets even in death. He muttered. It seemed like he was rationalizing with himself. After saying that, his body relaxed. He felt his mind clearing up. He could also see at a greater height, a scene that he could not observe when he was still a rank 8 in the past. This was the scenery of human life. He had completely calmed down, a smile showing at the corner of his lips. Fang Yuan, you demon, you are truly formidable. I fell for it once again. The hatred in his heart did not go away, but Ba started to smile and face reality. He no longer acted like before. At this moment, even though he did not have high cultivation level, he was much more carefree and composed than the time when he was a rank 8. I don't have much of a choice now. I need to accept his extortion. After all, becoming an immortal is the most important matter now. Ba felt clarity in his heart. The clan could be relied on, but only for some time. His influence and favors that were accumulated from the past would slowly dwindle with the passing of time. Especially when a new rank 8 goo immortal appeared in the clan. He needed to act quickly. Rotten soil blood powder, treasure flower in the earth. Jade bone turned into petals, ice muscles into stalks, and golden relic into the heart of the flower. A bright stellar fire, gather ice and snow into plains. Yang cloud burns with elixir fire below and Een cloud scatter sand like gold above. Add beast phantoms in the middle until lightning crackles, creating beast strength placenta, and start collecting apertures. This was the goo recipe of his second aperture goo. Fang Yuan had obtained it from 3 Kings' blessed land. The former part was the same as the original. Fang Yuan did not modify anything, but the latter part was completely changed. It could not be recognized from before. Fang Yuan modified this goo recipe from the rank 6 immortal goo recipe to a series of goo Fang Yuan had Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster and Human Path Grandmaster attainment level. He even had the Light of Wisdom helping him. It was not hard to make this deduction. With this set of goo worms, I can extort them all the way. If there is no chance for extortion, I will create my own opportunities. In fact, this method can be used in Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Plains as well. As for Central Continent's goo immortals, I'd rather just kill them instead. Fang Yuan was an unscrupulous merchant with no sympathy. Mortal level second aperture goo had an extremely low cost of production. It did not need lifespan goo or immortal materials. It needed more human apertures instead. Human apertures were simply goo master apertures. Fang Yuan simply captured some human goo masters to use as goo materials. It was easy and cheap. But he sold them to the southern border immortals at an extremely high price. He earns hundreds or even thousands of times the profit. And these southern border immortals treated second aperture goo as their life-saving rope, the only hope in their lives. No matter what price Fang Yuan asked, they would accept it without resistance. Of course, Fang Yuan had considered their bottom line and also the overall situation of resisting Central Continent in the future. Success? Lord Fang Yuan. We refined another luck path immortal goo. The Hairy Man goo immortals transmitted good news again. Very good, keep up the good work. Fang Yuan praised casually. This extortion of the southern border immortals was very successful because of second aperture goo. Many of the clans handed over their precious luck path immortal materials. With them, Fang Yuan ordered the Hairy Man goo immortals to start refining luck path immortal goo without restraint. The price of refining immortal goo was high. His luck path immortal materials dwindled in numbers, but his gains were immense. These last days, several luck path immortal goo were refined, becoming Fang Yuan's possession. Heavenly Court. Damn, I failed again. Yuan Chongdu had an ashen expression. Looking at the pile of ashes in front of him, he had an ugly expression. During this period of time, he simply could not believe this was reality. First, he tried to refine fixed space goo. He failed. Recently, he tried refining several luck path goo worm. He failed, and failed. My methods are not wrong. The process was smooth too, but immortal goo are unique. Many of these immortal goo exist already. I cannot refine them. Sigh, if only I can find out which immortal goo are already in existence. That would be great. Fang Yuan's tactic of refining the luck path immortal goo first made Heavenly Court suffer great losses. This was a hidden showdown. Whoever had the initiative would reap the greatest benefits. Even though Heavenly Court had a deep foundation and bottomless inventory, Fang Yuan made use of Southern Border's righteous path and firmly suppressed Heavenly Court in this regard. Unless Fang Yuan stopped now, Yuan Chongdu would continue to fail. He would not have many gains. Coo-coo-coo-ey. Sounds of the strange birds resounded in the sky. The size of the bird group was huge. It looked like a gigantic dark cloud that approached Mountain Cliff City. Within Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Mountain Cliff City was one of the 10 most special cities. This city was built at the top of a cliff at its highest point. The people and social behavior here were all quite special. Fat, but birds are coming. Quick, prepare for defense. Everyone, don't panic, our combat beast envoys have not arrived yet. At this moment, Mountain Cliff City was filled with voices and extreme vigilance. The Fat But Bird group made shriek noises as they flew towards the top of Mountain Cliff City. They had a crown on their heads, their bodies were covered in messy feathers, their bodies were fat, they had especially large butts. Within the bird group, there was a bird king that was twice the size of an ordinary fat butt bird. It flew on top of Mountain Cliff City as it looked down. Its butt moved with force as it squeezed. A lump of bird shit fell down immediately. This bird shit was smelly and dark. It was huge, about the size of a hut, falling from the sky. Swoosh! Boom! The bird shit fell with increasing speed. There was a sharp sound as it crashed down, destroying a segment of the city walls. Fortunately, there were not many people around. Few got injured. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The Bird King's attack started the offensive streak of the bird group. Lumps of bird shit started to fall from the sky, crashing on Mountain Cliff City. At once, it was as if the sky started to rain heavily. But this rain contained peculiar raindrops. They were oversized bird shit. A large number of houses collapsed as they got crushed. The walkway, gardens, fountains, and even the city lord statue at the center of the city got mercilessly covered in bird shit. After the first wave of attacks, the Bird King flapped its wings and rose into the air with its army. There were a huge number of them. They circled around before returning and approaching Mountain Cliff City again. Combat Beast Envoys, attack! At this moment, the leader of the troops defending Mountain Cliff City shouted loudly as he led the way, flying into the sky and facing these fat but birds in battle. A large number of Combat Beast Envoys followed. At once, humans and birds engaged in a huge aerial battle. Little Eagle, let's go fight too. Do you dare or not? Youngster Jean Boudou had already sneaked out of the city lord's manor. He spoke to the arrowtail eagle on his shoulder. The arrowtail eagle screeched as arrogance flashed on its cute and young face. It flapped its wings and pecked Jean Boudou's face lightly, as if it was angry at its master's belittling attitude. Since you are not afraid, let me go with you. Jean Boudou smiled. He seemed like an innocent youngster but was actually Feng Yuan's clone. He had been taken in as a disciple of Mountain Cliff City Lord. He had spent a lot of time with the young eagle. He had a good grasp of its nature. With just a little provocation now, the young arrowtail eagle burst out with battle intent. Come, little arrowtail eagle! Jean Boudou shouted loudly. The young arrowtail eagle screeched as it flapped its wings. It shot towards the sky like an arrow before flying back towards Jean Boudou. Jean Boudou shouted again. Combat Beast Envoy, transform! He activated his goo worm as his body shined with dazzling azure light. The young arrowtail eagle slammed onto his body and fused with the human-shaped light figure. At the next moment, the human-shaped light figure went through rapid collision and changed form. As the azure light faded, Jean Boudou grew to a 3-meter-tall giant with an eagle head and human body. He had azure wings on his back. His arms and legs had turned into yellow bird claws. Jean Boudou flapped his wings intensely as wild winds blew. He soared into the sky and entered the battlefield. Look, it's little Do he sneaked out to join the battle after all. This child. A middle-aged beauty looked at Little Do's flying figure with worry. She was the daughter-in-law of Mountain Cliff City Lord. She had one son, but he had died when he was still a child. After Mountain Cliff City Lord took Jean Boudou in as his disciple, he quickly became a member of this family. The middle-aged beauty made him her godson and placed all the love she had for her deceased child onto Jean Boudou. Beside her was a middle-aged man. He only had his upper body left. His lower part was cleanly cut off. But his face was still lively. He was quite spirited. He looked at Jean Boudou as he praised after a while. Ha ha ha. This kid's fighting ability is getting higher. As expected of the person who received my teaching. Father, you took in a good disciple. He is your godson too. The old Mountain Cliff City Lord stroked his beard as he said happily. He had originally adopted Jean Boudou through a coincidence. Because the young arrowtail eagle had treated Jean Boudou as its family, he could not separate them. But after teaching him well, Mountain Cliff City Lord found that Jean Boudou was actually a raw talent. The more he taught him, the more he shined. Jean Boudou displayed great comprehension ability. He also worked very hard. Mountain Cliff City Lord was very satisfied. And even more satisfying was that Jean Boudou had a helpful nature. He was brave and kind-hearted. He was like the sunlight which could penetrate into people's hearts. Be careful. In the sky, Jean Boudou shouted as he raised his speed. He slashed with his right claw, shooting out a wind blade. The azure wind blade was like a curved blade that directly slaughtered the fat but bird that chased after him. Thank you, Little Do. The combat beast envoy who was saved was a guard of Mountain Cliff City. At this moment, he had a complex feeling. Because normally, he looked down on Little Do. He laughed at his weak strength. He had only gained the arrowtail eagle's recognition because he was lucky. But now it seemed like Jean Boudou's combat ability far exceeded him, even saving him without minding their past conflict. Don't worry about it. We are all people of Mountain Cliff City. Jean Boudou opened his beak as he spoke human words. After hearing his words, the combat beast envoy felt even more complex than before. Quickly regroup. Fight the fat but bird group and protect the city, Jean Boudou urged. Okay. The combat beast envoy nodded seriously as he joined the intense battle again. Mountain Cliff City Lord watched this scene as his evaluation of Jean Boudou rose again. This child. The middle-aged beauty eased her frown. I will deal with him when he comes back. Ha ha ha. The wheelchair-bound middle-aged man laughed cheerfully. Mountain Cliff City Lord nodded lightly. He did not say anything. After this battle, everyone's impression of me will improve again. Jean Boudou was very calm. He analyzed the situation. The combat beast envoy he saved was very grateful to him. But the truth was, Jean Boudou was very grateful towards him as well. Without someone like him, how could it display my superior character? After gaining the Arrowtail Eagle's recognition, his status rose immensely as he became the disciple of Mountain Cliff City Lord. This made a lot of people envious. Fang Yuan made use of everyone's mentality as he chose a seemingly vicious enemy who was actually harmless to him. After he purposely met with the enemy by coincidence, they went into a verbal brawl. Afterwards, Fang Yuan intensified this conflict and even got beaten by his enemy in a public area. Afterwards, he went home with bruises and spoke to Mountain Cliff City Lord, asking to intensify his training without explaining the reason. That way, Mountain Cliff City Lord would be able to interpret it himself. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted to use this enemy to raise his own reputation. But with this fat but bird calamity, he had an even better chance. Once the chance appeared, Fang Yuan's clone immediately used the chance to save his enemy under everyone's supervision. After entering this place, my luck has always been good, even though the descending bird egg had expended a lot of my luck. It seems that the main body's luck path attainment is getting deeper and more profound. He can provide me with a lot of help. After the intense battle, the fat but birds lost. Jean Boudou's performance was very eye-catching. He was almost about to kill the Bird King when Mountain Cliff City Lord transmitted his voice and stopped him. After the battle, Jean Boudou purposely went to ask Mountain Cliff City Lord, showing his confusion. "Grandfather, why didn't you let me kill that vicious Bird King? Without it, our Mountain Cliff City Lord will not face such a calamity anymore." Little do Mountain Cliff City Lord patted Fang Yuan's clone's tiny head. He said with joy, "Even if you kill the Bird King, they would choose a new one. Then why didn't grandfather deal with them personally?" "With your strength, you can wipe out the bird group," Fang Yuan asked innocently. Mountain Cliff City Lord smiled again. "That is because the bird feces are a good thing. It can make our soil fertile. It can help the wheat grow more healthily. In fact, many caravans want to trade goods for our bird feces." "Is that so? The smelly bird shit is a treasure." Fang Yuan's clone was deeply surprised. Looking at him, Mountain Cliff City Lord laughed heartily. "Oh little do, grandfather taught you not to judge a book by its cover. You must not just look at the appearance of the things in this world." "I understand now. I will remember grandfather's words deeply." Fang Yuan's clone nodded solemnly. Good boy." Mountain Cliff City Lord smiled again. He thought to himself, "Other than that, there are other reasons of course. But you are still young and innocent, my disciple. It is still too early for you to learn about those reasons." After saying goodbye to Mountain Cliff City Lord, Fang Yuan left the City Lord's manor. The City Lord manor was huge and tall. It was a city within a city. Fang Yuan could see the entire city from this altitude. Within the city, the people were already starting to rebuild and recuperate. The mortals stopped hiding. They came out of their bunkers and caves. This fat but bird calamity did not just give Fang Yuan's clone a huge amount of reputation, he even gained a deeper understanding of this world. The fat but bird king is a mutated beast king. It has rank 5 Gu Master battle strength. I am just a rank 1 Gu Master, but with the Arrowtail Eagle's power, after fusing with it, I could almost kill it. Battle strength is too easily obtained inside this grotto heaven. Thus, the traditional Gu Master cultivation cannot prosper. But if this Gu Master cultivation way flourished, this city would not just be made of simple rocks and mud. It would have dozens of Gu houses as defensive towers. The fat but bird calamity would not have caused such losses. However, there are great merits in keeping the calamity around. Mountain Cliff City is located at the top of a cliff. It is surrounded by hard mountain rocks. Bird feces are needed to fertilize the land so that farming can take place efficiently. The bird feces are also a huge resource that can attract merchant caravans to come from afar, engaging in trading. Mountain Cliff City can use this test to recruit more talents. Giving the city some external pressure will also promote unity. These city inhabitants will also place their faith in the ruler. The killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation affects the entire grotto heaven. Goo Masters can use the killer move's power to transform in here. The process would require them to expend their positive emotions. Thus, combat beast envoys are usually people with rich positive emotions. But this does not mean that the people here are innocent. The higher-ups still possess crafty scheming abilities and methods. Fang Yuan thought about this as he went to the outer city. Ah, Lord Zhanbudu, young master Zhanbudu, hello, young master. Young master fought heroically, all of us watched it from here. Along the way, Fang Yuan was well received with everyone's greetings. He opened his mouth and scratched his head. He smiled in an embarrassed manner, revealing his white teeth. Hi everyone, don't call me young master or lord, just call me little do. Here, uncle, let me help you. Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he walked forward to an old man, snatching his shovel away. Uncle, take a break, let me help you dig the feces up. Fang Yuan said. Oh, little do, you came to help me again. You are such a good child, you are a good child. The old man was so moved his eyes turned red. Even though combat beast envoys had rich positive emotions, strength often changed people. Many people would mind their own statuses who would act like Fang Yuan, even though he was the Mountain Cliff City Lord's disciple. He came to the mortal area and had no fear of getting tired or dirty. He helped these mortals with his own strength. Fang Yuan worked as he thought. Looking at the time, my main body is about to take action. My progress alone will not reach my goals in the short time. I need the main body to unleash a beast calamity while I cooperate with him. The main body's beast calamity will not be a tiny problem like the fat butt birds. While the city people praised Fang Yuan immensely, they had no idea that he was plotting a devious and vicious scheme that would harm the entire grotto heaven right now. The water of the river of time flowed slowly, emitting beautiful lights of various colors. Compared to the river of time, this river water was not wide or deep. It was just a tributary. This was Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's tributary of the River of Time. Because of it, time could flow in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It was not a still and motionless world. A figure suddenly appeared. He had a pale face that resembled jade. He had a divine and unparalleled appearance. His nose bridge was tall and his eyes were dark like the abyss. His long hair extended to his waist, resembling a black waterfall. It was Fang Yuan's main body. Let's do it here. Fang Yuan looked at this tributary of the River of Time. He waved his hand. Suddenly, 12 balls of light shot out. The balls of light landed in the tributary of the River of Time, turning into 12 immemorial year beasts. These 12 immemorial year beasts had different forms. They were the rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, money, chicken, dog and pig. Among them, the immemorial year rat, ox and dog were the most powerful and outstanding. Back then, when Fang Yuan fought against Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals in the River of Time, he had used myriad year flying warship to defeat them. But towards the end, these 3 immemorial year beasts came to fight Fang Yuan. The immemorial year ox crashed into myriad year flying warship and damaged it. The immemorial year dog's bite crushed the sides of the vessel, while the immemorial year rat directly went inside and took away year's flow like water. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had prepared for this and created a fake year's flow like water as bait. The immemorial year rat was deceived and took away the bait. It attracted a lot of attention and helped Fang Yuan's myriad year flying warship to escape from danger. After the matter, Fang Yuan recovered and went back into the River of Time using myriad year flying warship. He went to find these immemorial year beasts. After some effort, he finally subdued them all. As a result, Fang Yuan finally collected all 12 immemorial year beasts. While cultivating, Fang Yuan used this foundation to assemble his 12 zodiac battle formation. Right now, I have not practiced 12 zodiac battle formation enough to fight against Heavenly Court, but against Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, it is more than sufficient. Fang Yuan had a plan in his mind. The 12 zodiac battle formation was an ancient battle formation. It was not the same as the current era's Gu formations. And because Fang Yuan's main body was not inside controlling it, there was a great difficulty in trying to manipulate this ancient battle formation. It was still effective against Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's inhabitants, but against Heavenly Court's experts, it would expose too many flaws. They would not be threatened by it. Immemorial year beasts roared as the 12 zodiac battle formation activated. 12 lumps of piercing light formed into 12 golden pillars that stabbed into the bottom of the river. while extending up towards the sky. The pillars were tightly connected together. Golden radiance burst out as the 12 golden pillars vanished. Only a dense golden fog remained. It shrouded over the tributary of the river of time. It was so thick one could not see anything inside. Swish, swish, swish. The golden fog influenced the tributary of the river of time, causing the river water to move quicker and quicker. The 12 zodiac battle formation was an offensive battle formation, but Feng Yuan was a quasi-supreme in time path. When he activated it, he could break free from the limitations of the battle formation, creating a profound change to influence the time flow in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven itself. This influence was naturally very severe. At this moment, the Qilin heavenly spirit should have noticed it. Feng Yuan smiled as he waved his sleeves, opening his immortal aperture's entrance and letting out a large number of year beasts. Among these year beasts, there were desolate beasts and also ancient desolate beasts. The year beasts growled and roared. They charged out of the golden fog as they invaded Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Any time path Gu Immortal attacking a Grotto Heaven or Blessed Land would have a different route that other paths could not use. That was the tributary of the River of Time. As a time path quasi-supreme, he naturally had such a method. Feng Yuan was a huge demon of the current era. Once he acted, he caused an overwhelming influence on the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's Qilin heavenly spirit was shook awake. Oh no! The tributary of the River of Time has been altered. There is a time path great expert forcefully modifying the time flow of this Grotto Heaven. We need to stop them. The cultivators in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven went on another cultivation way and did not know the outside world. They thought that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was the entire world. They could not even connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. But the Qilin heavenly spirit was born from the obsession of Beast Calamity Immortal. It was not restricted by this. The Qilin heavenly spirit had a lot of knowledge. After Feng Yuan made his move, it immediately sensed that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was in an incredibly dangerous state. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's rate of time was raised several times by Feng Yuan. This meant that calamities and tribulations would descend very rapidly. Even though Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had the protection of myriad beings' assimilation transformation, it could not endure the non-stop occurrence of the calamities and tribulations. The Qilin heavenly spirit did not show up, but it had control of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It had many ways to hint the Gu cultivators of this place. Furthermore, Feng Yuan purposely wanted them to notice him. He sent a large number of year beasts that left the tributary of the River of Time, showing up everywhere in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. A mighty tribulation instantly formed. It caught all of the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven unguarded. Because of the year beast's destruction, a lot of areas suffered great losses, lives were lost, the entire Grotto Heaven was in a state of chaos and commotion. Mountain Cliff City was implicated as well. As a Gu immortal, Mountain Cliff City Lord was also mobilized to fight. To settle this tribulation, we need to deal with the source. After I leave, Mountain Cliff City will be in your hands. Mountain Cliff City Lord instructed. His subordinates in the city quickly nodded as they showed solemn expressions. Without Mountain Cliff City Lord here, they lacked confidence. Master, don't worry, I am here. Jean Boudou shouted loudly. His innocent face was filled with fighting spirit. This made everyone chuckle. The future belongs to you, my disciple. Mountain Cliff City Lord patted the shoulder of Feng Yuan's clone as he turned to leave. Feng Yuan watched the old man leave as he thought. The main body attacked and set a formation in the tributary of the River of Time. After Mountain Cliff City Lord arrives, he will be trapped within the formation awaiting my rescue. The stage has been set, all it needs is a protagonist, me. Time passed rapidly, months went by in an instant. Yearbeasts continued to spread out, but Feng Yuan's main body controlled the source. He prevented this calamity from spreading to the core area of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. As the sole superforce in the Grotto Heaven, the Combat Beast Guild started to deploy young Gu masters. Jean Boudou was among them. He was brought to a valley with a group of similarly aged Gu masters. This was an entrance that the Qilin heavenly spirit had secretly created. It could allow one to enter or leave the tributary of the River of Time. The guild master was the current generation combat beast king. He was a thin old man speaking to these youngsters about the situation personally. We found out from our investigation that the golden fog in this river has many peculiar traits. The younger and stronger an individual is, the easier they can enter or leave. Right now, most of the combat beast warriors are trapped inside the golden fog. You need to save them and bring them out. This was naturally the arrangement of Fang Yuan. His purpose was to ensure that his clone would be chosen for this mission. Jean Boudou had already reached rank 2. His cultivation level was outstanding. Furthermore, he had the future desolate beast, Arrowtail Eagle, along with Jean Boudou's own determination and desire to save his master. He wanted to go even if his life would be sacrificed. His incredible acting made everyone believe it was the truth. He gained huge prestige. We will be relying on all of you. Even though you are all young, the world is in great danger. We need your strength to deal with this crisis. You will be the saviors of the world, the combat beast king proclaimed as he stirred the fighting spirits and enthusiasm of the youngsters. Jean Boudou rolled his eyes in his head, but he had the most enthusiastic performance. He was overflowing with fighting spirit as he became the first to rush into the tributary of the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time had spreading golden fog. Gu masters could step inside like they were stepping on land. There were wild beasts in here. The strongest were mutated beasts. There were no desolate beasts. Of course, for these youngsters, they were a huge obstacle already. The combat beast warriors who came in earlier were all suppressed. Their bodies were shrouded in golden fog as they became golden statues that could not move with ease. Meanwhile, the first batch of warriors who entered the golden fog were all stiff like statues. They could not move at all. Jean Boudou went in and started killing mutated beasts, saving his comrades. He acted as a leader and was incredibly outstanding. As Gu immortals got saved one by one, Jean Boudou became the benefactor of them all. To think that I would be saved by a young combat beast envoy one day. Many Gu immortals sighed with similar thoughts. Thank you, young lad. If you face trouble in the future, come look for me in Sacred Eagle City. This eagle warrior was killed by Fang Yuan in the previous life. To think that Fang Yuan's clone would save him this time. My master is Mountain Cliff City Lord. Did anyone see him? Jean Boudou asked whenever he saved someone, even though he knew where Mountain Cliff City Lord was kept by his main body. Little Du is such a great child. He had never given up on saving his master. He is a good child that knows how to repay gratitude. I really envy Mountain Cliff City Lord. He has taken in such a good disciple. Little Du, you cannot go in anymore. This golden fog has an incredibly fast rate of time. Your lifespan will be used up quickly. I am not afraid. I need to save my master. All my achievements today are due to my master's guidance and teaching. Even if I need to give up my life, I will save him. Jean Boudou did not waste any chance to act. He spoke righteously. And this is a good thing too. The faster the time, the faster I cultivate. Look, after just a few days, I am already a rank 3 Gu master. The stronger I become, the more people I can save. I will definitely save my master. Jean Boudou shouted loudly. He made sure many people could hear him. Child, I will not let you sacrifice yourself in vain. This is a lifespan Gu. It can raise your lifespan and supplement your losses. The combat beast king arrived in time. He gave Jean Boudou a lifespan Gu. Jean Boudou pretended to be surprised and joyful. He quickly rejected. Old grandpa, you are so old already. You should use it instead. It can make you live longer. Combat beast king was very happy. He had not chosen the wrong person after all. He told Jean Boudou with a joyful tone. Good child. Good child. I have more here. You need this lifespan Gu now to maintain a youthful state. Otherwise you cannot get inside the golden fog. Ah, I almost forgot. No wonder I felt like it was getting harder to enter the golden fog. Jean Boudou realized at once he was quite troubled. After a tough decision, he nodded as he took the lifespan Gu and used it. Fang Yuan's clone was the greatest contributor in this situation. Most of the combat beast warriors were saved by him. The combat beast king definitely wanted to ensure his safety. Naturally, he did not know that this was all Fang Yuan's scheme. Fang Yuan's clone had a great excuse to gain a huge boost in strength. Soon, he rose to rank 5 cultivation level under everyone's view. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, tributary of the River of Time. Fang Yuan's clone Zhan Budu went into the golden fog time and time again, saving the Gu immortals who were trapped inside. Each time, he had to undergo tough battles, he had to face many fierce beasts, he was covered in injuries as a result of his hard work. The youngsters who came with him slowly accepted his leadership, because the battle results showed that Zhan Budu's decision-making was very wise. There are 3 beast groups this time from the southeast, north, and southwest. They are encircling you. Fang Yuan's main body transmitted. Oh, okay. I will lead them to break out then. Also, get rid of the white-robed youngster beside me. Fang Yuan's clone Zhan Budu responded. Sure. Fang Yuan's main body stood at the densest part of the golden fog. He was lying down casually, with a relaxed expression. He willed as the Year Beast army charged out, towards the group that his clone was in. Most of his attention was placed on Primordial Origin's true inheritance. During the battle in Eastern Sea over Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan not only obtained Dragon Palace, he also obtained a Primordial Origin true inheritance after deceiving Duke Long. This Primordial Origin true inheritance segment only contained the first half, but even so, Fang Yuan praised it with deep admiration. From just this half of the true inheritance, he understood the style of the remote antiquity era. Chi path had been grand and incredibly powerful. He also learned about the talent of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He was truly extraordinary. As expected of a Venerable, he could not be looked at using common sense. The content of this true inheritance is still very applicable even in today's context. Of course, after so many years, Chi path has developed a lot of new styles. The unlimited Chi C killer move that I possess is the greatest proof. This part of Primordial Origin's Chi Path True Inheritance mainly talked about the killer move Chi Wall. Initially, Duke Long did not want to hand it over, but Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. Chi Wall was the signature method of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It was renowned in history. Almost everyone knew about it. Duke Long wanted a truce with Chi Si ancestor. Seeing Fang Yuan's firm attitude, he gritted his teeth and handed it over. Using this Chi Wall killer move, I will gain a deeper understanding of Heavenly Court's Chi Wall. I will try to be able to break it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. In the previous life, Heavenly Court's Chi Wall was a huge problem to Longevity Heaven. If Fang Yuan could unravel this move, it would be a huge blow to Heavenly Court. But evidently, this would be a tough mission. After all, it was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's arrangement. The only good thing was that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable created this Chi Wall killer move back then. It had lasted until today. It was outdated already. This was likely Fang Yuan's chance of unraveling it. Of course, it would not be surprising if he failed. It was still the same logic. There were no invincible immortal Gu, only invincible Gu immortals. There was no perfect or invincible killer move. Every killer move could be unraveled and broken, but the same killer move would have vastly different effects in the hands of different Gu immortals. It was a huge uncertainty whether Fang Yuan could unravel the Chi Wall killer move that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had personally used. Or maybe Duke Long noticed this himself. That was why he gave details of the killer move Chi Wall to Fang Yuan without much concern. At the same time, this half of the true inheritance is a huge bait to lure me into joining Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan sneered. If there was really a Chi Si ancestor who lived in seclusion in Eastern Sea, upon seeing this temptation, he might not be able to control himself. As a rank 8 secluded cultivator for so long, Chi Si ancestor naturally had no interest in political authority. At the same time he cultivated Chi Path, it had been declining for so long. Heavenly Court solely held the most valuable Chi Path true inheritance in the world. But the truth was that Chi Si ancestor was only one of Fang Yuan's disguises. If Duke Long knew that he was helping his enemy now, who knew how he would feel? The timing is about right. Fang Yuan researched this Chi Path true inheritance as he left some attention on the 12 Zodiac battle formation. After this bit of time, he had already worked with Zhan Budu to perform another show for everyone. Several of the youngsters around Zhan Budu were sacrificed and died in battle. These people were an obstacle to him. Fang Yuan had gotten rid of them in advance for his future plans. Zhan Budu saved a Gu immortal and returned again. There were only 2 combat beast warriors left in the Golden Fog. One of them was Mountain Cliff City Lord. After Zhan Budu saves Mountain Cliff City Lord, Fang Yuan would recall his 12 Zodiac battle formation. Things had to be done in sequence, Fang Yuan had already reached his current goal in nurturing the clone. Other than an increase in cultivation level, Zhan Bu also grew his network a lot, having relationships with many experts. After this battle, almost all of the Gu immortals in this beast Calamity Grotto Heaven were indebted to him. This was not just an ordinary favor they owed him, it was the favor of saving their lives. In the outside world, Gu immortals might not want to repay such favors. But here, any combat beast warrior would be filled with deep positive emotions. All of them were people who would follow the rule that a droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. Zhan Bu would not lack resources henceforth, his future was bright. But he would not act like these people owed him, he would be even more polite and courteous, he would not mind small losses and would perfectly display his exemplary personality and graciousness. Fang Yuan could originally kill them all, but these combat beast warriors were all spared. In the previous life, he attacked Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven openly and killed many combat beast warriors. This time around, he changed his plan. He wanted to annex it using another plan. He wanted to preserve Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's value to the highest level. The Gu immortals in this Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven should all be taken in as my subordinates. This will greatly increase the strength of my forces. During the period of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, if I send them to battle, there should be effective results. Of course, their fighting style is too simple. They can catch an enemy off guard, but once their methods are seen through, these Gu immortals would suffer huge losses. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's Gu masters took a shortcut because strength was obtained too easily. They did not have many methods. This was not the traditional Gu cultivation. Like how Fang Yuan assembled a simple 12 zodiac battle formation and toyed around with all of the Gu immortals in this Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Even the combat beast king could not tell the truth. He thought it was the golden fog causing problem. He did not even discover the hidden 12 zodiac battle formation. With just this difference in cultivation method, Fang Yuan could easily suppress them completely. Like in the previous life when Fang Yuan killed Eagle Warrior, he turned into the bull-headed demon god and slaughtered countless people. These combat beast warriors and combat beast king had thought Fang Yuan was a beast calamity. He had many powerful combat techniques. They did not think that he had Gu worms or killer moves, they simply lacked knowledge. Days later, Fang Yuan retracted the 12 zodiac battle formation. The golden fog that shrouded the tributary of the river of time vanished. To prevent the enemy from feeling suspicious, Fang Yuan left a large batch of year beasts behind, making it look like the golden fog's final struggle. After a tough battle, the combat beast guild gained victory. Everyone cheered and celebrated. The Gu immortals were all saved. They began to move around, killing or capturing the powerful year beasts that were scattered all over Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The golden fog vanished, but Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was still affected by Fang Yuan's killer move. Time was moving very quickly. Zhan Bu became the hero and recipient of every Gu immortal's gratitude. The combat beast king even rewarded him on the spoke. He shouted, "Oh little Du, you are truly our little savior. You saved everyone. You saved the entire world indirectly." Zhan Bu quickly waved his hand as he expressed his thanks. He was very polite. From this moment on, the title of Little Savior became the symbol of Zhan Bu next. He would wait for the next fortuitous encounter to become a Gu immortal. After that, he would accept the test openly and become the inheritor of Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Fang Yuan's main body left the tributary of the River of Time. He used heaven form to inspect profound literature Grotto Heaven. As Fang Yuan's clone, Li Xiaobai did not have as much progress as Zhan Bu, but his life was still quite good. Ever since the previous poet recital, Li Xiaobai became the focus of Teacher Zhang's teaching. He gave him many private tuition sessions that were held in secret. Li Xiaobai gradually displayed great talent and aptitude to Teacher Zhang's surprise. He started to teach him more wholeheartedly. At this rate, I am still far from getting close to profound literature Grotto Heaven's higher-ups. It is a pity. Profound literature Grotto Heaven is different from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The latter is shut and isolated, while the former has a rank 8 Gu immortal. This is also an information path Grotto Heaven. It most excels in collecting information. There isn't much that I can do. At least, I cannot use the tributary of the River of Time. If I use the 12 zodiac battle formation, it would be seen through easily. Fang Yuan decided to wait for Li Xiaobai to develop slowly. He could use the tributary of the River of Time to lead his beast army into profound literature grotto heaven. But that way, he would need to fight against a rank 8 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan had no fear, of course, but it would be hard to win quickly. For profound literature grotto heaven, the losses would also be great when battle ensued. Fang Yuan did not want to see this happen. If attacking forcefully worked, he would have done it long ago. He could not annex profound literature grotto heaven itself, but the information path inheritance and all of the resources inside were things that Fang Yuan wanted. Fang Yuan had 5 clones now. The time path clone was the earliest clone. Its purpose was to make use of the light of wisdom. It was still a rank 6. The Dragonman clone had the highest cultivation level at rank 7. It controlled Dragon Palace and was the strongest among them. He was currently engaging with Gu tribe. He had some surprising gains. After getting help from Fang Yuan, Zhan Budu developed rapidly. Li Xiaobai needed to rely on his own hard work. It was not time to make any move yet. As for Fang Yuan's fake identities, he had even more of them. On this day, Fang clan contacted Fang Yuan. Or more precisely, they were not looking for Gu Yu Fang Yuan, but his disguised identity, Xuan Bujin. Elder Xuan Bujin, we need your help. Assist Second Supreme Elder to try to refine Divine Bean Palace as soon as possible. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He joined Fang clan not just to develop Green Ghost Desert. His other goal was to try to get Divine Bean Palace. This rank 8 Immortal Gu House was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It had great power. Fang Yuan had seen its power himself. I also have Karma Divine Tree with me. This is the crucial trump card in getting this palace. Fang clan headquarters. An Immortal Gu house that was made of green bricks and golden tiles. It was lofty like a mountain. Liveliness mixed in its solemnity, and emitted dense fragrance of plants and trees. The wide and enormous palace hall could be seen through the open door. There were dozens of large pillars in the hall. They were thick and sturdy, glittering with bronze radiance. Carved on the plaque of the palace door were 3 large words, Divine Bean Palace. And around Divine Bean Palace was a crescent-shaped Wisdom Path Gu formation that surrounded half of Divine Bean Palace. This Wisdom Path Gu formation flickered with light blue radiance that shone upon Divine Bean Palace. The blue light was like water that tried its best to seep into Divine Bean Palace but did not attain much effect. After continuing for a while, the Wisdom Path Gu formation stopped and 2 Gu immortals came out from inside. One wore a yellow robe. He was bearded and had an ordinary appearance. He was like a mortal. Right now, his face was pale with sweat covering his forehead. He was Fang clan's second supreme elder, Fang Dichong. The other person was wearing a black robe. He was a skinny middle-aged man with long gray hair and appeared to be proud and arrogant. He was Fang Yuan's disguise, Xuan Bujin. Fang Yuan sighed. This Divine Bean Palace is truly amazing. It feels like a living creature even without anyone controlling it. It is like a gigantic tree while we are like 2 worms using all our efforts to infiltrate it. But we can barely make a dent in Divine Bean Palace. Indeed, Fang Dichong nodded. Even worse is that we destroyed some of this giant tree's branches, but they will regrow not long later. Fang Yuan analyzed. This is indeed Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable style. According to historical records, he was the venerable with the most abundant immortal essence and the highest recovery ability, which is the essence of Wood Path. Second Supreme Elder, we are Wisdom Path Gu immortals. It will be very difficult for us to refine this Wood Path Immortal Gu house. How about we invite 1 or 2 Wood Path great experts to cooperate with us? There will definitely be great results. Fang Dichong smiled bitterly. Brother, do you think I did not try it? Unfortunately, Wood Path is rare in Western Desert. Moreover, news of my clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace has already been exposed. The other superclans are jointly obstructing us in this aspect. Naturally, there is also a force who took the initiative to send Wood Path Gu immortals, brother. Can you guess which force it is? Fang Dichong asked. Fang Yuan's thought moved and replied immediately. It should be Heavenly Court, right? You are right, it is Heavenly Court. Duke Long said he would send Wood Path Gu immortals to retrieve Divine Bean Palace. He guaranteed all our past conflicts will be written off, and also promised countless resources. Fang Dichong smiled coldly. After the Eastern Sea battle, Fang Yuan had an even deeper understanding about Duke Long, so he was not surprised to hear Duke Long willing to compromise. He said, "Heavenly Court is indulging in wishful thinking. They want to use the current situation of Western Desert to make our Fang clan give in. No matter how many resources they give, how could it compare to the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace? As long as we can use this Goo House, we can simply loot resources." Ha ha ha. With a loud laughter, a Goo Immortal walked towards Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang. "Brother Swanbu Jin, you are truly correct. This Goo Immortal was an old man. He was tall and sturdy with long white hair and beard spreading around his head like a lion's mane. He was Fang clan's first supreme elder, Fang Gong." Fang Gong patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said passionately, "Brother, it was hard on you. The moment you arrived, you had to start making deductions in the formation before even getting to rest. I have already arranged a banquet to welcome you." Fang Yuan smiled. "Thank you for the concern, First Supreme Elder. Deciphering Divine Bean Palace has stimulated my excitement and morale. Moreover, I am Fang Clan's external Supreme Elder as well. Helping Fang Clan is helping myself, isn't that so?" His mind, however, was clear. Fang Clan is facing too much pressure, so they finally asked for my help to refine Divine Bean Palace as quickly as possible. Fang Clan's enthusiastic attitude towards me is not strange at all. Looks like I can use this chance to extort them and get some benefits. No doubt about it. Fang Yuan was wicked and calculating. Not only was he conspiring to seize Divine Bean Palace, he was even going to squeeze benefits out of Fang Clan in the process. Fang Clan was quite unlucky to have recruited him. In the previous life, without Fang Yuan's interference, Fang Clan's situation had been good. They resolved their predicament with their own strength, though they did not seem to have refined Divine Bean Palace even by the time of the Refinement Path Convention. The banquet was dignified. Fang Clan truly wanted to get Swan Bu Jin's help. Fang Clan's higher-ups had a warm attitude, and the rank 8 Fang Gong was even more amiable. Fang Yuan promised on the spot to use all his strength to help. Both the hosts and guest were happy. Were Fang Clan to know that this Goo Immortal that they were passionately entertaining was the mastermind behind their problems, they might want to directly skin Fang Yuan alive and pull out his tendons. In the coming days, Fang Yuan followed Fang Dichang and assisted him in refining Divine Bean Palace through the Wisdom Path formation. Divine Bean Palace had never-ending vitality. It could restore itself and also repel the infiltration. If the progress of infiltration was 10 today, it would be reduced to 3 or 4 tomorrow. Every time Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang deduced, they would only stop when their minds were heated and used to the limit. Although I haven't used all my strength, I am displaying the standard of a first-rate rank 7 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. Even with such help, Fang Dichang's progress is slow. There is no need to think about what kind of progress he had without my help. Fang Yuan understood the situation, feeling a trace of pity towards Fang Dichang but also a trace of joy. It was because Fang Dichang used all his strength every time to refine Divine Bean Palace and had no spare energy left that Fang Yuan's scheme against Fang Clan could succeed. If they were to really contest, Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, a level higher than Fang Yuan. Both exhausted their strength every time. Fang Yuan was concealing a portion of his strength, but he also slowly began to feel tired. Fang Dichang was even more so because he was using his full effort with such a desperate and stubborn spirit. Although the refinement of Divine Bean Palace was still very difficult, the progress had accumulated quite a bit. Fang Clan has Wisdom Path and Formation Path attainment. They want to use this to forcibly take over Divine Bean Palace. This is a true forceful refinement. There is naturally hope of success. But the price they have to pay is enormous. Just the immortal essence alone will amount to a huge sum. This might be a lot easier if they get help of Wood Path and Refinement Path. Naturally, if I use all my strength without hiding my attainment, that would be another outcome. But Fang Yuan would not do this. Sensing the time was right, he stopped on a certain day and did not appear in time. Fang Dichang quickly inquired, "Brother, are you injured? Is it serious?" "I have already made appropriate arrangements for the treatment." Fang Yuan coughed. "Thank you, brother, for the concern. I am injured indeed, but it is not serious. I can deal with it myself. It is just that my immortal essence reserves suffered a huge loss. My mind is also tired. The amount of work is too much and too heavy. Who knows when we will be able to completely refine Divine Bean Palace? I feel like I won't be able to persevere on. Fang Di Chang's eyes opened slightly wide. Xuanbu Jin wanted to quit the task. What should they do now? They had made some progress with much difficulty. If they did not persist in it every day, this progress would be lost rapidly. Thinking of Fang Clan's situation as well, Fang Dichang was anxious. Brother. Fang Dichang smiled. Our Fang Clan won't mistreat you, you can rest assured. Fang Yuan said earnestly, Brother, please don't think I am intentionally trying to quit. I am not that kind of person. I believe in Fang Clan and joining Fang Clan is the best proof of it. At the same time, our collaboration had begun long ago. Back then when we fought for Divine Bean Palace, we struck an agreement. I have never forgotten this agreement. Fang Yuan spoke earnestly, and as a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fang Dichang immediately understood the underlying meaning. He laughed. Brother, I understand, ha ha ha. We also have not forgotten about the agreement back then. You helped our Fang Clan to fight for Divine Bean Palace, and according to the agreement, our Fang Clan needs to give an immortal goo, but it has been delayed until now. This is my Fang Clan's mistake. I apologize for this. Tell me which immortal goo you need. I will immediately arrange someone to send it over. Sigh. I don't mean that. Second Supreme Elder, I really didn't mean this, you misunderstood me. Fang Yuan said. Misunderstood? I misunderstood you. Fang Dichang mentally snorted. He had already seen through Xuanbu Jin. This was an ambitious person who would not act without benefits. Back then, when they fought for Divine Bean Palace, he had used the chance to make an offer and took away Great Thief Immortal Goo. He was playing the same trick again. Fang Dichang really wanted to slap this greedy Fang Yuan, but he forcibly restrained himself. There was nothing he could do about this. He needed Xuanbu Jin's help. There was indeed good progress with Xuanbu Jin helping him. Thereupon, Fang Dichang strongly insisted on giving Fang Yuan an immortal goo, but Fang Yuan kept on rejecting him firmly. Fang Dichang felt a bad premonition. Xuanbu Jin definitely had a bigger scheme. After a few rounds of back and forth, Fang Dichang said directly, Brother, just speak your thoughts. Fang Yuan said righteously, Brother, please don't look down on me. I am also a member of Fang Clan. How could I add to Fang Clan's troubles by extorting it in this current situation? Am I, Xuanbu Jin, such a person? I felt that the previous Immortal Goo reward was too big, so I am willing to take a step back. I do not need the reward to be an Immortal Goo. Fang Dichang felt even more uneasy as he heard Fang Yuan continue, If you truly want me to speak, then I will be open with you. Brother, we are on the same side. I also can't hide anything from you. To tell the truth, I have some interest towards thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's Theft Path True Inheritance. I don't need any Theft Path Immortal Goo and only want to take a look at the contents of the True Inheritance. Naturally, brother. If you think this is too much, then forget it. Even Fang Dichang, a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster who had an excellent bearing normally, had a change in his expression as he glared at Fang Yuan and cursed in his head. So your target was my clan's thieving Heaven True Inheritance all along. Such huge guts. Boom. Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong slammed the table and stood up from his chair with flames of fury burning in his eyes. This Xuanbu Jin is really greedy. He actually dared to demand my clan's Theft Path True Inheritance. Who does he think he is? He is only a lone cultivator with rank 7 cultivation. He dares to blackmail my Fang Clan. He deserves to die. We should kill him. Fang Gong was filled with endless fury when he listened to Fang Dichang's report. Fang Dichang had already calmed down. Xuanbu Jin has some skills indeed. Our decision to recruit Xuanbu Jin was to deal with the situation back then. Xuanbu Jin is a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal and is extremely shrewd. He chose this timing to ask for the Theft Path True Inheritance when we cannot refuse him easily. What? Are you really thinking of giving the Theft Path True Inheritance to him? That is thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Fang Gong's eyes were wide open. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. If we don't give it to him, he won't work. What can we do to him? Yes, he is currently in our clan headquarters, and we might be able to get rid of him if we attack together. But what about after killing him? Without his help, it is extremely difficult for me to refine Divine Bean Palace, and it will take way too long. But in the current situation, Fang Clan is facing pressure from everywhere. Even rank 8 Gu Immortals made a move not long ago. This was the task that Fang Yuan sent 2 dragon generals to do. But their actions were clean and their traces were erased. Fang Dichang's energy and attention was mostly focused on Divine Bean Palace, so he was not able to see through this. Everyone in Fang clan believed that this was either the work of Western Desert superclans or some Western Desert demonic immortals with evil intentions. It could even be Heavenly Court. Fang Gong was silent. He was the first Supreme Elder after all. He also began to calm down. With Fang clan's current state, they truly needed Xuan Bujin's help. Once they got control of Divine Bean Palace, they could make a comeback and change this predicament. If Fallen Flower Hall, Inquiry Dock, and Chicken Dog Coop were restored in the future, Fang clan's overall strength would probably surpass almost all the Western Desert Righteous Path superforces. Xuan Bujin was the key for Fang clan to pass the predicament and rise up to the top. He is indeed a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Requesting to quit at such a juncture, this Xuan Bujin has guts and has skills as well. Fang Gong smiled coldly. Fang Dichang knew Fang Gong well and realized from his tone that he had agreed. Naturally, when Fang clan passes this dangerous moment, Fang Gong would definitely put Xuan Bujin in his place and vent this grievance. Fang Dichang smiled. Actually, Xuan Bujin has a sense of propriety. He did not ask for my Wisdom Path inheritance and also did not covet the secrets of our clan's immortal Gu houses. If he had mentioned these requests, we would be in a real dilemma. Fang clan's foundation was not Theft Path. It never was. Theft Path was only a chance gain that Fang clan schemed from an otherworldly demon. Over these years, Fang clan's usage of this thieving heaven true inheritance had already reached the limit. The Theft Path Immortal Gu house they used to retaliate on Dong Luchin was actually an incomplete product. Just this already answered many questions. Fang Dichang laughed. This Xuan Bujin has a deep attainment in Wisdom Path. Moreover, I made quite a lot of progress with his help over these days. Just look at his request. He had a perfect and experienced grasp of the timing. He did not cross the bottom line while achieving the highest benefit for himself. It is not easy to accomplish this. Fang Gong also laughed. You really think highly of this guy. You are actually still praising him. Fang Dichang's eyes shone. Talent is talent. How can I belittle him because of my own bias? If this kind of talent can really work for our clan, it would be an excellent thing. Fang Gong squinted his eyes. It won't be easy to make an audacious guy like Xuan Bujin submit and be loyal to our clan. After a round of discussion, Fang clan agreed to let Fang Yuan browse the thieving heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan obtained the contents of the true inheritance. It was indeed a thieving heaven true inheritance. The essence of it was the killer move Steel Dao. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable was able to create Theft Path because of this killer move. This killer move obviously had huge significance. It was the origin of Theft Path. Fang Yuan was in awe as he looked at it. In this true inheritance, the majesty of Steel Dao was shown completely. Because what it stole was not just lives or objects, but the natural world itself. Any Dao mark in the world could be stolen by it. Besides this, there was something that made Fang Yuan look at it time and again while feeling lingering desire. This was the Theft Path Immortal Gu house recorded in the thieving heaven true inheritance, Thieves' Den. My Theft Path attainment level is Great Grandmaster while none of Fang clan's Gu Immortals have such attainment. So even though Fang clan's superiority lies in constructing immortal Gu houses, they have always been without options to repair Thieves' Den and left it incomplete. Fang Yuan only took a few glances at the relevant contents of Thieves' Den and saw the efforts Fang clan's successive generations had made. They had all tried to repair this immortal Gu house. Although there were many creative thoughts, they did not match Theft Path and they were at most at a superficial level. But if I were to try to repair it, it would be a different case. Fang Yuan was inwardly moved. But asking for the contents of thieving heaven's true inheritance was already the limit. Fang Yuan knew Fang clan was almost about to fall out with him but had forcibly held in the thought. Even though Fang clan outright gave the true inheritance, they had firmly engraved this matter in their minds. If he went a step further and demanded Thieves' Den, that would be excessive and way beyond Fang clan's bottom line. They would never agree. Moreover, a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal like me having so much interest in Theft Path would be questionable. Fang Dichang does not have any doubts because I had worked up to it properly. Previously, I used Great Thief Ghost Hand. Then I used Wisdom Grasp to kill Wan Liang Han. These left an impression on Fang clan. Thus it felt natural to them. But are these all the contents of this thieving heaven true inheritance? Fang Yuan was unable to tell, at least. He was not able to see any unsatisfactory details in this true inheritance. But it was hard to say since Fang clan had the wisdom path great expert Fang Dichong. What if I make a move now and loot them directly? Fang Yuan thought. It was not hard for him to deal with Fang clan with his strength. Fang Gong was strong and was a rare strength path rank 8 Gu Immortal in the present age, but he was still inferior to Duke Long. There was still a gap between his and Fang Yuan's strength. However, Fang Yuan was not confident in defeating him conclusively. Fang Gong had once suppressed Chen Yi and his strength was first-rate even among rank 8s. Also, this was Fang clan's headquarters with multiple arrangements which Fang Yuan was not aware of. The biggest probability was for a huge battle to begin and the whole world to learn of it. At that time, not only would Fang Yuan's identity be exposed, Western Desert Righteous Path super forces would also find the perfect reason help Fang clan to eliminate the demon, to flock over and deal with Fang clan. Moreover, Heavenly Court would not stay idle. They were sure to send Gu Immortals if there were to be such a good opportunity. Fang Yuan thought for a long while before deciding to help Fang Dichong and maintain this situation. This was the best plan which matched with his benefits. Fang Yuan browsed the thieving heaven true inheritance and no longer groaned about tiredness or suffering. He used all his effort to cooperate with Fang Dichong in forcefully refining Divine Bean Palace. At least, from Fang clan's perspective, he was using all his strength. The progress was still difficult, but it accumulated every time and finally quantitative change led to qualitative change. Divine Bean Palace's door opened. Gu Immortals could enter it. This was enormous progress. Everyone in Fang clan was excited. Fang Dichong also laughed in joy. They all saw the rise of Fang clan. However, the following fact was like a basin of cold water that poured down on the feelings of Fang clan's Gu Immortals. No matter how Fang Dichong tried, there was not even a trace of progress in refining Divine Bean Palace. This formed a stark contrast to the previous situation. Looks like from here on, Divine Bean Palace's structure is different from what I previously deduced and it has underwent a complete change. We can only progress by changing the whole wisdom path formation. Fang Dichong said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. But how do we change this wisdom path formation? Previously, we could still probe Divine Bean Palace and gather a lot of information. If we had a wood path great expert to help us, it would be much easier. With just us 2 wisdom paths, we can only make blind guesses. Fang Dichong smiled bitterly. What else can we do other than make guesses? Divine Bean Palace's matter fell into an impasse. Divine Bean Palace was worthy of being Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's creation. The more Fang Dichong and Fang Yuan researched into it, the more they felt its majesty and ingenuity. Fang Dichong racked his brains and thought long and hard, but was still unable to find a good solution. On the contrary, Fang Yuan had many ideas, but he did not mention anything. In this period of time, he did not have any opportunity to use Karma Divine Tree. If he used this move, there would definitely be huge progress. Sitting here in a daze trying to think of a solution is not my way of cultivating. I am going to roam around and relax my mind. Maybe I will gain some inspiration in the process. Fang Yuan made an excuse to take his leave. Fang Dichong and Fang Gong tried to make him stay but could not. And thinking that they would still need Swan Bu Jin's help later, they let Fang Yuan leave. Fang Yuan left Fang clan and entered Green Ghost Desert. But it was actually to explore Dream Realms secretly. He and Chi-Chu Yu had continued their transactions over this period of time, and by using Second Aperture Gu, he continued to extort Southern Border's Righteous Path, asking for wood path-related dream realms. There was no wood path great expert to help them? Who cares? Wouldn't it be okay if I became a wood path great expert myself? Fang Yuan's solution was simple and crude. These wood path dream realms were of no difficulty. Fang Yuan was already the #1 person in the world in terms of experience in exploring dream realms. People like Duke Long could not hold a candle to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's wood path attainment level had always been ordinary. He did not have much contact with it in the 500 years of his previous life. But not long later, he became a Woodpath Master. A few more days passed in the outside world, he became a Woodpath Grandmaster. He had once again finished exploring all the dream realms he had. Fang Yuan began to research Karma Divine Tree and Divine Bean Palace with greater confidence. Countless ideas immediately surfaced in his mind, and most of them were feasible. It seems I need to modify Karma Divine Tree. But to modify this killer move, I need to refine a suitable Woodpath Immortal goo. These Woodpath Immortal goo I have are not suitable. Fang Yuan was hesitant. It was not a problem for him to refine Woodpath Immortal goo. After all, he had Langya sect. But if he did this, the refinement of Luck Path Immortal goo would need to be halted. The two Eastern Sea Immortals' soul searched Fang Zhang and told the information to Qi Si ancestor, thus Fang Yuan knew Heavenly Court's plan and also knew about Qin Dingling. Based on the refinement progress of the Harryman goo Immortals regarding Luck Path Immortal goo, Fang Yuan could deduce Heavenly Court was also rushing to refine Luck Path Immortal goo. Although they were unable to succeed in most of the refinements, they were able to refine a small portion successfully. If he changed his plan now and started refining Woodpath Immortal goo on a large scale, it would mean giving up on the competition of refining Luck Path Immortal goo. But if he persisted in refining Luck Path Immortal goo, Fang Yuan could only rely on the current Karma Divine Tree Killer move to subdue Divine Bean Palace, and this would be much more difficult. Fang Yuan had a vague premonition that the current chance was invaluable. If he wasted this opportunity, there would be extremely low hopes of getting Divine Bean Palace later on in the future. Fang Yuan placed great importance on this premonition. In the previous life, he had accidentally witnessed the activation of Tao Zhu's true inheritance in the 5 regional mountain range but was unable to obtain it. He had a similar feeling back then and knew that he had missed an important fortuitous encounter. That lost opportunity made the future him feel deep pity as a result. As expected, in the large central continent battle, the 5 regional limit formation played a crucial role. If Fang Yuan had grasped this method, he could not only have dealt with star constellation Immortal Venerable's unceasing formation, he could have even responded to heroes among people by using 5 restriction profound light chi. And this time, this feeling came when he was facing Divine Bean Palace. But it is different from the premonition in the previous life. This happened before I made a choice, while in the previous life it occurred after the event had happened. I felt it after I had already missed Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Is this some kind of progress as well? If so, what was the factor that led to this progress? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan was extremely interested in the premonition itself. But what he was even more interested in was what led to this premonition. After deducing, Fang Yuan got an answer: attainment levels. My Wisdom Path attainment level should be the main reason. Wisdom Path Masters can produce intuition while Wisdom Path Grandmasters can imitate other paths. Wisdom Path goo Immortals cultivate thought, will, and emotion. The emergence of any feeling is an omen with huge significance. It is different from other paths. Secondly is Luck Path. Luck Path is about variables and changes. My Luck Path is at Master. It can also produce intuition. After that is Time Path. In the previous life, my Time Path attainment was involved when I had the premonition regarding the missed opportunity of Tao Zhu's true inheritance. In this life, my Time Path attainment is already at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, so I can sense certain future situations even better. Because of this, I have this premonition in advance and know the importance of this choice. The increase of Time Path attainment had changed the order of the premonition from after to before. This was a qualitative change. Lastly is Woodpath attainment level. Because it concerns Divine Bean Palace and my Woodpath attainment level was ordinary before, the premonition felt vague and hazy. But when I became a Woodpath Grandmaster, the missing element in the premonition was filled and it condensed into a concrete form. Wisdom Path attainment, Luck Path attainment, Time Path attainment, and Woodpath attainment. These 4 attainment levels supplemented and complemented each other to form a miracle-like premonition. Ordinary goo Immortals could never accomplish this. From ancient times until now, there was probably no other person who cultivated every path like Fang Yuan. To be more accurate, in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo, which created the Sovereign Immortal Body. Of course, the future was uncertain. In the future, dream realms would emerge everywhere. Goo Immortals could obtain a rapid increase in their attainment levels of all kinds of paths through these dream realms. When these attainment levels were combined, who could say if they could not produce premonitions?
Fang Yuan continued to analyze. The foundation for premonition is wisdom path attainment. The level of time path attainment decides whether the premonition will occur before the event or after the event. Luck path attainment can make me even more sensitive towards certain changes.
And the attainment level in wood path or other relevant paths affect the scope of the premonition. My premonition gave a clear sign after my wood path attainment level increased. If I were to raise my other paths sufficiently in the future, I could reach premonitions in everything. What realm will this be? At that instance, two words flashed in Fang Yuan's mind: omniscience. Omnipotence. No, omnipotence is likely impossible, but omniscience can be achieved. Fang Yuan's expression was pensive. When the attainment level of all the paths reached a certain degree, they could create premonitions about all things. This level of premonition was very close to omniscience.
And if the cultivation of all paths was built on a foundation like the sovereign immortal body, it should be close to omnipotence as well, right? Omniscience, omnipotence, Fang Yuan muttered, his heart shook and his gaze turned sharp. If I reach this level, I should definitely be able to clearly observe the path to eternal life. Fang Yuan was inwardly excited. Although he had plenty of experiences and had reborn multiple times, the past experiences were already of not much help to him. There were many things that needed him to probe and speculate. For instance, rank 9 Venerable Cultivation, Fang Yuan's quantity of Dao marks had already broken the limit of rank 8, and after devouring Qi Si Grotto Heaven, all the calamities and tribulations were skipped. So he should have already surpassed rank 8. But he did not reach rank 9.
He needed to probe the way to become rank 9. Currently, he explored and learned the profundity of the various paths from this premonition, and also realized the added benefit of cultivating all paths. Ordinary Gu immortals might stop here, but Fang Yuan felt the hope of eternal life from this foundation. All the venerables in history were unable to achieve eternal life. Eternity was also only a goal for Fang Yuan. He had no clue on how to achieve this goal, nor had any practical ideas. Today, finally, from this small premonition, he finally found the road to eternal life.
Although I still don't know how to achieve eternal life, omniscience and omnipotence are the foundation. First, Fate Gu has to be destroyed to make eternal life a possibility.
Then, I will continue to work towards achieving omniscience and omnipotence. To achieve omniscience, I will need to explore dream realms and increase my attainment levels in every path. To achieve omnipotence, I will cultivate every path with the sovereign immortal body and grasp all kinds of methods. Be it omniscience or omnipotence, just one of them could already surpass all the predecessors in history. Even venerables only cultivated 2 or 3 paths, and were unable to achieve omniscience. Their strength might be beyond ordinary, and even Fang Yuan could not imagine such strength. But without the sovereign immortal body, omnipotence could not be achieved. If Fang Yuan could become omniscient and omnipotent, he would definitely surpass all the venerables. At that time, the eternal life that venerables could never achieve would become a possibility for him.
Wait a second, the prophecy of 3 venerables clearly pointed that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be the strongest venerable. Could it be because she would be able to reach the level of omniscience? This was highly possible.
Great Dream Immortal Venerable would definitely be a great expert in exploring dream realms. Her attainment level in every path would be at an extremely high standard. It was not strange to achieve omniscience from this. Fang Yuan's heart jolted slightly. He had a completely new and deeper understanding regarding the prophecy of 3 venerables as well as the future.
He currently had rank 8 cultivation and his battle strength could match Duke Long's. He was already an expert at the peak of the world. However, he was still minuscule when compared to heaven and earth and the future. There were many things that he still needed to study and understand. There were still countless aspects he needed to improve on. Omniscience and omnipotence was an extremely distant target. Most people would be frightened to just think of it and might even feel suffocated from the hopelessness. They would have not even a trace of desire to try. Fang Yuan, however, was filled with bottomless fighting spirit. Like this, my life will become filled with vibrance from all the struggles and all the efforts. Several days later, Langya blessed land. Quick, turn up the flames.
White-haired Lang Yalan's spirit urged while controlling the long-hair refinement path formation. The hairy man Gu Immortal, in charge of the intensity of fire, immediately used all his strength to turn up the fire. But Lang Yalan's spirit was not satisfied, still shouting, "The fire needs to be hotter, much hotter. But Lord, this is already the highest temperature." The hairy man Gu Immortal shouted. Lang Yalan's spirit was filled with plenty of experiences. Within just a moment, he thought of a solution and commanded, "Sixth hair, activate the wind formation. We will use wind to grow the fire."
Eighth hair, use refinement path killer moves to gather the remnant wind and purify the incomplete immortal goo. If there was wind, there would be contamination of wind path downmarks. Only by purifying it could the immortal goo refinement proceed smoothly. Lang Yalan's spirit had precise control over the formation. His actions were numerous, but not disordered. The refinement path formation shook suddenly. A bright light burst out and shot towards the sky before disappearing just as quickly. The formation gradually stopped. A completely new wood path immortal goo was refined. Success again, as expected of Lord Lang Yalan's spirit. Hairy man Goo immortals were elated as they praised endlessly. Lang Yalan's spirit, however, was filled with admiration. This was due to Master's Goo recipe. Fong Yuan was Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster and Wood Path Grandmaster. The Wood Path Immortal Goo recipes he modified were at an extremely high level. Adding on Lang Yalan's spirit's peak level refinement path attainment, they produced greater results with fewer efforts. The success rate was very high. The other hairy man Goo immortals agreed as well. Lord Lan's spirit is correct. The success rate of immortal Goo has always been extremely low. It is limited by refinement path attainment and the Goo recipe. Most Goo immortals don't cultivate refinement path even as a secondary path. It can be well imagined what their refinement path attainment is like. And a Goo recipe's modification not only requires the attainment level of the corresponding path, it also requires refinement path attainment and wisdom path attainment. Immortal Goo refinement had always been a money trap, but it had gradually become an ordinary process to Fong Yuan. It was because Fong Yuan possessed wisdom path methods like the Light of Wisdom and had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level, along with his other paths' attainment levels being quite high as well. Therefore, the several obstacles of immortal Goo refinement became non-existent to Fong Yuan. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was very fast. Within a few days, Fong Yuan obtained several Wood Path Immortal Goo. He chose to refine Wood Path Immortal Goo in the end. Actually, there were a lot of Wood Path Goo immortals in southern border as well as many Wood Path Immortal Goo, but Fong Yuan did not demand these immortal Goo. Southern border's righteous path was starting to construct beacon towers on a large scale and gradually beginning to unite. They also cooperated with Heavenly Court to suppress Fong Yuan's businesses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. This situation had occurred in the previous life as well. This signified Wu Yong was starting to exert force to unite the whole of southern border's righteous path. Were Fong Yuan to extort Wood Path Immortal Goo from southern border's righteous path, Heavenly Court would definitely learn of it. Fairy Ziwei would start having suspicions. Fong Yuan is gathering Wood Path Immortal materials. Does he want to progress in Wood Path? He wants to refine Wood Path Immortal Goo? What is he trying to do? Heavenly Court was paying special attention to Fong Clan because of Divine Bean Palace. It was quite easy to connect the two. Fairy Ziwei was a Wisdom Path great expert and also had Star Constellation chessboard. She was very likely to deduce Fong Yuan's traces around Fong Clan and from there, interfere and destroy his plan. Beforehand was a similar situation as well. Fong Yuan cultivated cheap path and required cheap path immortal materials, but he did not extort them from southern border's righteous path. But in Eastern Sea, Duke Long immediately pointed out a relation between Qi Si ancestor and Fong Yuan, which had surprised Fong Yuan. Were Fong Yuan to have extorted Qi path immortal materials from southern border's righteous path, during the battle for Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, Duke Long might have seen through Fong Yuan's facade at first glance. He had precariously succeeded in deceiving Duke Long. He was just a step away from being exposed. Many times, people needed to look at the long term instead of coveting cheap benefits. Had Fong Yuan coveted cheap benefits before and extorted Qi path immortal materials from southern border's righteous path,
Heavenly Court might have seen through Qi ancestors' true identity.
Thereupon, Feng Yuan would not have obtained a portion of primordial origin Immortal Venerable's Qi path true inheritance. Feng Yuan had a cautious nature. The risks he took, besides the times where he had no alternative, were mostly taken after careful planning.
He had struggled for hundreds of years, walked on countless roads, experienced many life and death situations, and moved in the gaps between the fights of venerables and heavens, will to finally reach his current stage. Hardships and setbacks were the wealth of human life. With such mental fortitude, Feng Yuan would not be arrogant and lose his way. Stability, he demanded stability in everything.
During the battle in Eastern Sea over Dragon Palace, Feng Yuan obtained information about Feng Zheng and knew that the latter had disturbed him twice, and also learned of Qin Dingling's existence.
Qin Dingling was a person of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's era, a central continent immortal who cultivated Metal Path but changed to Luck Path later, and had hibernated for 300,000 years. According to Feng Yuan's deductions, Qin Dingling's Luck Path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster, and Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster was not impossible as well. With such a Luck Path attainment level, if she were able to refine just 2 or 3 Luck Path Immortal Goo, she could create and modify killer moves and have comprehensive Luck Path methods. Under this situation, there was not a big significance in rushing to refine Luck Path Immortal Goo. Previously, Feng Yuan had prioritized investing in Luck Path because Heavenly Court's foundation in Luck Path was shallow. Feng Yuan could gain 10 times the return of his investment. But now, the prospect of his investment fell.
It was like earlier when Feng Yuan obtained Shadow Sect's true inheritance but did not choose to focus heavily on Soul Path. Spectral Soul was captured by Heavenly Court so that Soul Path true inheritance did not have much value.
His Soul Path strength could very likely be deciphered and countered by Heavenly Court. Because of these several aspects, Feng Yuan chose to stop Luck Path Goo refinement for the moment and change to Wood Path. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace was something that could increase Feng Yuan's strength by a huge margin. Heavenly Court had always been Feng Yuan's greatest obstacle. Stopping Heavenly Court from restoring Fate Goo was not a matter of just one battle. It involved a struggle of information, disguise, deceit, Goo refinement, resources, and many other aspects. Only after estimating the trump cards of the enemy could he find flaws and deal with them appropriately. So, information was an extremely important aspect.
In history, many famous wars looked like they were won easily, but who knew the intensity of the hidden struggles, the preparations made, and how many times they racked their brains from planning?
Pushing forward brainlessly would only lead to death. Stupid people could not go far. Since there was an enormous change in the investment to productivity ratio, Feng Yuan chose to halt the investment to stop his loss. After careful consideration, Feng Yuan hesitated no more and chose this plan resolutely. Time passed. It was a scene of tranquility in the outside world of the 5 regions, with turbulence surging in secret.
The time flow in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was much faster and changes could be seen every day. The whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture had developed a step further. The 1 million Qi path Dao marks from annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven had already influenced every part of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The current Mini-9 heavens were filled with large amount of mist.
These mists were of all kinds of colors. Mini-Yellow Heaven had yellow mist, Mini-White Heaven had white mist. A portion of these mists condensed and formed clouds. Feng Yuan had originally planned to bring in clouds, but at present, it had already progressed very well through just the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's natural development, saving a lot of Feng Yuan's resources.
Dao marks are the true foundation of the Immortal Aperture's growth. With these 1 million Dao marks, the Immortal Aperture can produce all kinds of favorable changes just by developing naturally. Naturally, there are also risks.
In this process, I have to pay attention at all times and make timely adjustments to prevent these changes from endangering the previous ecology. Feng Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture was too spacious. The influence of 1 million Qi Path Dao marks was spread over all parts, and could be borne by the Sovereign Immortal Aperture itself. In the Mini-5 regions, Qi flows appeared in many areas. There were mists around some famous and special mountain ranges in Mini-Southern border. Frost and icy air had started to cover the atmosphere of Mini-Northern plains. Hot air started to rise in many western desert, while chi vortexes appeared in many areas of central continent. The truly enormous increase was in the basic two chi, heaven chi and earth chi. Fang Yuan could clearly observe that a remarkable amount of earth chi had accumulated in the vast underground depths of the sovereign immortal aperture. There was an endless amount of heaven chi spread in the sky, but it was not as obvious as the concentrated earth chi. As heaven chi continues to increase, there would be even more mists and clouds in the many-nine heavens, and a faint chi wall would form in between the many-nine heavens. As this chi wall develops, it would finally become the heavenly wind chi wall. Earth chi, however, had two directions for growth. One was that Fang Yuan could ignore it and let it condense into one lump. This lump of earth chi would continue piling up and form some underground caves. Anything that entered these earth chi-filled caves would be corroded by the earth chi and turn into stone statues. If this kind of earth chi became too dense, it could form earth chi sandstorms, which would have a vicious effect towards the surroundings. However, a large amount of earth path immortal materials would be produced during earth chi sandstorms. The second direction was that Fang Yuan could meticulously divert this giant lump of earth chi, digging out tunnels around the earth chi to let it flow and spread to all directions. There would not be earth chi sandstorms if the earth chi were to be distributed to various parts of the immortal aperture. This could make the soil of the mini-5 regions even more fertile and increase the productivity of plants, ores, and other resources. And those long and narrow tunnels that move the earth chi would widen gradually as they get eroded by earth chi. These tunnels would be filled with earth path Dao marks and finally become earth trenches. These two development directions had their advantages and disadvantages. Fang Yuan did not even have to consider, he chose the second path. He did not lack earth path immortal materials. Digging tunnels and creating earth trench veins would elevate the whole sovereign immortal aperture comprehensively. It would greatly expand the development prospects. Fang Yuan entrusted all the development of the sovereign immortal aperture to his subordinates. These Gu immortals worked hard and would never idle. As for Fang Yuan's main body, he was working hard on cultivating Karma Divine Tree. Previously, Fang Yuan could barely activate the killer move Karma Divine Tree by using rank 7 mature bamboo immortal Gu as the core and other rank 6 wood path immortal Gu as supplementary. He lacked the core rule path immortal Gu, cause, and the core would path immortal Gu effect. Fang Yuan had to use a vast number of mortal Gu as replacement. Back then, because he lacked wood path immortal Gu and wood path attainment level, Fang Yuan did not overly invest into it. Because of this, the steps became complex. He had to spend a lot of effort on it. Karma Divine Tree took longer to activate and it could not be used in actual battle. Not only this, the Karma Divine Tree that used rank 7 core immortal Gu instead had its might reduced to rank 6 level. After this period of improvement, although Karma Divine Tree's two main core immortal Gu, cause and effect, were still lacking, mature bamboo immortal Gu was replaced by much more suitable wood path immortal Gu. At the same time, because of the increase in Fang Yuan's wood path attainment level, the killer move Karma Divine Tree had obtained a huge improvement as well. At present, this move's preparation time had shrunk greatly and could be used in real battles. Its might had already advanced to rank 7 level. This move is clearly lacking in dealing with rank 8 Gu immortals. At most, I can use it to bully rank 7s. Its most important use is still to subdue Divine Bean Palace. As for the killer move Karma Relocation, I am still unable to restore it for the moment. With Karma Divine Tree, Fang Yuan was itching to have a go. As long as he used Karma Divine Tree, there would be a huge breakthrough and progress regarding Divine Bean Palace. However, Divine Bean Palace was in Fang Clan's headquarters. Fang Yuan had only been assisting Fang Dichang before and had no good opportunity to make a move, even though he was in contact with Divine Bean Palace all the time. How would he create this opportunity? Before Fang Yuan resolved this issue, Fang Dichang requested him to return to Fang Clan once again. In fact, during this period of time when Fang Yuan was cultivating wood path, Fang Clan had already urged him to return again and again. But this time, Fang Dichang personally sent a letter unlike the previous few times. In the letter, Fang Dichang clearly informed Fang Yuan he had already found a way to refine Divine Bean Palace. As long as they went by this method, they could definitely refine Divine Bean Palace and grasp this immortal Gu house. This made Fang Yuan develop an intense curiosity. Fang Dichang had also obtained a breakthrough?
What is going on? Fang Yuan disguised as Swan Bujin once again and returned to Fang clan. This is my plan, brother Swan Bujin, what do you think? Fang Dichang explained his plan to Fang Yuan and asked. Fang Yuan went into thinking. Fang Dichang was indeed a wisdom path great grandmaster. He really thought of a feasible way. That was to use a house to break the house.
Fang Dichang's concrete plan was to build a temporary immortal goo house inside Divine Bean Palace. This immortal goo house would first deduce and probe before self-detonating. The powerful explosion would instantly break Divine Bean Palace's internal defense. Fang clan was not like Fang Yuan. They could not achieve a breakthrough in Wood Path in such a short period of time and obtain a Wood Path Grandmaster. But Fang Dichang fully displayed Fang clan's specialty to deal with Divine Bean Palace. But such a forceful move might result in a damaged Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan said. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. Nothing can be done about it. Fang clan's situation is worsening day by day. But, as long as we refine Divine Bean Palace and keep its damaged state as a secret, who would be able to tell clearly? Fang Yuan frowned. First, although it is difficult to construct an immortal goo house inside Divine Bean Palace, it should be possible with our Fang clan's foundation.
But what about after that?
To probe Divine Bean Palace's deeper operation mechanics, there needs to be a goo immortal to control the immortal goo house to resist Divine Bean Palace at all times and activate the immortal goo house according to the changes in Divine Bean Palace. And, on this basis, under the premise that the goo immortal has to keep the immortal goo house activated at all times, the immortal goo house has to detonate to destroy a portion of Divine Bean Palace and make it have no defensive strength. But if so,
isn't the goo immortal inside the immortal goo house in great danger? Fang Yuan fixed his gaze onto Fang Dichang. The candidate for maneuvering the immortal goo house was no doubt a wisdom path goo immortal. It was between Fang Yuan or Fang Dichang. Who to send?
Fang Yuan understood immediately why Fang clan insisted on him returning this time. But he would never do such a dangerous thing.
Fang Dichang knew Fang Yuan's thoughts as he smiled. Don't worry, brother, we won't make you control the immortal goo house alone, we will be doing it together. After this task is finished, Fang clan will make sure to repay your contributions. I can agree, but I need to take part in the whole process of the immortal goo house construction. Fang Dichang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He hesitated for a bit before nodding. It can be done.
Come. Let's start the work right away. Constructing an immortal goo house inside the palace was not easy. It was much more difficult than setting up a formation within a formation. Many times, the constructed immortal goo house inexplicably broke apart. Fang clan's losses were a lot, but fortunately, their foundation in this aspect was truly deep. Together with Fang Yuan using his actual ability to provide several logical concepts occasionally, the immortal goo house was constructed successfully. Fang Dichang and Fang Yuan entered the immortal goo house that looked like a tent with a circular top. They began to probe the inner mechanics and profundities of Divine Bean Palace. Their progress was indeed huge with this immortal goo house.
Not long later, Fang Dichang felt the timing was right and said to Fang Yuan, we can start the final step. Are you ready?
Yes.
Fang Yuan nodded. Good. Fang Dichang said and activated the immortal goo house. Chains shot out from all around and tightly bound Fang Yuan instantly.
Fang Yuan was pale with fright. Brother, what are you doing? Fang Dichang looked at him deeply and said with deep meaning, Brother Swan Bujin, Fang clan will not forget your sacrifice. So it was like this. What you want to destroy is me and not this immortal goo house. Fang Yuan suddenly came to a realization. The immortal goo house needs to be detonated as well. Fang Dichang said, but just the power of the immortal goo house's detonation is only ordinary.
Only by sacrificing a wisdom path goo immortal like you can I make an instant breakthrough and reach an even higher level in wisdom path.
I can then use the grand power of detonation to subdue Divine Bean Palace. Oh brother Swan Bujin, I know that this is unfair to you, but there is no other way left. You have also seen Fang clan's situation.
Please die for the sake of Fang clan's future. Fang Dichang bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fang Dichang's expression turned cold. You are also a Fang clan member. You are dying for a good cause. Rest in peace. Once he said that, he activated the final method. Fang Gong, who was hiding near Divine Bean Palace, was feeling anxious. What's going on?
Why is there no movement from Divine Bean Palace? Did something happen? Fang Gong calculated the time. Fang Dichang's scheme against Fang Yuan naturally was not his decision alone. He had run through this plan with Fang Gong and others. Because they were worried that Xuan Bujin, who was a wisdom path Gu Immortal, would become suspicious, Fang Gong had been hiding outside the palace to prevent any accidents from happening. First Supreme Elder, please be at ease. Second Supreme Elder took action only after making a proper plan. His strength is also above Xuan Bujin's, and adding on the Immortal formation outside the palace and the support of the Immortal Gu House inside the palace, Xuan Bujin's defeat is almost a certainty. What's more, if there were to be any mishaps on Second Supreme Elder's end, leaving him unable to control the situation, he will definitely send us a message. Third Supreme Elder, who was standing on the side, assured. He was an old man with gray hair, dressed in a yellow robe.
You were right. Fang Gong nodded. Right at this time, an explosion occurred from inside Divine Bean Palace. Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng glanced at each other before the latter spoke. It has started. The Immortal Gu House has detonated. Let's go take a look. Fang Gong ran immediately towards Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace's door was tightly closed before, but Fang Dichang had already refined a portion of the palace with Fang Yuan's help, allowing Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng to enter directly.
Second Elder. Fang Gong's eyes narrowed as he saw the heavily injured and bloodied Fang Dichang among the ruins of an Immortal Gu House. Second Elder, are you okay? Hold on. Fang Huasheng also arrived soon after and immediately started using healing methods. He was the most proficient healing Gu Immortal in Fang Clan. Sure enough, with his treatment, Fang Dichang slowly came to his senses.
He spoke weakly that Xuan Bujin was hiding his strength. Although I succeeded in ambushing him, I was still struck by his counterattack and need to rest for some time.
But Divine Bean Palace? Before Fang Dichang finished speaking, Fang Gong interrupted. Second Elder, don't mention Divine Bean Palace. You are the brain behind our Fang Clan, our strategist. Fang Clan cannot be without you. Let Third Elder heal your injuries. Fang Gong's words were heartwarming. Fang Huasheng added, Second Elder, don't overexert yourself. Your injuries are not light. You should listen to First Elder. Come. Let me take you to the secret room so I can heal you properly. All right. Fang Dichang weakly closed his eyes. He was taken to the secret room and treated by Fang Huasheng. The treatment lasted a day and 2 nights. After the treatment finished, Fang Huasheng visited Fang Gong alone and reported. How is the situation? Fang Gong asked. Fang Huasheng replied, reporting to First Supreme Elder, there is no issue. I inspected Second Elder's blood, soul, and body. They are all authentic. Moreover, as there is no change in Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu in the Ancestral Hall, Second Elder should still be himself. As it turned out, Fang Huasheng was not just treating Fang Dichang but also had the secret task of inspecting Fang Dichang. Fang Gong nodded. I trust Second Elder, but inspection is a necessity. How did Southern Border Righteous Path become a laughingstock in the 5 regions? It is because they let Fang Yuan infiltrate them. Although Xuan Bujin is not at the level of that demon Fang Yuan, he is a wisdom path Gu Immortal after all. We still don't know about all his methods. We can never be too careful. Moreover, Second Supreme Elder himself had asked me to arrange this identity inspection. Fang Huasheng laughed. You two really have a lot of worries. From what I see, that Xuan Bujin might be a rank 7 wisdom path expert, but he is a lone cultivator after all. He has limited foundation. Our Fang Clan is a superforce. We used almost all our strength to scheme against him and even detonated an Immortal Gu House. It could be said that we spared no expense for this. With such a strength difference, getting rid of Xuan Bujin is not a difficult matter. I must see his body if he is alive. If he is dead, I must see his corpse. I haven't seen Xuan Bujin's corpse or soul, so I am somewhat worried. Fang Gong's gaze was slightly heavy. Ha ha ha, he cultivates wisdom path, not transformation path. Even without Second Supreme Elder's explanations of the details, I can make a rough guess.
That Swanbu Jin must have used some method to gain a sudden increase in his strength when he counterattacked, resulting in a powerful explosion which destroyed his own corpse and soul. Fang Huaxing said. Fang Dichang, who was lying in the bed, opened his eyes. It has already been a day and a night since Fang Huaxing reported. Looks like I managed to deceive them. Fang Dichang thought. He was not the real Fang Dichang, but Fang Yuan's clone.
Going back to the moment when Fang Dichang started on his scheme. Oh brother Swanbu Jin, I know that this is unfair to you, but there is no other way left. You have also seen Fang Clan's situation. Please die for the sake of Fang Clan's future. Fang Dichang bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fang Dichang's expression turned cold. You are also a Fang Clan member. You are dying for a good cause. Rest in peace. Once he said that, he activated the final method. Silence. Ha! Fang Dichang was slightly dazed as he activated the method again. Still silence.
What's going on? Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk and his expression changed as he quickly inspected. He looked at Fang Yuan with disbelief. You actually tampered with this immortal goo house. Fang Yuan's panicked expression disappeared completely and a sinister smile replaced it. Oh yeah, damn it, you actually found out. How is this possible? I was personally in charge of the whole process. You only gave a few suggestions and nothing more. Fang Dichang suddenly felt a chill as he said this. Could it be? Ha ha. Fang Yuan clapped. You were indeed a wisdom path great grandmaster, you realized so quickly.
That's right, although I only gave a few suggestions, you accepted them. An immortal goo house constructed from those suggestions has many areas that corresponds to Divine Bean Palace.
You set up a goo formation outside the palace and a goo house inside to infiltrate Divine Bean Palace and refine it forcefully. But from another aspect, Divine Bean Palace also infiltrated your goo formation and goo house.
As for me, I just happened to be able to influence Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace was like a locked treasure chest.
Fang Clan's goo formation and goo house were like a crowbar that was inserted into a gap in the chest lid, which could forcibly break the lock of the chest and open it. At the same time, this treasure chest, Divine Bean Palace, was like a large mouth that bit the crowbar.
What Fang Yuan did now was to influence Divine Bean Palace and make it bite the crowbar tightly. This created the current situation. Fang Dichang activated his method, but there was no effect. Fang Dichang glared at Fang Yuan and said, Who in the world are you? It is not easy to accomplish this. First, you need extremely high formation path attainment, and second, you also need to have a method to influence Divine Bean Palace. Fang Yuan smiled. Although his wisdom path attainment level was lower than Fang Dichang's, he was still a grandmaster. His formation path was also at grandmaster level. This was double grandmaster attainment level. So, when Fang Dichang was modifying the immortal formation outside the palace and constructing the immortal goo house inside the palace, Fang Yuan had already seen through his plot.
Fang Yuan was not angry but was pleasantly surprised. He restrained himself and worked this plot to his own advantage. Fang Dichang had thought the situation was within his control, but he was already seen through by Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move Karma Divine Tree.
Green smoke rose above Fang Yuan's shoulders and head, and formed a huge divine tree. The divine tree was green and lush, and there were several fruits scattered among the leaves. Divine Bean Palace began to shake. Fang Dichang's eyes opened wide with shock and anger as he pointed at Fang Yuan. So you sided with Heavenly Court? You despicable bastard! He was familiar with Karma Divine Tree because he had once fought Chen Yi and had experienced this killer move. Now that he saw this move again, his first thought was not about Fang Yuan, but that Swanbu Jin had sided with Heavenly Court and that Heavenly Court had given Karma Divine Tree to him to retrieve Divine Bean Palace. Ever since Fang Clan seized Divine Bean Palace and chased Chen Yi away, they treated Heavenly Court as their main enemy. Sweat started to appear on Fang Dichang's forehead because of the fright.
Because he naturally had the thought, if this truly is Heavenly Court's conspiracy, Swanbu Jin definitely had backup. Maybe Heavenly Court's rank 8 Gu Immortals are already hiding outside Fang Clan headquarters. Seeing Fang Dichang's misunderstanding, Fang Yuan did not explain but focused on Karma Divine Tree.
This was the first time he was openly using this move. Fang Yuan soon discovered Divine Bean Palace was responding to this move and slowly began to put down its resistance and accept him, the owner of this killer move. Soon, Fang Dichang was unable to even budge. The temporary immortal goo house had the effect of imprisoning goo immortals. Fang Dichang had intended to use this ability against Xuan Bujin, but Fang Yuan's influence was much greater than Fang Dichang's. And with Divine Bean Palace's suppression, Fang Dichang became the prisoner. Good, very good. Xuan Bujin. I admit defeat. Kill me. Fang Dichang sneered without any fear of death. He fully displayed his bravery at the juncture of life and death. Fang Yuan also sneered. You want to use your death to trigger a change in life tablet goo and other methods, to notify Fang Gong and others who are outside?
Such mentality is praiseworthy, but I won't be baited. I will extract your soul and then use my split soul to possess you. Your body won't die and your soul also won't dissipate, so there will be no change in life tablet goo. From now on, I will use this Fang Dichang clone to replace you and infiltrate Fang clan.
I will search your soul clean. I will plunder all your experiences, memories, and information. Humph. Impossible.
You can forget about it. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. You think a split soul cannot be inspected?
The details about my soul are recorded in Fang clan. Any difference will result in you getting exposed. Moreover, you have too little time. I have already set a time limit with First Supreme Elder and others. If they don't see me before the time limit, they will immediately charge in to reinforce me. At that time, even if you have Heavenly Court's reinforcements, how long can you hold on for?
The furious First Elder Fang Gong will definitely turn you into meat paste. So, Xuan Bujin, cooperate with my Fang clan. Heavenly Court is using you, although they are scheming against me, they are practically disregarding your life. Fang Dichang urged.
Fang Dichang was indeed worthy of being a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His words were incisive and without faults. He was actually instigating Fang Yuan.
His words were even extremely logical. Fang Yuan smiled as he gazed deeply at Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang had been staring at Fang Yuan as well and paled as he saw Fang Yuan's expression, because he thought of an even more frightening truth.
You played me at my own game. There must be a reason for such confidence. To complete this plan, you need to have a high formation path and wisdom path attainment. Moreover, you must also have extraordinary soul path methods. No, you are not sent by Heavenly Court.
You are Fang Yuan. Fang Dichang's face turned deathly pale. He realized it was not necessary for him to be from Heavenly Court just because he had Karma Divine Tree. Shen Yi was killed by Fang Yuan. This matter was publicized by Fang Yuan himself. Clap, clap, clap.
Fang Yuan clapped. Truly worthy of being a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Fang Dichang blinked as he swallowed his saliva. Fang Yuan, we can cooperate. There is no need to create such a conflict. Please believe in our Fang clan's strength and sincerity. Ugh. Fang Dichang's eyes opened wide all of a sudden. Veins bulged on his forehead and his face turned red as if an invisible hand was clenching his neck and covering his nose, suffocating him. While conversing with him, Fang Yuan had been concentrating on influencing Divine Bean Palace. This influence had finally reached a qualitative change.
Fang Yuan, everything can be discussed. Fang Yuan shook his head with a smile. It is truly a pity for a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster to die here.
But you know too much. Ah! At the next moment, Fang Dichang's eyes rolled back and his mouth foamed. His body twitched a couple times before he died.
Fang clan headquarters. Fang Dichang was resting in bed, his face still somewhat pale. A young rank 6 Gu Immortal was standing by the bed. He was Fang Yun. Fang Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son. He was young, handsome, and his eyes were bright like stars. Right now he had a concerned expression as he bowed. Father, you have suffered such heavy injuries, you need to rest properly. Please tell me what I can do for you. Fang Yun was completely unaware that the father in front of him was someone else, a clone of Fang Yuan. In a way, Fang Yuan could be considered his father's murderer. Fang Yun was treating the enemy as his father. Fang Dichang coughed and waved his hand weakly. Yun heir, don't put on an act. Can father still not understand your nature?
Come, sit here. Don't be so restrained. Fang Yun's expression immediately relaxed as he shrugged his shoulders and raised his eyebrows, sitting by the bedside. Father, you really gave me a scare. I didn't think you would make such a big move this time. It was truly risky. Such a pity that Senior Xuan Bujin lost his life. Fang Yun had a sad expression. Fang Yuan had once saved Fang Yun's life as Swan Bujin. Fang Yun had all along remembered this and had high regard for Swan Bujin. And this time, Fang Dichong had not told the truth of the plot to Fang Yun. The people who were in on the plan to get rid of Swan Bujin were limited to Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder. This plan could not have too many people, especially Fang Yun. Swan Bujin had much contact with Fang Yun. He was a shrewd wisdom path Gu Immortal and could easily make Fang Yun expose the conspiracy had Fang Yun known the truth. Fang Dichong was a wisdom path great grandmaster. He paid attention to every detail. In all fairness, had it been any other Gu Immortal, they might have really been done in by Fang Dichong. Even Fang Yuan, if he didn't have the premonition which made him improve Karma Divine Tree, might have been in some trouble. Fang Dichong did not make any slip-ups. He had already overestimated Swan Bujin as much as possible. But when he knew Swan Bujin's true identity, he immediately realized he had greatly underestimated Fang Yuan. In fact, not only Fang Dichong, even Heavenly Court's wisdom path great expert Fairy Ziwei was underestimating Fang Yuan. It was such that the whole Gu Immortal world of the 5 regions was greatly underestimating Fang Yuan. They thought Fang Yuan was still a rank 7. Fang Yuan had long since advanced to rank 8 and even used his Qi-Si ancestor identity to get a portion of Primordial Origins Qi path true inheritance out of Duke Long's hands. Fang Dichong was only a rank 7, the Gu formation and the Gu house he was relying on were completely seen through by Fang Yuan. At the same time, Divine Bean Palace also became Fang Yuan's support. Fang Dichong had treated Swan Bujin as a crocodile and had never imagined there to be a vicious dragon under the crocodile skin. Thus he was crushed. He made such a huge mistake that there was no chance to make a comeback. Yun heir. Come. Give me your hand. Fang Dichong said. Fang Yun was puzzled, but he did not want to disobey his father's order and obediently stretched his arm. Fang Dichong put 3 immortal Gu in his hand. Father, what are you doing? Fang Yun was shocked. I intend to hand over my wisdom path inheritance to you. Fang Yun was dazed for a moment before he said, But father, I cultivate cloud path, not wisdom path. Moreover, didn't you allow me to cultivate cloud path before? Fang Dichong nodded. I allowed you to cultivate cloud path before because you have a lively nature and did not want to take on responsibilities, which suits cloud path. But cloud path is only a minor path, it can never compare to wisdom path. Most importantly, this event made me question myself. Swan Bujin's death is the best reminder to me. I need to look for a wisdom path inheritor for the clan. If something happens to me, there will be someone to replace me. Father, don't talk about such things. Fang Yun quickly replied. Life is uncertain. What accidents cannot happen? Life is full of the unexpected. I am now heavily injured and lying in bed. It was something I had never imagined before. Moreover, you know about our clan's situation. I must prepare for the future of our clan. Fang Dichong said in a sincere and serious tone. Fang Yun nodded and had a rare look of solemnity. Father, you are right. I will change to cultivating wisdom path. Fang Dichong nodded with a smile before shaking his head. You are my son, as your father? I know you don't suit wisdom path. Cloud path is the most suitable for you. I am planning for the clan but won't overlook you. So, father's arrangement is to first hand the wisdom path inheritance to you, but you don't need to change to cultivating wisdom path. You already have cloud path foundation, it will be troublesome and a great loss for you to change now. Currently, you only need to hold onto this wisdom path inheritance. If there is a critical situation in the future requiring you to make the sacrifice, change your cultivation path then. If father passes away someday, select a suitable inheritor to pass on this wisdom path inheritance, understood? Father, your arrangements are very wise, I understand. Fang Yun laughed. He immediately relaxed after knowing that he did not have to cultivate wisdom path. Leave, you brat, father needs to rest. Get used to these 3 wisdom path immortal Gu first. There is your senior Swan Bujin's distracting thoughts immortal Gu among them. Although he died, I need to pass on his inheritance. Fang Dichong said while waving his hand. I will take my leave. Fang Yun left quickly and closed the door gently. Only Fang Yuan's clone was left in the room.
He closed his eyes and pondered inwardly with an exhausted look. My physical body is Fang Dichang's, so there was no flaw in the blood.
Fang Dichang has not died, so there is no change in life tablet Gu. His soul was personally taken care of by the main body. After splitting the soul, many soul path methods were used and adding on the advantage of the time flow in the sovereign immortal aperture. The soul matches with the body extremely well and there is no flaw. However, just these are still not enough. Fang Dichang thought of Fang Gong.
Although Fang Yuan had not been in much contact with Fang Gong, he understood the latter's nature. From the outside, Fang Gong was bold and reckless. He did not bother about little things, but in fact, under his bold appearance, he was highly shrewd and cautious. This could be seen from when he schemed against Chun Yi. He was a Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he actually hid his cultivation level and disguised as an ordinary Gu Immortal. When he saw the timing was right, he suddenly erupted with his strength and struck Chun Yi viciously. Chun Yi was caught off guard and suffered a huge loss. Fang Yuan knew that to deceive this kind of person, he could not rely on just having no flaws that could be found. He needed to put up a performance as well.
Oh? Second Elder intentionally gave his wisdom path inheritance to Fang Yun. Fang Gong soon received this news. The one who reported the news was his own biological great-grandson, an outstanding expert among Rank 6 and Fang clan's possible successor, Fang Lung. Fang Lung had a square face and was slightly older than Fang Yun. Fang Yun was very close to Fang Lung. When he obtained Fang Dichang's inheritance, he did not hide it from this respected senior brother. Fang Lung was clearly much more shrewd than Fang Yun. That very night, he reported this news to Fang Gong. Fang Gong frowned slightly, not speaking. He knew Fang Dichang's intention.
Fang clan's external situation was troubling and there was huge pressure on them, but there were also internal struggles inside the clan. Places with people have conflicts. Even if there were more and more resources, they still needed to consider how to distribute it.
The clan's resources were limited. Who used them now, who used them later, who could use them better, who used them worse, these were natural conflicts and could never be reconciled. The two biggest factions in Fang clan belonged to Fang Gong and Fang Dichang. These two factions cooperated closely, but it did not mean there was no strife between them. In fact, these two factions were always contesting with each other. It was just that Fang Gong's faction had 3rd Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng while Fang Dichang was only a rank 7. They had always firmly grasped the highest authority in the clan.
Fang Dichang possessed the wisdom path inheritance which had always been the foundation of the second faction. Fang Gong's frown was because he had been thinking if he could take the chance to ask for this wisdom path inheritance.
Look, you almost lost your life this time. The wisdom path inheritance is in your hands. It will be Fang clan's greatest loss if there were to be an accident. This was for the sake of the clan. If they pressured him with it, there was indeed a chance to force Fang Dichang to hand over the inheritance or at least a portion of it. There was a difference between the politics of a clan and a sect.
The clan's politics prioritized family relationship. Their inheritances were passed down through bloodline ties. Although Fang Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son, the relationship was extremely good. This was because Fang Yun had been personally raised by Fang Dichang since a young age.
Fang Dichang truly loved this son. If not, he would not have let him cultivate Cloud Path. He cared about his feelings and future happiness. In the future, when Fang Dichang retires, his 2nd Supreme Elder position would be taken by Fang Yun according to the custom. Fang clan had a lot of Gu Immortals, but this position could only belong to Fang Yun. Unless Fang Dichang raises an inheritor who cultivates Wisdom Path and is much more outstanding than Fang Yun. Fang Dichang's Wisdom Path inheritance belonged to Fang clan in name, but in fact, it was held by his faction and passed on from generation to generation. Fang Yun cultivated Cloud Path and did not have the qualifications to inherit this Wisdom Path inheritance. This was the most obvious weakness of Fang Dichang's faction. Fang Gong was just thinking of striking this weakness but had never expected Fang Dichang to put a stop to his plan before he even started. As expected of a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fang Gong's brows relaxed and a smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand. Fang Lung understood. I will take my leave. We lost our chance this time, so forget it. After all, we are all members of Fang clan. We are on the same side. Fang Gong was not too upset but was somewhat worried. After all, Fong Dichang's scheme succeeded and Xuan Bujin was sacrificed to refine Divine Bean Palace. With this rank 8 Immortal Gu House, the strength of Fong Clan's second faction rose greatly. Fong Gong felt a huge pressure because of this. As a higher-up, he needed to consider a lot of things. Fong Clan's first Supreme Elder, who was in control of Fong Clan for so many years, not only had to look after his own cultivation and nurture later generations, he also had to lead Fong Clan in resisting external enemies and expanding their territories. At the same time, he also needed to pay attention to the internal forces of Fong Clan. Second Supreme Elder took action so quickly, his true intentions can be seen from this. He absolutely cannot be Xuan Bujin's disguise. Right now, the final trace of doubt had disappeared from Fong Gong's mind. In the depths of Eastern Sea, Gu tribe headquarters. Over half a month had passed in the Blessed Land. The Dusty Seal was completely unlocked. There were many Gu immortals at the scene. Fong Yuan's Dragonman clone Wu Shuai, 2 dragon generals, Gu tribe's leader, as well as several Beastman Gu immortals. Seeing the seal unlocked, Gu tribe's leader nodded in his mind. He was even more certain of Wu Shuai's identity. This seal was arranged by Wu Shuai himself and was further strengthened by generations of Gu tribe leaders. Back then, Wu Shuai had realized he did not have much chance and arranged for a portion of his inheritance to be preserved in Gu tribe headquarters. Gu tribe's leader looked at Wu Shuai and smiled. "Please." Wu Shuai waved his hand. A large gray rock rose to the air and was stored by Wu Shuai into his immortal aperture. Wu Shuai activated his method to dissect the rock. Because of the correct method, the rock was dissected quickly and revealed 2 immortal Gu inside. One was rank 8 Immortal Gu Ant Nest, which looked like an ordinary inverted bowl. It was brown and had a rough appearance. However, this Immortal Gu was the core Immortal Gu of green antiseptic. This Gu could breed all kinds of army ants. Army ant was a species created by green antiseptic. It was extremely suitable for enslavement path Gu immortals. In history, the real Wu Shuai's most used method was also army ant. Naturally, the queen ant of army ants could also breed other ants. But the queen ant could not breed another queen ant. This was a huge disadvantage. After the Dragonman race's extermination, Duke Long had sent the order to remove all the related things and records. Back then, green antiseptic had already been enslaved by Dragon Palace, and army ant had also become one of the symbols of the Dragonman race. Thus it was also implicated. With all these reasons, army ants were like a shooting star, disappearing instantly from history. Besides Ant Nest Immortal Gu, there was also an information path Immortal Gu. It was rank 7 and was called Letter Seal. Letter Seal Immortal Gu contained a large amount of contents regarding army ants. Besides this, Letter Seal Immortal Gu had been used to seal Ant Nest Immortal Gu. Ant Nest Immortal Gu was at rank 8. It was not easy to preserve it as an inheritance. Because for an Immortal Gu's existence, it needed to be fed in time, or else it would die of hunger. Wu Shuai used Letter Seal Immortal Gu to cover Ant Nest Immortal Gu with a thick layer of rock membrane, creating an Immortal Gu rock. As the price, Letter Seal Immortal Gu had to be left inside the rock as well. Gambling Den Gu masters would create some fake rocks for profits. They would put Gu worm inside the rocks, then make people open them, increasing the gambling den's reputation. Wu Shuai's method was similar to it. It was just that he made the false rock not for profit but to preserve Ant Nest Immortal Gu. This method was quite effective as Ant Nest Gu was still alive after so many years. Naturally, when Fong Yuan's clone Wu Shuai dissected the rock, Ant Nest Immortal Gu was at an extremely weak and hungry state. Letter Seal Immortal Gu was also the same. But it was not serious. Fong Yuan had already prepared the food and given them to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai fed the Immortal Gu while walking back with the Gu tribe immortals. On the way, Wu Shuai thanked, "Your noble tribe kept your word. You preserved my inheritance until now. You are really my Dragonman race's most trustworthy friend." The current Gu tribe leader laughed. "Lord Wu Shuai, I won't hide it from you. There have been ups and downs. It is not that my tribe's Gu immortals did not covet your inheritance. But the tribe leader back then set a rule that every Gu tribe leader had to first add a seal to this inheritance when they took the position. And we have always kept Fate Gu's revelation in mind, so this inheritance was able to be preserved until now." Gu tribe's leader was frank, making Wu Shuai laugh heartily. Wu Shuai guaranteed on the spot, My friendship with your tribe has lasted for 1,000,000 years, and it shall continue in the future as well. Right now, I am collaborating with Fang Yuan and have already solved the Dragon Man extermination killer move. This move had once killed me and exterminated my clan, but from now onwards, it will have no effect. The eyes of Gu tribe's leader brightened. This is extremely good news. Dragon Men reign supreme. This is the decree of heaven. Senior, to be honest, I have a favor to ask of you. Over these days in Gu tribe headquarters, Fang Yuan's clone had enjoyed warm hospitality, and they had even taken the initiative to return Wu Shuai's inheritance. Mutual benefit was the foundation for allies. It was fair for Gu tribe's leader to make some requests right now. Fang Yuan's clone replied immediately with no hesitation. Just speak your mind. As long as it is within my abilities, I will help you. I want to transform a portion of my tribe's members to dragon men. Senior, what do you think? Gu tribe's leader asked with anticipation. Fang Yuan nodded. My close friend back then, Gu Liang, who was also your tribe's leader, had this intention as well. At present, since I already have a completely new Dragon Man lifespan extension method, I can naturally help you. Gu tribe's leader was joyous. Many thanks, Senior. My tribe has already prepared the Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Please tell us what other immortal materials are needed. Gu tribe had been hiding in the depths of Eastern Sea, and its successive generations had actively searched and gathered Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Over the 1,000,000 years, and with Eastern Sea being the #1 region in resources, the present Gu tribe treasury had a rarely seen reserve of Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Fang Yuan's clone gave a few instructions and Gu tribe's leader immediately acted accordingly. Several days later, immortal materials and candidates arrived before Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai brought out Dragon Palace. Using the Dragon Man lifespan extension method inside this immortal Gu house could receive the assistance of Dragon Palace itself. This batch of Gu tribe members had over 10 people. Most were rank 5 Gu masters while 2 were Gu immortals. Among them, half were elderly with their lifespan nearing the end, and with no other lifespan extension methods left, the Dragon Man lifespan extension method became their only hope. The other half were young adults, the elites of the current Gu tribe. Several days passed again. With the Dragon Spirit's help and the methods of Fang Yuan's clone, the Dragon Man lifespan extension method was used. Most of the Gu tribe candidates turned into dragon men, but a portion were unlucky and lost their lives. After all, the Dragon Man lifespan extension method still had risks. Even so, Gu tribe's leader was very happy at this result. Senior, your modified method has a much higher success rate than the original. My race's extermination was the price to obtain this achievement. Fang Yuan's clone heaved a sigh. Gu tribe's leader immediately consoled, Senior, I am sorry for your loss. As he said this, he presented a batch of immortal materials. For ant nest immortal Gu to create army ants, immortal essence was only one of the conditions. It still required specific immortal materials. Fang Yuan's clone required these immortal materials. The Gu tribe leader of back then knew the secret and had gathered these materials. The current Gu tribe leader offered them, which showed their sincerity. Fang Yuan's clone rejected. I converted your tribe members as thanks. We did not discuss any remuneration. Senior, please don't stand on ceremony. This is only a small gift from us. Gu tribe's leader smiled. But Fang Yuan's clone still persisted. It has not been easy for you to survive. You are also my Dragon Man race's most trustworthy and reliable ally. How can I, Wu Shuai, treat my ally like this? Although I don't have the immortal materials, I am already in collaboration with Fang Yuan. I can ask for him to provide the immortal materials. Senior, Fang Yuan is a devil of this age. He might only have rank 7 cultivation, but even Heavenly Court is unable to handle him. He is sinister and crafty, vicious and malicious. He can do anything as long as there are enough benefits. I hope you are vigilant, Senior. Fang Yuan's clone could not help but laugh in his mind. Gu tribe's leader was speaking ill of Fang Yuan in front of Fang Yuan. Were he to know that Wu Shuai was Fang Yuan's clone, who knew what spectacular expression he would show? Fang Yuan's clone nodded. Your words make sense, but Heavenly Court's force is huge, and Fang Yuan is no doubt a huge help that cannot be neglected. Even if I am taking favors from a tiger, as long as it can increase my chance of victory against Heavenly Court and Duke Long, Even if slightly, I am willing to take the risk. Gu tribe's leader nodded and sighed. Senior, you are right. To be honest, my Gu tribe might be hiding in this corner, but we have made many reliable allies. Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court is one of them. My Gu tribe has received a lot of help from them. Merman Imperial Court. This is indeed good news. The gaze of Fang Yuan's clone brightened. Merman Imperial Court was a super force that had once received support from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The human race had dominance. Gu tribe was a beastman tribe hiding in the bottom of the sea. It was not strange for them to have a close relationship with mermen. Gu tribe's leader continued. Besides this, my tribe has some connections with the other 4 regions as well. For instance, we have stable trade with Murong tribe in northern plains. Some years ago, when Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88 True Yang building collapsed, I had gone to Northern Plains to participate in Northern Plains auction. I received warm hospitality from Murong tribe back then. Wu Shuai thought. So it was you. Fang Yuan's main body had also participated in Northern Plains auction. This auction was hosted by Qin Baishang. Back then, Gu tribe's leader had worn a tall hat and large cloak and had an ordinary face. It was clearly a disguise. Right now, Wu Shuai was looking at the real appearance of Gu tribe's leader. Fang Yuan had converted Gu tribe members to dragon men. It had clearly deepened their friendship, and Gu tribe's leader took the initiative to reveal many secrets. Gu tribe might have been living in hiding, but over such a long period of time, they had a lot of contact with the outside world and had an extremely firm foundation. Using Gu tribe as a focal point, he could influence all 5 regions. Naturally, this influence was limited, but this limited influence could display a huge effect through Fang Yuan's planning. This is good news. Fang Yuan's main body was quite happy when he received this information. Right now, he was no longer in Western Desert, but had arrived at Northern Plains. He rapidly descended. Below him was a giant pit. The pit's entrance was almost circular and spanned hundreds of kilometers. It looked extremely grand. Fang Yuan looked down and saw a scene of wilderness. There was a thick rainforest having both yellow and green colors. From time to time, desolate beasts growled. Large numbers of featherless birds flew out. Their red bodies looked like the historical pterosaurs of Earth. It was one of the 10 great fierce areas of Northern Plains, Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe, slowly descending to Crazed Demon Cave. 2 Gu Immortals were already waiting for a long time on the ground. One Gu Immortal had a pale face and black beard. He had long wide sleeves and eyes that were shining like stars. He had an extraordinary air. He was known as Not Immortal, and he cultivated Rule Path. The other Gu Immortal was short, his height only reaching Fang Yuan's knee. His tiny eyes were shining brightly. He was Secret Schemer, and he cultivated Wisdom Path. The current Fang Yuan could not be compared to the past. He had trampled on Heavenly Court in the Battle of Langya and 2 battles in the River of Time. He had even captured a large group of southern border immortals, which included 2 rank 8s. Not long ago, there was even news from Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world that Fang Yuan borrowed Qi Si ancestor's strength to block Duke Long, while he took away Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. In terms of who was the strongest and most famous demonic path Gu Immortal of the current generation, no one fit better than Fang Yuan. Friends, we meet again. After Fang Yuan landed, he greeted politely with a smile. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal returned the greeting hurriedly. Not Immortal smiled. After the previous parting, when we heard of Brother Lu's true identity being Guyu Fang Yuan, we were truly surprised and joyous. Since you have come here this time, you must have a method to break through the current barrier. We have been waiting anxiously for a long time. Fang Yuan had undergone the Crazed Demon Agreement using Lu Guanyi's identity, and had become a member of Crazed Demon Cave like Chu Du. Therefore, Not Immortal addressed Fang Yuan as Brother Lu. As far as the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics were concerned, Fang Yuan's appearance had not changed because Lu Guanyi's appearance was the original appearance of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Why don't I see Pang Shan? Fang Yuan asked. He seemed to have gained some insight when he explored the 7th layer and is currently in closed cultivation, Secret Schemer replied. So that's it. Fang Yuan smiled, understanding in his head. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics were taking precautions against him. Back then, when he went under the name of Lu Guanyi, his strength was not high. The current Feng Yuan was progressing rapidly. The whole world acknowledged that Feng Yuan could battle rank 8 despite being only at rank 7.
The three crazed demon eccentrics were naturally concerned about Feng Yuan suddenly making a vicious move against them. After all, Feng Yuan was the biggest demon at present. His nature was vicious and cruel.
Don't be fooled by his smiling expression. He was, in actuality, a ruthless murderer who killed without even blinking his eyes. Although the three crazed demon eccentrics had long secluded themselves inside Crazed Demon Cave and were only engrossed in cultivating, they were not fools. Especially the head of the three eccentrics, Secret Schemer. His performance in Feng Yuan's previous life was quite spectacular and made Heavenly Court suffer major losses. The three crazed demon eccentrics were wary of Feng Yuan. Thus Pang Shan did not appear and was hiding somewhere. It was very likely that him being in closed cultivation was only an excuse just in case Feng Yuan went crazy and attacked them. As long as there was at least one eccentric left, they would not have the worry of Feng Yuan killing them all. Not only this, the three crazed demon eccentrics might have some backup methods, which is why they are keeping a person outside. Feng Yuan deduced inwardly. Although Feng Yuan had undergone the crazed demon agreement, he had already gotten rid of its restrictions. The three crazed demon eccentrics also had the killer move Do Not Care, and could completely ignore the crazed demon agreement.
The three crazed demon eccentrics were wary of Feng Yuan and were on guard, but Feng Yuan did not actually want to attack them. At least, he did not want to attack now. This is already the third time I am inside Crazed Demon Cave. I hope there will be some gains. Feng Yuan's main target for this trip was still limitless true inheritance. Not long in the future, Heavenly Court would definitely hold the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to restore Fate Gu. At that time, there would definitely be a huge battle involving Gu Immortals of the 5 regions.
In this battle, no matter how powerful Feng Yuan became, he could not control the situation. Any venerable methods could easily topple the situation. Feng Yuan had already realized this in the previous life. The best example was Duke Long.
Duke Long was unmatched, but he was nothing against venerable methods. Limitless Demon Venerable bound him instantly and made him unable to even budge for a long time. It was because of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method that Duke Long got free from the bindings and regained his freedom. Feng Yuan's plan was that in this life, he would not only actively increase his strength but also gather some venerable true inheritances. If he could trigger venerable methods, it would be the perfect support in his plan to destroy Fate Gu.
And the most reliable clue was here. Crazed Demon Cave. Feng Yuan's timing was also perfect. His current strength had already risen a lot. Although he only had rank 7 cultivation on the surface, he had already advanced to rank 8. Even if the 3 crazed demon eccentrics went against him, he could quickly counterattack without any worry about his safety. Moreover, after some time, Longevity Heaven's Bing Sichuan would awaken. His awakening would have a huge influence on Longevity Heaven and the whole Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Were Feng Yuan to come to Northern Plains at that time and make a big commotion, he might have to face Longevity Heaven led by Bing Sichuan, which would be hard to deal with. Not Immortal guided the way ahead while Secret Schemer accompanied Feng Yuan and conversed with him.
Feng Yuan followed the 2 eccentrics deep into Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave had 9 layers. The first layer was the most external layer. It was also the scene Feng Yuan saw from high in the sky. The second layer was an incredibly hot land of burning rocks.
The third layer was covered in white fog. Ferocious beasts moved in the fog, and there was also the fog city. It was extremely dangerous. Every layer had completely different environments. Demonic sounds spread from the deepest 9th layer to the whole of Crazed Demon Cave at every set interval of time. When the demonic sounds spread, all beings went crazy and would start killing each other, creating extreme chaos. The deeper one went, the stronger the demonic sounds became. But the method created by the 3 crazed demon eccentrics could defend against a portion of the demonic sound's might. However, what Feng Yuan used was not this method. Before he came here, he had modified the previous method, and the new method had extraordinary effects. It could be considered an advanced version. After all, his current rule path attainment level was at Great Grandmaster. While the demonic sound was active, the activation of immortal killer moves would be greatly affected. This was because the demonic sounds were chaotic Dao marks. Insanity was only the side effect. The three moved down the curved pathways before finally reaching the seventh layer, which was also the third lowest layer. Back then, Fang Yuan's endpoint had been this layer. The three crazed demon eccentrics similarly were stopped here for several hundreds of years. It was because they were stuck at this barrier without any breakthrough that they took in Chudu and Fang Yuan. However, their gains were also a lot. The 7 layers they explored had scattered traces of limitless demon venerable's inheritance. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics researched these clues and were able to roughly deduce the scene at the final layer, although they had never been there. Fang Yuan's sight was filled with dazzling light. All sorts of colors emanated from the rocks, soil, and grass in this place. This was Dao mark light. When the density of Dao marks reached a certain level, they would let out this kind of brilliant radiance naturally. In this 7th layer, every grain of soil and every piece of rock was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. The extremely unfortunate thing was these Dao marks were chaotic and could not be used. Fang Yuan, after you. Secret schemer gave way. Ever since the previous failure, I have reflected on it and gained much insight. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he walked in the front. Secret schemer and not immortal glanced at each other before following Fang Yuan closely. In the recent period of time, Fang Yuan's reputation shook the world. But how much strength did he truly have? 3 crazed demon eccentrics were not sure, and this situation was the best chance to ascertain it. Secret schemer and not immortal's attention were gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked leisurely. The first 10 steps were like strolling in sunshine. 20 steps he was relaxed. 30 steps, his expression started to become serious. 40 steps, he was beginning to pant. 50 steps, he looked exhausted. Over 60 steps, Fang Yuan stopped for a breather. Secret schemer looked at not immortal, while not immortal also looked at secret schemer. Both saw shock in each other's eyes. The countless conflicting Dao marks needed to be overcome to move in this place. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics' furthest limit had been over 10,000 steps, but they had rested again and again before continuing. If they were to move without resting like Fang Yuan, they would at most be able to walk 40-50 steps. The terrifying thing is that Fang Yuan walked over 60 steps, but it is obvious he has not used all his strength and is still at ease. Just this alone has surpassed us 3. But where do his limits lie? Thoughts surged up and down in the minds of not immortal and secret schemer. But in fact, Fang Yuan had sovereign immortal body. He simply did not suffer any conflict from Dao marks, so the exhaustion was only his disguise and act. Fang Yuan would rather put up a show because he wanted to awe the 3 crazed demon eccentrics while also hiding his abilities. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person who liked to keep his secrets hidden. If he could keep his cards under the table, he absolutely would not reveal them lightly. As expected of Fang Yuan. Right, such strength makes us 3 feel ashamed about ourselves. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. You don't need to be modest. I have been reborn several times and have many memories. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics have a famous reputation. You all have your own unique methods that even I have a high opinion of. Not immortal and secret schemer were shaken inwardly. Fang Yuan's words had deep meaning. They could be taken as praise but also taken as a warning. I have been reborn. I am familiar with your methods. Don't make an enemy of me. The 3 continued to walk forward. The deeper they moved, the harder it became, and the more the pressure increased. We will save a lot of effort by relying on our respective paths. Dao marks on the upcoming paths. Fang Yuan, let's split up for now. Not immortal said. He chose to walk towards the front left where there were relatively more rule path Dao marks, since he cultivated rule path. Not long later, secret schemer also bade farewell. He chose to walk the path with more wisdom path Dao marks. Fang Yuan naturally could move in a straight line, but he did not do so, instead choosing to hide his skills. He carefully chose a path to walk. The 2 eccentrics saw this and had their own thoughts. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was quite large, and it felt even more huge in not immortal and secret schemer's perception, because they had to think carefully for every step they took while also enduring the conflict from countless Dao marks. The more they walked, the more difficult it became. This difficulty further widened the sense of distance they felt. Fang Yuan moved like a normal Gu immortal would for some time, while feeling some sympathy towards not immortal and secret schemer's situation. If I didn't have the sovereign immortal body, I would have to choose a Dao mark path as well. But this Dao mark path will keep on becoming narrower. There are many choices at the start, but the deeper you go, the fewer choices you have. Fang Yuan walked for a while before stopping. His path was cut. The path ahead was filled with Dao marks of other paths. Fortunately, after passing this section, the path ahead had the Dao marks Fang Yuan selected. Fang Yuan discreetly glanced at Not Immortal and Secret Schemer. These two were already left behind by him and were walking with a lot of difficulty. Similarly, these two were also paying attention to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth as he continued to move forward. He pretended to be in a lot of difficulty, stopping at every step. After a while, he finally conquered the difficulty and once again walked the Dao mark path that suited him, his face revealing a relaxed expression again. These conflicting Dao marks are nothing to me. Instead, it is the acting that is more energy-consuming. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his mind. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer glanced at each other from far away. Fang Yuan's strength was still above their current estimation. In that small section, although Fang Yuan moved with difficulty, his speed was still fast. Were Not Immortal to be in the same situation, he might have spewed blood. These two became slower the more they walked, and even their hearts became heavier. The surrounding Dao marks pressured them constantly, making it very hard for them to move. Not Immortal was already spitting blood, while Secret Schemer's face looked yellowish-purple. After a while, the two had no choice but to stop. They had reached their limits. Fang Yuan was still moving in front. His expression looked much more exhausted than before, but it was obvious he still had a lot of strength left. Fang Yuan is truly a monster. He has many venerable inheritances. He is someone who has won against Heavenly Court repeatedly. It is not strange for him to have this achievement. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer conversed secretly. They sighed while feeling helpless. Then, let's watch him from here. I want to see how far he can walk. Secret Schemer snorted coldly. Not Immortal hesitated for a moment before asking, do you think he can walk out of the 7th layer and enter the 8th layer? How is that even possible? Secret Schemer denied immediately, not even thinking of the possibility. But shortly after, he said with a heavy voice, this possibility is not high. There are at least tens of thousands of steps before someone can walk out of 7th layer. The distance we have walked currently is not even 10%. Fang Yuan is indeed powerful and is a rank 7 demon that seldom appears in 100 or even 1,000 years. But in the end, he is not at rank 8. I even feel that only a venerable can get out of the 7th layer and enter the 8th layer. Venerable? Not Immortal thought and said, should we tell Fang Yuan of the clues that several venerables came here? Yes. Secret Schemer nodded. Wait till Fang Yuan reaches his limits. We will tell this information to him after we return. Secret Schemer witnessed Fang Yuan's strength and admitted Fang Yuan was stronger than him. Informing Fang Yuan of this information might spur Fang Yuan's fighting spirit and make him stay in Crazed Demon Cave, accompanying the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics to break through this place together. Fang Yuan walked for a while before pausing slightly. This was the place where I saw Secret Schemer the previous time. Fang Yuan sized up his surroundings but did not see any traces. Back then, Fang Yuan remembered the Dao marks here were mainly of Metal Path and Earth Path, but it was completely different now. Fang Yuan was not surprised because the Dao marks in the 7th layer could transform. Every time the demonic sounds start from the 9th layer, they will spread to the 8th layer, then to the 7th layer, all the way to the 1st layer. When they reached the 1st layer, the demonic sounds would be sealed by a formless force, not spreading to the outside world and affecting other beings. Fang Yuan continued to walk forward. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal stopped on their spots, watching his receding figure from the distance. When Fang Yuan crossed Secret Schemer's furthest record, this wisdom path Gu Immortal's eyelids twitched. Despite him expecting this situation, when he saw this happen for real, he could not help feeling a deep sense of loss. I was surpassed. Secret Schemer heaved a deep sigh inwardly. I am the head of the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics, the person who explored the furthest. I have lived here for hundreds of years and have engrossed myself in researching this place. I never expected to be surpassed by Fang Yuan so easily. Envy and even hatred, as well as anger towards himself, bitterness, sadness, and all kinds of emotions surged in his heart.
Not Immortal's feelings were much better than Secret Schemer. After all, he was the one with the worst performance among the three crazed demon eccentrics. Seeing Secret Schemer's expression, Not Immortal heaved a sigh and was about to comfort him when his expression changed suddenly.
The demonic sounds started. What's going on? Not Immortal was pale with fright. Secret Schemer was also horrified. How could the demonic sounds appear at this time? Not Immortal said, "Your previous deduction was correct. The demonic sound's timing is already messed up and we can no longer grasp its timing.
Quick, let's retreat.
This place is too dangerous." Secret Schemer's face was already perspiring with sweat. He shouted towards Fang Yuan. "The demonic sound is here. Retreat quickly. We can only be safe after exiting the 7th layer." Fang Yuan turned around to look at them too. These two no longer had the secluded cultivator demeanor of the three crazed demon eccentrics. They were panicking and were rapidly retreating. "It doesn't look like they are trying to harm me." Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had no time to choose a path. They could only barely make out the correct direction and retreat towards the outside.
The demonic sounds had just started and the Dao marks here were already restless. Even more terrifying was when the demonic sounds truly resonated, there would be a wild tsunami of Dao marks in the 7th layer.
Immortal killer moves would immediately break upon activation. At this time period, even Duke Long would be in grave danger if he was here. He would be as weak as a baby and his death would be an unchangeable outcome.
The 7th layer had already become a forbidden land that devoured everything. Only a venerable might be able to contend it. The two eccentrics used all their methods and staked all their strength. They were spewing blood as they retreated.
"Quick! We are almost out of here." Secret Schemer's eyes shone with wild joy as he looked ahead. "I cannot go on." Not Immortal crashed onto the ground.
Secret Schemer said through clenched teeth, "Persevere." The two had a very close relationship. Secret Schemer disregarded the danger and carried the unconscious Not Immortal. At the moment of danger, his true nature was revealed. Secret Schemer kept on moving, finally charged out. His 7 orifices were bleeding, his face was pale and green, he was blacking out time and again, and he felt as if his whole body was weighed down by heavy lead.
However, he did not dare to rest. The demonic sounds had just started. The 7th layer had become a dangerous zone, and there was only hope for survival by returning to the 6th layer. The demonic sounds had begun to spread, and the warning alarms were ringing louder and louder in Secret Schemer's mind. He clenched his teeth and exerted his final trace of strength to drag himself and the unconscious Not Immortal to the 6th layer. Wait, where is Fang Yuan? Before leaving the 7th layer, he took the risk to take a look behind. Wah! His eyes widened as if someone had struck the back of his eyes. He was stupefied. Fang Yuan had not retreated, but instead had moved even deeper. You. Secret Schemer could not make up any words in his agitated state. Fang Yuan heard the sound and turned around to look at him, smiling. It was already too late for me to retreat from where I was. But I have a life-saving secret technique, so I have a slim chance to survive. There is deadly danger in exploring here, and I have already prepared myself mentally, so no worries. Secret Schemer. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again. Secret Schemer was silent. He wanted to say, "Oh, Fang Yuan, you are dead meat," but was unable to speak it out. In the end, he said, "Fang Yuan, we will definitely meet again." These words had deep meaning. On one hand, he was encouraging Fang Yuan, hoping he could persevere and not give up trying. Maybe there was a hope for survival. On the other hand, he was also foretelling himself that as he continued to explore like this, he would be trapped in a situation like Fang Yuan sooner or later, and they would meet again in death. Fang Yuan ruminated and smiled. This Secret Schemer is indeed friendly and loyal. In the 500 years of his previous life, Secret Schemer was like this. He did not want to go out of Crazed Demon Cave, but Not Immortal and Pang Shan were pulled into the 5 regions' chaotic war. To protect his companions, Secret Schemer left Crazed Demon Cave. Although he only had rank 7 cultivation, his wisdom path attainment was very deep. He became a huge problem for Central Continent and Heavenly Court. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were secluded cultivators and did not have any blood relation, but their friendship was extremely deep, even surpassing many righteous path Gu immortals. A man is not a stalk of grass or a tree with no feelings. These three with a common goal lived together in seclusion for hundreds of years and helped each other. Their relationship had already reached the point of staking one's life for another. Fang Yuan looked at the swaying Dao marks ahead. His expression was calm and at ease. Even if these Dao marks formed into a tsunami from the turbulence, it had no effect on him. Sovereign immortal body, non-conflicting Dao marks. Fang Yuan was instead much more relaxed than before because Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had already left. He smiled lightly and walked forward with ease. He looked at the dazzling and grand Dao mark waves in front of him. This was truly the most extraordinary scene in the world. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, there were many extraordinary sights. Some were majestic, some were elegant, some were mighty, some were exquisite. Including both his previous lives and the present life, Fang Yuan had almost traveled the whole world. His vision was broad. He had plenty of experiences and seen many extraordinary things. But right now, those magical scenes in his memories were all inferior to the waves of Dao marks in front of him. If I leave my inheritance in the future, I will definitely record this scene and pass it to the later generations. Fang Yuan thought. Crazed Demon Cave, 6th layer. The 2 heavily injured eccentrics were collapsed on the ground. Secret Schemer was kneeling and healing Not Immortal, disregarding his own injuries for the moment. Not Immortal slowly opened his eyes. He was dazed at first before coming to his senses shortly after as he thanked with great joy. I actually escaped, leader. You saved me once again. He then asked in doubt. Where is Fang Yuan? Wait a second, he didn't retreat in time. Secret Schemer smiled bitterly. No, he is still at the 7th layer. But his parting words were right. It was already late for him to retreat from that distance. Not Immortal was astonished, and after a long while he sighed. This is life. Who could have imagined that the mighty Fang Yuan would perish here? Even though Fang Yuan's reputation was so illustrious, Not Immortal did not think he had much chance of survival. Because Not Immortal knew the terrifying might of Crazed Demon Cave. Secret Schemer had calmed down. His expression was a little bizarre. It might be unbelievable, but I have a strange feeling that Fang Yuan can survive. Although my rationality tells me it is impossible and I also can't deduce any way for him to survive, I still have this feeling inside me. Leader, you are a wisdom path Gu Immortal. Not Immortal was also dazed. Does every feeling of a wisdom path Gu Immortal have to be correct? Secret Schemer shook his head bitterly. Maybe this is only my hope for Fang Yuan? He is so strong, far stronger than us. The whole world is shaken by him, and even Heavenly Court is unable to deal with him. But such a character is going to perish inside Crazed Demon Cave. Maybe his ending will be our ending in the future. I must be feeling empathetic. Not Immortal was silent. After a good while, Secret Schemer broke the silence. Let's go. Let's retreat and rest properly. When the demonic sounds stop completely, we will go to the 7th layer to search for Fang Yuan. Not Immortal nodded despite him knowing Fang Yuan had almost no chance of surviving. He stood up with difficulty, but his body staggered and fell. Fortunately, Secret Schemer held him in time. Secret Schemer supported him and the two moved forward slowly while resisting the penetrating demonic sounds. The path ahead was covered in darkness. The two gradually merged into the darkness. Both were moving while staggering. They were completely unaware that in the 7th layer, Fang Yuan was still alive and had even made a new discovery. This is a new type of Dao mark? Fang Yuan's gaze brightened in surprise. In the dazzling Dao mark waves, he started to discover some brand new Dao marks. Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before. He had a great improvement in every path and had inherited several venerable true inheritances. His vision had broadened greatly, but right now he was certain he had never seen this kind of Dao mark. This was a completely new Dao mark. These Dao marks were originally still because they were too low in quantity and scattered everywhere. They were quite inconspicuous. But right now, due to the demonic sound, all kinds of Dao marks are in constant movement, and also because of the conflict of different Dao marks of similar paths are beginning to unite. This increased the size of these new Dao marks and made them easier to discover. Fang Yuan rapidly deduced the reason. When the demonic sounds had just started, all kinds of Dao marks were mixed and woven randomly, complex and colorful. After the demonic sounds had rang for a period of time, Dao marks of each path gathered together and formed a united color. It was much clearer and more magnificent than before. In front of Fang Yuan, metal path Dao marks were wriggling around like a giant golden python. On his left, the soul path Dao marks were even larger. They were like dark clouds as large as a city wall and were pushing forward grandly. Beside Fang Yuan's feet was that brand new Dao mark. It was like a brook that was flowing gently. Fang Yuan stopped and observed it carefully. Not long later, his face was filled with astonishment. From the new Dao mark, he saw blades and swords. He smelled axes and halberds. He felt hammers and spears. He heard darts and arrows. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn as he pondered. This new Dao mark represents a brand new path. This path is quite grand. It actually contains blades, swords, axes, halberds, and other weapons. If someone creates this path in the future, it will definitely encompass sword path and blade path. This new path's battle strength will be very strong, and it also clearly has many profundities of human path. But short after, Fang Yuan shook his head. However, who knows how many generations it will take and how long is needed to create this path. Maybe someone has the thought and the foundation to create this path. If he or she can witness the scene, it will definitely be a huge help to him or her. Or perhaps no one in the world will have this thought. This path will always be hidden like a treasure chest buried deep underground, and there will never be anyone to open it. Fang Yuan did not have any feeling of regret. This situation was normal in the Gu world. There was a common saying, talent is often overlooked due to a lack of opportunity. Everyone needs a scout to excavate their talent. In fact, an exceptional path needs talented people to unearth it. Fang Yuan did not want to use this to create a new path. He already had his hands full with the paths he cultivated. Moreover, creating a new path required an extremely huge amount of time and energy. He did not have such spare time. Fang Yuan continued moving forward. Along the way, he saw many new Dao marks. Some Dao marks had gathered into a ball, round and smooth. Fang Yuan seemed to smell light scent of grass from it. But when he smelled carefully, it felt like the aroma of food. Fang Yuan made a guess. Was this the rumored pill path Dao mark? There was also a patch of Dao marks that were spread on the ground like a carpet. It was clearly a similar kind of Dao mark, but lights and tur wove on its surface to form mountains and rivers at times, and at times form birds and animals. When other Dao marks came flooding, this patch of Dao marks became like leaves in the wind and flew away, lightly attaching onto the surface of the other Dao marks. It did not affect these foreign Dao marks, nor did its tiny self crumble apart. It was truly mystical. Fang Yuan's heart shook slightly the moment he saw this. If I am not wrong, these are painting path Dao marks. He had the intention to take these Dao marks. But the demonic sounds were ringing now, and he had no method to capture the Dao marks. Fang clan has thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance, and that immortal Gu house thieves Denver. If I use it, can I steal the Dao marks here? Fang Yuan's heart was moved as he gained an inspiration. Immortal materials were common in Crazed Demon Cave, but they had no value at all. It was because the Dao marks in these immortal materials were chaotic and of every path. The immortal materials were useless, but not the Dao marks. Fang Yuan used the plot against him to his own advantage and dealt with Fang Dichong. The current Fang Dichong was his clone. Fang Yuan had plundered almost all the information about Fang clan from Fang Dichang's soul. It naturally included Thieves' Den. This was indeed thieving heaven demon venerable's immortal Gu house, but it was very damaged because it involved theft path which Fang clan was not proficient in. When Fang clan obtained this immortal Gu house, they had not obtained its complete contents, so they had not been able to restore it. The present Thieves' Den only had one ability, that was to use a theft path immortal materials as the catalyst. The theft path Dao marks in the immortal materials would be consumed instantly, and the Dao marks in the outside world would be stolen. The stolen Dao marks would be attached to these theft path immortal materials. In the end, these immortal materials would be filled with disorderly Dao marks from every path and have no more value. This was similar to the situation in Crazed Demon Cave. Thieves' Den had the ability to steal the outside world's Dao marks, but did not have the method to use them. This was the main reason Fang Yuan had not thought of seizing Thieves' Den. But this situation is different here. When these identical Dao marks gather together, I can use Thieves' Den to create immortal materials of the respective paths. These immortal materials would have identical Dao marks and should be usable. Fang Yuan's chest started to heat slightly at this thought. If this idea worked, then he would possess a channel to create endless rank 8 and even rank 9 immortal materials. How enormous was this wealth? Even Fang Yuan could not estimate it. The created immortal materials could not only be used in transactions and Gu refinement, they could also be used to comprehend the respective paths. For instance, using these new Dao marks to create painting path, pill path, and other paths immortal materials, these immortal materials were great reference for creating the corresponding path. But similar Dao marks can only gather during the time when the demonic sounds appear. At this time, there is an extreme risk in activating immortal moves.
The Dao marks of the immortal move can very likely turn chaotic because of the identical arrangement of the Dao marks. It would fail and lead to backlash. There's no need to talk of Thieves' Den, I might not even be able to bring it out.
It is not the sovereign immortal body. It will suffer conflicting force if brought out and shatter. Fang Yuan calmed down. There were huge technical difficulties in completing his idea. His current foundation allowed him to look down on the world, but he still did not have any certainty. Fang Yuan let out a sigh and gave up on this thought for the moment, continuing to move forward. He began to move faster. No matter what the Dao marks ahead were, they were all harmless like a light breeze to him. Not long later, he saw Dream Path Dao marks.
Crazed Demon Cave could be said to have all the different types of Dao marks, even Dream Path Dao marks were included. Fang Yuan stopped cautiously and probed before finding that the Dream Path Dao marks were similarly harmless to him. These were only Dao marks and not a dream realm. To the sovereign immortal body, it was just a kind of moving immortal material. If it were a dream realm, Fang Yuan would have to make a detour. Fang Yuan moved in a straight line, his path unimpeded. The ringing of the demonic sounds gave him some trouble. Fortunately, he had created an outstanding method. This killer move was specially created and could last for a long time when activated. Although with the disturbance of the demonic sounds, the long-term effect became short-term, everything was within Fang Yuan's tolerance range. Even if his mind was eroded by the demonic sounds and he went into a killing spree, this land had no beings that could threaten him. Even if he were to crash onto a boulder, the sovereign immortal body's constitution would guarantee his safety. There were irregular and turbulent multicolored waves in the surrounding. At times they were like a huge tsunami, at times they were like a group of running horses, at times they were like a waterfall, and at times they were like birds flying around. And Fang Yuan was moving in the middle of these. Were the three crazed demon eccentrics to see this scene, their jaws might drop from the shock. This was not toppling their common sense, this was directly shattering it. Fang Yuan moved deeper, reaching the depths that the three crazed demon eccentrics could not even imagine. When he finally reached the 8 layers entrance, he exclaimed lightly and paused. He actually saw 3 paths. One path was filled with golden light. Luck surged around it. One path was dark and horrifying. Killing intent filled it. One path was humble and plain, giving a virtuous aura. Fang Yuan's eyes shone as he understood. These 3 paths are probably the traces of past venerables. These paths are filled with Luck Path, Soul Path, and Earth Path Dao marks. They should belong to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable respectively. These 3 venerables had been here. The mighty demonic sounds and the chaotic Dao marks formed a horrifying situation. The might was so powerful that it could wipe out almost any Gu immortal without leaving even a trace behind. But the Dao marks in these 3 paths were incomparably firm. Even though all kinds of Dao mark currents were colliding, engulfing, and crashing into each other, the Dao marks in these 3 paths stood still. It was just that some Dao marks were peeled off at the very edges like they were residue or debris. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes slightly. He knew he possessed the sovereign immortal body which had non-conflicting Dao marks so he could come here. It was like he was cheating. But venerables were different. Dao marks of venerables conflicted. They could come here because they had charged forward forcefully. This was the supreme power of the 3 venerables. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics' talents and attainment levels were rarely seen in the world, but they still needed to look for a path to walk on. But venerables did not need to. Wherever they walked on was a supreme path in itself. Fang Yuan was not surprised at finding that venerables had come here. He had already somewhat predicted it. In fact, After all, Limitless Demon Venerable was a person of the Olden Antiquity era, the third Venerable in history after primordial origin and star constellation. His crazed demon cave had lasted to this day, although it was secluded. If the three crazed demon eccentrics could find this secret, what about others? As the supreme beings among Gu immortals, these venerables were terrifying existences. It was logical for them to discover this place. Only ignorant and naive youngsters would think that priceless inheritances, treasures and legacies that no one has ever discovered before would be found specially by them. Humans were ordinary, but every person was unique. If you could have such a fortuitous encounter, why couldn't others have it? But why are there traces of only these three venerables? Why did the paths left behind by these three venerables only appear near the entrance of the 8th layer? There were some doubts in his mind, but Feng Yuan did not stop and jumped through the 8th layer's entrance. The darkness in front of him passed in an instant. At the next moment, Feng Yuan landed on solid ground. How could this be? Feng Yuan was dumbstruck. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer showed a scene far surpassing his expectation. There was no similarity to the 7th layer at all. This was a vast grassland. Green grass, blue sky, and white clouds. There was no sun in the sky, but it was bright. There were many beautiful wildflowers that were in full bloom. Strong flowery fragrance floated in the wind and brushed across Feng Yuan's face along with a light breeze. Feng Yuan was stupefied. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer? He was astonished. According to the three Crazed Demon Eccentrics deduction, Crazed Demon Cave's last 3 layers should be the same as the 7th layer's scene, with chaotic Dao marks everywhere. The 8th layer's Dao mark scale would definitely be bigger than the 7th layer's. And in the 9th layer was the Immortal formation arranged by Limitless Demon Venerable. The core of this Immortal formation was the legendary rank 9 Immortal Gu derivation. But after Feng Yuan entered the 8th layer, he discovered this was actually a small world. Did I enter a blessed land? A thought surfaced in Feng Yuan's mind. But he denied this guess quickly. When he used investigative methods to inspect his surroundings, a subtle change appeared in his expression. This world doesn't seem ordinary. It is not a normal blessed land or grotto heaven. This world is a little frail. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking, he heard a loud crackle. A giant tear spread in the sky like lightning, spanning across the whole land. At that instant, Feng Yuan's hairs stood on end as warning signals rang loudly in his mind. He felt an intense threat from this giant tear. He was certain that as long as he was touched, he would die. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal, he might only last for a few breaths of time. Fortunately, although the tear was extremely fast, it did not focus on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan dodged with ease when he heard crackling sounds. This is the sound of a small world. It is crumbling apart and is about to perish. Feng Yuan sized up everything with a cold and aloof gaze. That giant tear was enlarging and spreading continuously. The small world seemed to be cut into two and would soon split completely. The blue sky, white clouds, grassland, and the flowers were all devoured by the tear. However, there was nothing in the tear, as if it was a peerless vicious beast that was in perpetual hunger. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. This is Phantom Path's strength, avoid tear. Seeing this, he quickly used his methods to hide himself. The tear spread towards him. Feng Yuan did not dodge and instead threw himself in. He entered the tear but did not suffer any destructive attack. When the void tear had just begun to spread, it was extremely dangerous. But after its might was spread, Feng Yuan was barely able to shelter himself inside. The small world was becoming smaller and smaller while the void tear was growing bigger and bigger. Feng Yuan flew higher up along the tear and soon left the boundaries of this small world, arriving at the outside world. His body and mind shook at the sight. He was like a water bug that had suddenly arrived in a vast ocean. This ocean was the void. This void was vast and wide with no limits to its boundary. Feng Yuan was an extremely insignificant existence inside it. But he was not alone. Alongside him were countless worlds. These worlds were like multicolored air bubbles. Some were just forming, some had grown firmly, and some were being destroyed. That small world Feng Yuan was in earlier was being destroyed. In just a short period of time, only 2 crescent-shaped fragments had remained of it.
Fang Yuan's mouth opened slightly, but was unable to say anything from the shock.
He suddenly realized this was the true appearance of the 8th layer. The 7th layer had countless Tao marks while the 8th layer had an infinite void. And in this void, countless worlds were being born and destroyed.
This. Fang Yuan caught a strange movement. The small world he was in earlier had already been destroyed completely, leaving behind only a long white thread. This thread could not be destroyed by even the void. It was extremely tenacious. It was a Tao mark. Although it was only a thread of Tao mark, it was extraordinary and twinkled with Tao mark light. What Tao mark is this? Fang Yuan had never seen this Tao mark and observed it with undivided attention. It was very obvious that this Tao mark was beyond extraordinary. Because that small world had its own heaven and earth, so it had space path, living beings moved, so it had time path, there were grasses and flowers, so it had wood path, there was land, so it had earth path, there were clouds, so it had cloud path.
But these Tao marks no longer existed as they were destroyed by the void, only this translucent white thread-like Tao mark remained. From this Tao mark, Fang Yuan saw space path, sensed time path, tasted wood path, and felt cloud path. What path's Tao mark is this? It actually has a kind of all-inclusive capacity? Fang Yuan was confused when he suddenly thought of an answer.
I got it. This is heaven path. Tao marks of the heavenly Tao. He had felt strange when he moved in the 7th layer. He saw all kinds of Tao marks including dream path, as well as other completely new Tao marks. But there were 2 kinds of Tao marks missing. One was human path and the other was heaven path. Fang Yuan had seen human path Tao marks, but this was the first time he was seeing heaven path Tao marks. Other Tao marks are all destroyed. Only heaven path Tao marks remain. What is this indicating? Fang Yuan stared rigidly at this heaven path Tao mark.
The thread-like heaven path Tao mark seemed to be floating in the wind. It twinkled with dazzling white light, and its movement deeply attracted Fang Yuan's gaze. Fang Yuan was cautious and did not attempt to make a move on this Tao mark.
He followed the Tao mark. After flying for a while, there was suddenly a strange change in the void ahead of him. Currents surged and a vortex formed instantly, swallowing this heaven path Tao mark. The Tao mark held on for a while in the void vortex before collapsing. At that instant, the void vortex was dyed in all kinds of colors, forming a multicolored rotating disk. The vortex rotated for a long while, and with a light sound, it suddenly burst. The void in this area resumed its calm. But a blue-white air bubble had suddenly appeared out of thin air. This air bubble was extremely small at first, only the size of Fang Yuan's little finger. But soon it expanded rapidly. Fang Yuan used investigative methods to check and discovered to his shock. This blue-white air bubble was a newly created small world. The land in this small world was expanding rapidly, the sky was spreading, everything was undergoing dramatic changes following some profound and mystical law. After dozens of breaths of time, this small world had already expanded to a size that Fang Yuan could enter. The small world's growth speed had slowed. Everything was gradually stabilizing inside. Fang Yuan entered it. This small world was no longer like what he saw before. Clouds were drifting in the sky. Islands were floating in the air, and countless huge green vines spread and interwove into a net that surrounded this world. It is the same heaven path Tao mark, but this small world's appearance has changed a lot. Fang Yuan's mind jolted. He was about to comprehend something but was not able to grasp onto it, like it was separated by a barrier. Fang Yuan had an intense premonition that as long as he grasped this inspiration and comprehended it, he could obtain a huge increase in strength. And this increase was a qualitative increase. So, he fixed his gaze on these small worlds, observing their birth and destruction. His body and mind was absorbed into it. He was completely obsessed, unable to free himself. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer derives Tao marks, and this 8th layer derives worlds. No, deriving worlds is only the superficial appearance. What it is actually doing is deriving heaven path Tao marks. Fang Yuan carefully observed, usually, after every round of a small world's birth and destruction, that heaven path Tao mark would grow by a bit. The situation was much more complex in reality. Sometimes, the void vortex absorbed not just 1 but 3 to 4 heaven path Tao marks together. After these heaven path Tao marks scatter, the small world that formed would be more vast and have deeper foundation, growing rapidly.
but after its destruction it would only leave behind one or at most two heaven path down marks. In terms of the total length, the length of the previous 3 to 4 heaven path down marks was no doubt greater than the length of the new down marks. Heaven path down marks can also be lost. Or maybe the heaven path down marks that I have seen still haven't reached the standard that limitless demon Venerable wants. He wants to create heaven path down marks that match his expectations. If so, what kind of heaven path down marks did he want to create? Fang Yuan's mind jolted as he suddenly thought of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics analysis. Limitless demon Venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, so he settled in crazed demon cave in his later years in search of the correct method. Limitless demon Venerable wants to pursue eternal life, but the heavenly Tao does not permit it. The Legends of Ren states, Fate Gu determines that every being in the world must die and their soul has to return to the door of life and death. What was Fate Gu? Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Fate Gu, in essence, was a fragment of heaven path. Limitless demon Venerable wants eternal life, but he is unable to bypass the heavenly Tao. He realized this, so he directly targeted heaven path and researched it. Fang Yuan guessed. Limitless demon Venerable had once attacked heavenly court. But he was not an otherworldly demon and was unable to destroy fate. But he did not give up. Instead, he worked even harder and advanced forward. He wanted to find out the reason he was unable to destroy Fate Gu and wanted to completely understand the truth of heaven path. Such ambition, such methods. Even Fang Yuan could not help but feel admiration. So how do I collect these heaven path down marks? Fang Yuan was extremely troubled. He tried many methods, but they were of no use. He even had a premonition, even if he brought out Thieves' Den right now, he would be unable to do anything to these heaven path down marks. Thieves' Den was only a rank 8 theft path immortal Gu house and was highly damaged at that. And this immortal formation was obviously rank 9. It was even personally constructed by Limitless Demon Venerable. I should directly take the immortal formation. Fang Yuan fell into another dilemma, because he did not know how to reach the 9th layer. The path in the 7th layer was extremely clear, but at the 8th layer, Fang Yuan was in a boundless void without any signs and clues. How would he enter the 9th layer? Fang Yuan did not know what direction to choose. He could only drift aimlessly. Who knew how long had passed? He discovered a world. Until now, this is the largest world I have seen. But it looks like it is about to be destroyed. Let's take a look inside. Fang Yuan entered this world. We pay respects to the sage. This world actually had living creatures. When they saw Fang Yuan, they immediately kowtowed excitedly. Sage, did you come to create a Tao field to save this world? Sage, please take me in as your disciple. These living creatures had misty body with human shapes. They had noses and eyes, and they talked without stopping. Sage! Fang Yuan frowned slightly before immediately realizing the huge meaning behind this. That means there are other sages like me? Yes. There was a sage who wore a green robe and white headband. There were lotuses blooming at his every step. He created the Green Lotus Tao field. Another sage was barefooted and wore yellow clothes. He was filled with compassion. He saved the yellow earth great world. There was also another sage with a ferocious appearance. He was tall and burly. Countless beast roars could be heard from his every action. He created savage wilderness great world. These cloud people scrambled to inform Fang Yuan. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Fang Yuan's heart jolted. According to the descriptions of these misty human-shaped indigenous people, Fang Yuan quickly matched these 3 sages with 3 venerables in history. All kinds of thoughts flashed like lightning in Fang Yuan's mind. These 3 venerables came here? In the 7th layer, I also saw the Tao marks path left by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. That means at least 5 venerables have come here. Fang Yuan realized a little but was even more confused. When he saw the 3 venerables paths in the 7th layer, he had a doubt. Only these 3 venerables came here. If other venerables came, why are there no paths created by them? Now, it looks like that although other venerables come here as well, like Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus, even if they left behind their paths back then, they might have been destroyed by the passing of time. Limitless Demon Venerable was a venerable from 1,000,000 years ago during the Olden Antiquity era. After him came Reckless Savage and Red Lotus. In the Medieval Antiquity era 300,000 years ago, Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, and Giant Sun appeared in succession. Long-hair ancestor appeared in this era as well. Because he was a hairy man, he lived for a long time and had worked with Thieving Heaven and Giant Sun. After medieval antiquity era was late antiquity era, 100,000 years ago from present. Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth appeared in this era. After this era was the present age. The prophecy of 3 venerables stated that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be born. She would be an unprecedented venerable who would surpass the 10 great venerables. Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, and Paradise Earth left behind their paths in the 7th layer. The paths were actually the traces of them charging in. They were the most recent 3 venerables, so their down marks could exist until now. And the previous venerables, even if they left behind a down mark path, they were erased because of the passing of time. Fang Yuan's doubt was resolved, but he had even more questions now. Why did these venerables come one after the other? Crazed Demon Cave has way too much attraction to these people. Did these venerables go to the 9th layer after reaching here? The 9th layer's grand formation should still be working, so if these venerables went to the 9th layer, why didn't they destroy the formation and take away the rank 9 derivation goo? If they did not reach the 9th layer and stopped in the 8th layer, why did they create their Dao fields or worlds? Fang Yuan pondered for a while and decided to go take a look at these venerables' worlds. He was unable to find the path to the 9th layer. When he was in the 7th layer, he had never imagined the 8th layer would have such a grand scene. Maybe he could find relevant clues in these venerables' Dao fields or worlds. Even if there were no relevant clues, even if these venerables did not enter the 9th layer, those worlds could very likely have their inheritances. Even if there was no true inheritance, as long as there was something left behind, even if it was something insignificant to the venerable, it would be a huge gain to Fang Yuan. This is interesting. Do you know where these Dao fields and worlds are? Fang Yuan asked. These several human-shaped mists shook their heads, expressing they did not know and had only heard of them. Sage, we live in this world and have no ability to go out. The outside is too dangerous. We cannot set foot in it. Fang Yuan frowned. Then how did you know this information? A human-shaped mist replied. Every set interval of time, the disciples or students of these sages will cross the void and interact with the worlds, either making transactions or plundering. We obtained this information from them. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. These disciples came from each generation's venerable. What is their strength? It should be extraordinary considering they are able to travel through the void into different worlds. But shortly after, Fang Yuan realized something wrong as he asked, since there are a lot of these disciples. Why did you address me as sage the moment you saw me? A human-shaped mist replied, because all sages have an appearance like you, but their disciples are of all kinds of shapes. Fang Yuan immediately understood, so it seems there are no humans here. The so-called disciples or students of the sages are probably some other races. Like these human-shaped mist people. Come to speak of it, this was the first time he had seen these human-shaped mists. They were neither wild beasts nor plants. They were not variant humans as well, but they had vague human appearances. Sage, please save me. Sage, please make your arrangement and save this world. Several human-shaped mists kowtowed again. Sure. Fang Yuan smiled as he attacked suddenly. Sage, what are you doing? Ah! Cries of shock and screams resounded in Fang Yuan's ears for a moment. In 2 breaths of time, Fang Yuan captured these human-shaped mist. His gaze towards these human-shaped mist shone with a captivating coldness. How could this information gained from just questioning be reliable? If these human-shaped mists wanted to deceive Fang Yuan, it would be too easy for them. While talking, Fang Yuan had secretly scanned most of the surroundings and immediately made his move at this moment. He then used soul search methods to inspect them. But the result was somewhat awkward. These human-shaped mists did not have a soul. Without a soul, could they still be considered living beings? Even plants had their own souls. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before realizing. It seems this small world has no soul path Dao marks, so the living beings here don't have souls. This was a new and interesting discovery. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, all living beings had their own soul because of soul path Dao marks. These human-shaped mists, however, did not have any. It was somewhat difficult to search their memories now. But these problems were quickly subdued by Fang Yuan.
Fang Yuan obtained all the information grasped by these human-shaped mists. From this information, he saw that these human-shaped mists did not deceive him. Their existence was monotonous. After they gained sentience, they always stayed here until this world was on the verge of destruction. Even if the sage's disciples had arrived here and transacted with them, it was only once. The time period was too short, and thus the nature of these human-shaped mists was also quite simple, with unworldly mindsets. Fang Yuan also discovered these human-shaped mists were not an individual entity but were a part of this world. They could not leave this world. These human-shaped mists are quite similar to land spirits and heavenly spirits. A sudden light of inspiration flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the fusion of obsession of the Gu immortal and heavenly power. They also did not have souls, but they were sentient and could undergo transactions. In fact, not only land spirits and heavenly spirits, Fang Yuan also had the formation spirit and dragon spirit. The formation spirit was born from formation spirit Gu, while the dragon spirit was a secret creation of the dragon man race. Does this mean these human-shaped mists are the embryonic forms of land spirits and heavenly spirits? If I can understand their profundities, can I mass-produce land spirits and heavenly spirits? Fang Yuan's gaze brightened as he saw the most valuable gain. However, after about half a day, he looked at this world's destruction with regret. He really wanted to comprehend the mysteries of the birth of these human-shaped mists, but he did not have enough worlds. He had just begun his research and had made a little gain when this world was destroyed. No matter, I can continue to search. This kind of world, although rare, still exists. If I can find the Dao fields of those venerables, that would be even better. Thereupon, Fang Yuan began to travel through the void and searched everywhere for valuable targets. Puff! Pang Shan coughed out a mouthful of blood and took a step back. He was huge, and this one step firmly stamped on the ground, producing a huge sound. If it were ordinary ground, there would be a deep crater, but in this 7th layer, every inch of soil was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. They were extremely solid. I didn't find any traces of Fang Yuan. Pang Shan said while wiping off the bloodstains on the corner of his lips. Not Immortal was silent. Secret schemer sighed. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had gathered together now. They were split before as a precaution against Fang Yuan, but now, after the demonic sounds ended, they immediately reunited. On one hand, they felt even if Fang Yuan was alive, he would be at his last breath and could never be a threat. On the other hand, they wanted to use their greatest effort to save Fang Yuan. Gu Immortal's injuries were often very troublesome and difficult to heal. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer were injured, only Pang Shan had been completely fine, but he was also injured now. It was a bad idea to use investigative killer moves in the 7th layer. The Dao marks here were too concentrated, almost like a battlefield killer move. The conflicting Dao marks made it hostile to all the paths. Pang Shan's investigative range was extremely limited because the Dao marks that suited his path was only a small portion among all the Dao marks here. I know what the 7th layer looks like when the demonic sounds start. Brothers, let it be. Fang Yuan's hope is Pang Shan slowly shook his head. Who could have expected Fang Yuan to die like this? Not Immortal heaved a sigh. Secret Schemer also felt extreme regret. They did not have any feeling of having gotten rid of evil. Their life goal was simple and similar. They wanted to explore the 9th layer and grasp the derivation formation to thus search for a certain possibility of eternal life. Fang Yuan's main body did not come out of the 8th layer even after a long time, and his clones were getting nervous. Fang Clan headquarters. Divine Bean Palace floated in the air, letting out dazzling jade light. Right now, Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong, third Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng, as well as Fang Lung and Fang Yun were watching the place from far away. The jade light transformed suddenly, changing into countless lightning spheres that exploded in the surroundings. Rumble! A chain of explosions sent soil and rocks flying everywhere and created hurricanes. After the explosions ended, green grass started growing in the sunken and pit-filled ground while young trees started growing at a visible speed, their roots piercing into the soil as they grew into gigantic trees. This was Divine Bean Palace's killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. This killer move was activated smoothly, signifying that Fang Di Chong had control over Divine Bean Palace. The palace door opened and Fang Yuan's clone Fang Di Chong walked out with a smile. Good. Fong Gong laughed heartily. Second Elder, you have made a huge contribution. Although this was somewhat worrying for the balance of the internal factions of Fong clan, it was undoubtedly very good news for the whole clan.
With this palace, our Fong clan can break through our predicament and rise up for real. Fong Yun exclaimed jubilantly. Fong Di Chong smiled. With this palace, we can no longer be taken down. But there is no hurry. There are still some areas that can be improved in Divine Bean Palace.
The most important Divine Bean soldiers have to be prepared beforehand. No worries. You can take any amount of wood path immortal materials you require from the treasury. Fong Gong laughed once again. His joy was truthfully coming from his heart. This was a barren land with gray-white soil.
The land was dry with many gullies, it had no fertility and not even a blade of grass grew on it. Fong Di Chung looked at this vast land and scattered yellow jade bean seeds. Divine Bean Palace stored many bean seeds. It mainly consisted of yellow jade bean seeds, green jade bean seeds, red jade bean seeds, and black jade bean seeds. Besides them, there were also the rather special blue pea seeds and white frost broad bean seeds. After these bean seeds were planted and cared for a period of time, they grew into all kinds of Divine Bean soldiers. Divine Bean Palace's trump card, Divine Bean Soldier, was not an instant killer move. It required a long period of time before they could form into a sizable number with powerful might. It was because of this that when Chen Yi suppressed Qing Cho back then and used Karma Divine Tree to influence Divine Bean Palace to fight against Fong Clan, he was unable to use this move. Chen Yi could only use soul beasts as a replacement.
Fong Di Chong was currently planting yellow jade bean seeds. This was the most basic type of seed among all the bean seeds. After they were planted, they grew into yellow bean divine soldiers. Right now, yellow jade bean seeds were already scattered here. Fong Di Chong activated Divine Bean Palace. Gale blew immediately and formless wind condensed into light green hose. The hose began hoeing the ground. After a while, Fong Di Chong waved his hand again. Rain started to fall from the sky.
The amount of rain needed to be specific. It could not be too much or too little. It mainly had to moisten this dry land. The land was moistened. Yellow jade bean seeds began to experience a mystical change. But this change was quite slow. Fong Yuan's clone activated another method. The moment the killer move was activated, the land began flickering with emerald green waves of light that constantly washed the yellow jade bean seeds in the ground like tides. When the yellow jade bean seeds absorbed these emerald green waves, their growth speed rose explosively. They sprouted out of the ground and grew firmly. According to this speed, yellow bean divine soldiers will sprout after a day and a night. Fong Yuan's clone nodded, satisfied. At his will, he suddenly moved back into the main hall of Divine Bean Palace. He took a glance at the mural on the wall and saw a change. The mural had been of a dry land, but at this moment, a small portion of the land was filled with bean sprouts. This is a method of painting path. Divine Bean Palace contains painting path immortal goo. The land in the mural is not illusory. This is such an amazing method. Planting bean sprouts in this painting can grow divine bean soldiers. After they are constantly taken care of and mature, these divine bean soldiers will leave the mural and arrive in the main hall. The land is extremely barren, but it is not a big issue. Not much fertility is required for planting beans, and as beans are planted more often in the future, the fertility of the land in the mural can increase and the soil itself will become a type of an immortal material. The expenditure includes water path immortal materials and wood path immortal materials. The former was used to moisten the soil while the latter could increase the growth speed of the bean seeds. The immortal materials were all stored inside Divine Bean Palace. Fong Yuan's 2 killer moves were activated by expending the stored immortal materials. This effect is quite good, but the price is also significant. Fortunately, I don't need to worry about this and can report the expenses to Fong Clan. Fong Di Chong smiled. Divine Bean Palace had already become Fong Yuan's possession. Fong Clan was kept in the dark and was even helping Fong Yuan in providing resources to cultivate divine bean soldiers. In the depths of Eastern Sea, Gu Tribe Headquarters. That will do. Fong Yuan's clone Wu Shui slowly stopped the killer move, his forehead filled with sweat. In front of him was another batch of new dragon men. But these new dragon men were not just former beastmen, there were also some mermen. Many thanks to Lord Wu Shui for your help. This is my tribe's gift of thanks. Please accept it, Senior. A Merman-gu immortal swayed his tail and slowly floated to Wu Shuai, gifting an immortal material with both hands. This immortal material was a lump of water that emitted a putrid smell. It was restrained to a lump by the Merman-gu immortal's killer move. Although the merman's hands were shaking, this water lump did not move like it was frozen. So it is unmoving rotten water. It just so happens that I need it to raise army ants. I will accept it. I appreciate the gift. Wu Shuai accepted it directly. He wanted to raise arrow ants, which needed unmoving rotten water. Ever since he started raising army ants, they were expanding with a horrifying speed. Other than Feng Yuan investing massive amounts of his resources into this, Gu tribe and the mermen had also helped greatly. Naturally, Feng Yuan's clone did not extort them but obtained the resources from transactions. Wu Shuai used his killer move to convert beastmen and mermen into new dragonmen as a repayment. My strength is increasing rapidly every day. The changes are very obvious. Interacting with Gu tribe has proven to be quite good. I even have a connection with the merman race now. Adding on the influence of Qi ancestor, I have an increasingly deep control over Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court was a super force with deep foundations. This was the sole variant human super force in the world. It received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help and was able to develop and continue to exist until now. Even so, merfolk were under huge pressure from everywhere. Previously, their situation was already unsteady from the suppression of Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that 5 regions' chaotic war was about to start, the wise people among merfolk began to search everywhere for a survival route for their race. Once the 5 regions' chaotic war starts, the previous fragile balance would definitely collapse. The merman race's future was bleak. As a variant human race, they would definitely become the first target for human forces. A portion of the merfolk saw the growth prospect of dragonmen and did not hesitate on changing their identities. This was because the higher-ups of the Merman Imperial Court had always been helping Gu tribe in secret to conceal their traces. They had learned of the dragonman secret of the past from Gu tribe. After knowing that Fate Gu had revealed that dragonmen reigned supreme, a portion of merfolk higher-ups brought up this idea. This was the reason for the merfolk to convert to dragonmen. The Merman Imperial Court has already begun investing everywhere for the survival of their tribe. Human forces have also foreseen the chaotic era in the future. They are especially wary against Heavenly Court. I can exploit this wariness. Maybe I can persuade the merman race to dispatch some merfolk Gu immortals to participate in the war when Heavenly Court restores Fate Gu. Wu Shuai's head was filled with such secretive thoughts. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The situation was extremely dangerous and permitted no delay. Little Do, you really want to do this? Mountain Cliff City Lord worriedly looked at Feng Yuan's clone Jean Budu. Jean Budu raised his head, his eyes shining brightly and his tone firm. Yes, master. You are heavily injured, and in this situation we cannot beat that monster. But if we let it run amok, Mountain Cliff City will be completely destroyed. Who knows how many people will die? I can only take the risk to make a breakthrough. As long as I become a combat beast warrior, I can display the complete strength of the arrowtail eagle and get rid of this detestable monster. Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Jean Budu for a long while, knowing his beloved disciple had already made up his mind and that his persuasion would have no effect. He waved his hand. Sai, go then. Jean Budu did not hesitate, immediately leaving to begin his immortal ascension. Mountain Cliff City Lord and others watched him nervously. Countless ordinary people were kneeling on the ground and praying silently. Cheering on Jean Budu, many combat beast envoys were staking their lives to delay the monster. What made them joyous was that the giant monster might be tired. Its attacks slowed down. This was actually the secret manipulation of Jean Budu. The current situation was also a plan that had already been determined before. I have a portion of my main body's memories and foundation. My immortal ascension is practically a certainty. But I still need to act like I am taking a risk, not only to deceive everyone in Mountain Cliff City, but also this Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit. The whole process was filled with ups and downs, causing Mountain Cliff City Lord and others to feel their hearts jump. But the outcome was without any mishaps. Jean Budu finally advanced to an immortal,
becoming a combat beast warrior.
Jean Boudu then showed his mighty prowess as he defeated the monster. Wow! Little Du is so powerful. Little Du, you saved the lives of the whole city. We really don't know what to say. As expected of our little savior, Little Du, you might be the youngest combat beast warrior in history. People surrounded Jean Boudu and lifted him up,
tossing him into the sky and catching him. Jean Boudu became a hero in the hearts of everyone in the city. He had unmatched reputation right now. Aside from the crowd, the injured Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at this with satisfaction, a sincere smile showing on his face. The 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave was much more vast than Fang Yuan's expectations. After he learned there were venerable Dao fields here, he began searching for a long while, but he did not get any good results. Fang Yuan saw the creation and destruction of many worlds and also entered some large worlds, but was unable to find venerable Dao fields. But he was not without any gains. These days of searching deepened his understanding of the 8th layer. There is no such concept as direction in this void, like up, down, left, or right, so it is both finite and infinite. The 8th layer had only been a cave originally, but after limitless demon venerables arrangements, it became a boundless area. Perhaps I am only moving in a small circle over these days. In fact, I might not be able to find venerable Dao fields without comprehending the arrangements here. Fang Yuan guessed. To find his destination in this void, Fang Yuan no doubt needed to raise his Phantom Path attainment level. Phantom Path was only a minor path, derived from Rule Path. However, this minor path had quite an achievement. Phantom Path focused on the illusory and reality. If one could not be hit, they could not lose. Turning Phantom was the signature method of Phantom Path. When Heaven Overseeing Tower had turned into Phantom, it had been extremely secure with no methods able to deal any harm to it besides Dream Path. Phantom Path also had supreme profundities, just like how one of Soul Path's supreme profundities was to cultivate 100 million desolate soul. Like Spectral Soul's 3-headed 1,000 arms demon soul. Transformation Path had 2 supreme profundities. One was to undergo myriad changes as one willed, the other was to gather the power of all paths into one, like myriad beings assimilation transformation. Heavenly Court's members offered their own immortal apertures, and whenever they left Heavenly Court, they would be given a phantom aperture for storing immortal essence, immortal goo, and other resources. This phantom aperture was a supreme profundity of Phantom Path. And presently, Fang Yuan was in this void where countless worlds were created and destroyed. Obviously, this void was also a supreme profundity of Phantom Path. Although Phantom Path was only a sub-branch of Rule Path, advancing Phantom Path attainment level was essentially still Rule Path true meaning. But this path held profound depth. Just based on Fang Yuan's current Rule Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, there was still some distance before he could comprehend this void. Since he was unable to break through directly, Fang Yuan considered for a while and decided to try from another angle. He willed it and activated Cooking Luck Pot. Blessing himself with Luck Path might be able to create a breakthrough. Although Cooking Luck Pot's level was rather low and unable to completely influence the main body's luck, it was still able to change a portion. At least, Fang Yuan could casually change the luck inside Cooking Luck Pot. With Cooking Luck Pot, changing his luck was extremely quick and convenient, and Fang Yuan soon completed it. He inspected his clone's luck. His Time Path clone's luck was still the same like before. A miniature river of time-like luck was flowing gently while glistening beautifully. When inspected carefully, there were traces of black chi forming and accumulating continuously on the surface of the river. Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone had the smallest luck. After all, it only had rank 5 Gu Master Cultivation, and its aperture was even sealed. The grandest was clone Wu Shuai's. Wu Shuai was already a peak rank 7 Gu Immortal, had obtained Dragon Palace, and was currently cultivating army ants. Right now, Wu Shuai's luck was like a roaming dragon with glistening dragon scales and dragon eyes, and sharp horns and claws. There were waves of light blue water halo around the dragon luck, and the dragon contacted the water. This meant he had obtained external help, Gu tribe and merfolk. And there was a giant dragon pearl in the dragon's mouth. The dragon pearl contained a palace. It was actually a shrunken image of Dragon Palace. Another dragon pearl, with a much smaller size, was held by a dragon claw. This dragon pearl contained densely packed ants, representing army ants. The second biggest luck was of clone Fang Dichang's. His luck was rather special. It was like a giant tree. Its trunk was not thin but was also not extremely thick. The tree crown was verdant and stacked ingeniously to form divine bean palace's shape. Below the ground, the tree roots were tangled with many of them exposed outside the ground. This implied countless ties of Fong Di Chong and Fong clan, an unbreakable deep connection. Besides these were Zhan Budu's and Li Xiaobai's luck. Zhan Budu's luck was much bigger than Li Xiaobai's. It was like a strong eagle spreading its wings to fly high. Zhan Budu had just recently become a rank 6 Gu Immortal while Li Xiaobai was still at Gu Master level. Li Xiaobai's luck was like a flower in full bloom. There was even a thin layer of nectar in the stamens. This layer of nectar was the result of Li Xiaobai's hard effort in cultivating in this period of time. Outside the flower luck was a butterfly, white as snow. It flapped its large wings and blew cold wind while softly drifting towards the flower. This luck indication. Fong Yuan's brows slightly furrowed. Butterfly usually indicates female. It wants to collect the nectar and is also giving rise to cold wind, which means it is of no benefit to the flower. From their size, the butterfly is slightly larger than the flower. The cold wind, however, is vast and powerful. It represents a certain large trend. More importantly, the main element is not the butterfly is only a prologue. Li Xiaobai's situation is currently good, but the future doesn't look that bright. If there is an unexpected mishap and the cold wind descends, the flower will wither. But the butterfly is so close to the flower, which indicates a fortuitous encounter. Clone Li Xiaobai was all along trying to conquer profound literature Grotto Heaven. But this Grotto Heaven was different from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven because a rank 8 Gu Immortal guarded it. Fong Yuan could not use his strength freely like in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Fong Yuan was free to use strategies and make all kinds of arrangements. But in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, his hands were tied, and to preserve the greatest result and benefits, he could not use most of his methods. As such, support in the luck aspect became the biggest help that Fong Yuan's main body could give to Li Xiaobai. On the spot, Fong Yuan mobilized Cooking Luck Pot to change Li Xiaobai's luck. After a while, Li Xiaobai's flower luck became beautiful red like peach blossom in spring. It was peach blossom luck. Transforming luck was not random but followed a certain rule. For instance, after Li Xiaobai's luck transformed into peach blossom luck, there was double the efficiency as it ingeniously interacted with the butterfly. It will now depend on the clone if he can grasp the opportunity. Fong Yuan continued to move forward. Luck was only a kind of a variable. When the true opportunity arrives, it still depends on the person themselves, on whether they had the ability to grasp it or not. Fong Yuan's brows jumped. He made a joyous discovery not long after modifying his luck. He saw a giant floating fish. It was traveling in the void while swaying its large tail. Its speed looked slow, but it was actually frighteningly fast. This was the first time Fong Yuan had seen a living being that could roam the void and escape the world. This is probably a sage disciple that human-shaped mist mentioned. Fong Yuan gave chase. That gray fish looked like a goldfish. After it saw Fong Yuan, it was extremely shocked and kowtowed quickly. Yellow Earth Sage's disciple Little Flower pays respects to Sage. The giant gray fish's size was comparable to a whale, but it made a human sound, and it was a young girl's voice. Good. I have been searching for Yellow Earth Dao Field for a long while. Lead the way. You will gain benefits as well. Fong Yuan laughed. But the giant gray fish shook its head. Sage, it is not that I don't want to help you, but I am unable to find the location of Yellow Earth Dao Field. What? You were banished. Fong Yuan frowned. The giant gray fish shook its head again. No. My cultivation reached a barrier. I bade farewell to my fellow disciples and left Yellow Earth Grand World to travel outside and train myself to make a breakthrough. As it said this, the giant gray fish's eyes looked at Fong Yuan with hope. If this sage enlightened it, its barrier would be nothing. But was Fong Yuan that kind of person? He was not willing to engage in any further talk as he immediately imprisoned this giant gray fish and wantonly searched its memories. So it was like this. Although these venerable Dao fields exist forever, they are always moving. The giant gray fish was born in Yellow Earth Dao Field. Fong Yuan saw the rich scene of this world from its memories. Yellow Earth Dao Field was vast, not the least bit inferior to even the sovereign immortal aperture. There was a dense amount of Earth Path Dao marks with a good amount of other Dao marks as well. Its immortal material treasury was abundant and had many goo worms, including immortal goo.
There were also all kinds of living beings, although there were no humans. It was truly a land of treasures. Even Fang Yuan with his current assets coveted this yellow Earth Dao field. If I can obtain the yellow Earth Dao field and devour it completely, my assets will increase by at least 3 times. Fang Yuan was refining immortal goo on a large scale. The expenditure was huge and had already consumed most of his resources. His immortal material reserve had already shrunken to a serious level. If he could obtain the yellow Earth Dao field, it would definitely be a huge replenishment, like a skinny guy becoming obese in an instant. However, it was difficult to reach the yellow Earth Dao field. There were all kinds of beings in yellow Earth Dao field, and when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had arranged it back then, he taught everyone with no discrimination. All these living beings possessed souls, and because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left goo cultivation method, most of the living beings possessed apertures and had started goo master cultivation. The outstanding ones among them even advanced to goo immortal level, although the numbers were few, and there were elites among these goo immortals as well. These elites had the ability to leave the world, and when they encountered a barrier and were unable to advance further, they would leave the Dao field and travel everywhere to train themselves. When they left the Dao field and were in the void, they had no way to find the way back home. But they did not have to worry. When they have the opportunity and break through their barrier, they would see the Dao field and be able to return smoothly. This was all the information Fang Yuan obtained from the giant gray fish. This giant gray fish looked like it was easily captured by Fang Yuan, but it possessed rank 7 cultivation and was an elite goo immortal in the yellow Earth Dao field. Fang Yuan frowned even more tightly. He deduced even more information. When the opportunity comes, they can return to the Dao field naturally. This is a saying passed down in yellow Earth Dao field. Moreover, in the memories of the giant gray fish, many of its seniors returned like this. Looks like yellow Earth Dao field itself possesses the ability to respond to these beings that have gone outside. Every interval of time, the goo immortal elites of yellow Earth Dao field will go out to train themselves, and when their training is accomplished, the Dao field will pick them up. Why was this arranged? There was an answer in the giant gray fish's memories. This was because Dao fields did not coexist peacefully. There were wars between them. The living beings nurtured by the Dao fields fought each other and tried to invade each other's Dao field. Back then, the Venerables probably made this arrangement when they created the Dao fields. But what benefits are there in these beings fighting each other? What goal did the Venerables have? Fang Yuan shook his head. He might only be able to get the answers when he entered a venerable Dao field. Fang Yuan's gaze landed on the giant gray fish. He smiled. Didn't you want me to enlighten you? Meeting me is your fortune. The giant gray fish trembled. It stammered but was unable to say anything. It was frightened by Fang Yuan. Although it had not been long since it came into contact with Fang Yuan, the giant gray fish was deeply aware that the sage before it was extremely terrifying and possessed a cruel and indifferent demonic nature. He was absolutely not a good person like the yellow earth sage. Running into him was truly its misfortune. All right, even if you don't speak, I know your questions. Fang Yuan had searched all the memories of the giant gray fish and was clear of what its barrier was. He immediately guided it in concise and easy-to-understand words. The giant gray fish's body stopped shaking gradually as it was immersed in Fang Yuan's words, temporarily forgetting its predicament. Why is there still no breakthrough? Fang Yuan frowned. He had spoken till his mouth was dry. The giant gray fish was still muddled. Although it had intelligence, it was not equivalent to a human. Fang Yuan was patient as he continued to teach it. By helping the giant gray fish break through its barrier, he might be able to trigger a response from the yellow earth Dao field. Profound Litef Retour Grotto Heaven. A warship with 5 decks was moving on a large river flowing towards the east. The Jade River spans across the land, reflecting the red jade heart of people. It is hard to imagine the unrivaled talent of Emperor Guwan. He could actually write such a verse when he was just 7 years old. Su Chihan sighed while gazing at the vast river. She was the current imperial minister's daughter. She was graceful, beautiful, cultured, and elegant. Besides her beauty, she was most praised for her literary talent. Her mind was filled with poems and had a good knowledge of the historical records, putting most men to shame. Young miss, wind has started blowing, you need to be careful of catching a cold. How about we return to the room? Her maid urged. Su Chi-han sighed but still stood behind the ship railings and watched the flowing river. The maid persisted. Young miss, are you worried about the journey?
Wasn't that thief forced away by you? We have already selected 8 of the 10 great scholars. Can't we just choose the next 2 casually? Su Chi-han shook her head. You don't understand. Choosing the 10 great scholars is not just an imperial edict but also concerns my Su clan's prosperity. The maid curled her lips. Young miss, I don't understand these imperial laws, but you must take your medicine now. Su Chi-han smiled bitterly. What effect can common herbal medicine have on my injuries? It is just to comfort myself. It doesn't matter even if I drink it. The maid stomped her foot. Young miss, don't try to deceive me. This herbal medicine has no effect on your injuries, but you've always been weak to the cold since you were a child. If you do not drink this warm medicine, your lungs might get damaged. So, you must drink this medicine. All right, bring it over. Su Chi-han was helpless against her personal maid. She took the bowl and finished it all. She had just finished drinking when she heard a wild laugh. Soon after, a figure jumped out of the water and landed on the deck. Who is it? That thief again. The ship guards moved immediately and surrounded the person. But this person was very strong. After a chaotic battle, the guards ended up lying on the ground. You are not his match, retreat for now. Su Chi-han's expression was solemn as she moved to the front and prepared to fight. The person had an ugly and ferocious-looking face. He had a large and broad body with his skin having a color of bluish-black like a shark. This was the result of using shark skin goo. Miss Su. He greeted with a wide smile, revealing his sharp teeth which made him look even more ferocious. Su Chi-han smiled coldly. Shark bandit, you lost to me not long ago. Was that lesson not enough? You still dare to come back? Shark bandit laughed sinisterly. Lady Su, I am not your match, but that was before you drank that medicine. Don't you feel your limbs becoming numb? Su Chi-han's expression changed immediately. The medicine was tampered with? She looked towards her personal maid. The maid quickly shook her head, her face pale as paper. Impossible. The medicine had always been in my sight. Young miss, you must believe me. The medicine cough has no issue. Cough. But the herbs have, been tampered with. Right at this moment, an uninvited guest climbed the ship rails and stepped on the deck. Su Chi-han's brows furrowed tightly, her heart sinking to rock bottom. Medicine demon, you are still alive. Medicine demon looked like an elderly man, but he was actually only in his 20s. He cultivated poison path and blindly pursued strength, causing him to suffer a backlash which made his whole body aged, internally and externally. Medicine demon's eyes showed deep hatred. All thanks to your elder cousin. I won't live for long, but being able to have a taste of Lady Su's body before I die will be worth it. Su Chi-han's expression paled as she took a step back. What drug did you give me? She felt her whole body beginning to turn numb. Medicine demon laughed loudly. Naturally, the strongest aphrodisiac. It can make the most chaste girl into the most lewd and obscene slut. Before he even finished speaking, Shark Bandit pounced forward. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of explosions rang as Su Chi-han was forced to retreat again and again. Young miss, leave quickly. I will hold them back. At the crucial moment, the maid stood out and sacrificed herself to stall for time for Su Chi-han. Su Chi-han fell into deep hesitation. Young miss, leave quickly. The maid activated a forbidden technique. Her battle strength rose explosively, but the outcome would be her certain death. Su Chi-han cried as she jumped out and ran across the water. Shark bandit, medicine demon. I will never forgive you. The imperial court will also execute your 9 generations. In a pavilion by the river, there were 2 people. One was Fang Yuan's clone Li Xiaobai, the other was his master, Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang gazed at the scene of the river in the night and said to Li Xiaobai, Come, write a poem and recite it to me. You have 10 steps of time. The 10 steps referred to the time taken by a normal person to walk 10 steps. Li Xiaobai's talent was not as good as the main body's, but through this period of painstaking effort and training, There was huge progress and he was able to immediately recite 2 lines. After a while of thinking, he added another 2 lines. Teacher Jiang was silent for a while before shaking his head. Little Bai, you have made huge progress during this time, but with your talent, you are still lacking to fight for the position of a great scholar. Teacher, I know poem composition within 10 steps is Emperor Gu Wen's test.
Emperor Gu Wen created the scholar selection test. The imperial court will choose 10 great scholars every 20 years. This poem composition within 10 steps is the first test for the scholar selection.
I have already passed it. Teacher, why do you not recommend me to participate in the selection? Li Xiaobai asked in confusion. Teacher Jiang turned around and looked at his favorite student, speaking with a smile. Little Bai, you don't know the whole situation. The 10 great scholars selection looks like a glorious competition on the surface, but it is in actuality a competition to cultivate future imperial court officials. Teacher, you are talking about immortal ascension? Li Xiaobai was astonished. Li Xiaobai was only acting naturally. In fact, he already knew about everything. Fong Yuan's heaven form killer move was a powerful method to inspect grotto heavens. Even if profound literature grotto heaven had a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding it, it was helpless against the constant inspection by heaven form from outside the grotto heaven. In this profound literature grotto heaven, information path was the main path. Every time a Gu master wrote a great literary piece, they would be rewarded by the grotto heaven. Originally, this grotto heaven was filled with many individual forces, with Gu immortals establishing independent territories. But later, someone called Emperor Gu Wen appeared.
This person's natural aptitude was extremely high and had unsurpassed talent. He became a Gu immortal at a frightening speed. Later, he made a move against other Gu immortals, either killing them or making them submit. He created the imperial court and put the whole grotto heaven under his rule.
In his latter years, he created 10 great scholars selection to choose the most outstanding talents in the whole world, giving them honor and titles. The imperial court selected suitable people among these scholars and recruited them, giving them resources and raising them to Gu immortals, before appointing them as officials. As such, the imperial court was the strongest superforce in profound literature grotto heaven. Every high-ranking official was a Gu immortal with no exception. The current emperor naturally was also a Gu immortal. And the rank 8 Gu immortal guarding this grotto heaven was the retired emperor from 3 generations ago.
As it involved the chance of becoming an immortal, the 10 great scholars selection looked like a beautiful competition, but the hidden undercurrents reeked with blood. Every force contended and fought using all kinds of connections and relations. They tried to get the position by hook or by crook.
Great scholar Shin, who competed against teacher Jiang, was one of the 10 great scholars in one of the selections. But his political talent is not outstanding, or maybe he doesn't have a powerful background, so he is still at rank 5 peak stage. This teacher of mine is also the same.
He had once been one of the 10 great scholars but was not recruited to be an official. My talent barely meets the standard of the selection.
Moreover, I am my teacher's disciple and have his influence. The imperial court won't like this. Even if I am selected, I probably won't be a high-ranking official. At most, I will only be a junior official who will have to work hard for the imperial court, and this will delay my cultivation. I have no one to back me up, so my cultivation will keep on being delayed my whole life. Teacher Jiang and great scholar Shin probably saw this future, so they were not willing to become officials and wandered outside the imperial court. One opened a private school while the other roamed everywhere. Li Xiaobai was clear in his mind. Could not be said teacher Jiang and great scholar Shin did not have a future.
If they could solve the mystery of immortal ascension and successfully pass the tribulation, they would also become Gu immortals. But this profound literature grotto heaven was small when compared to the 5 regions and had very limited resources. Moreover, the colossal imperial court controlled almost all the immortal materials. It was extremely difficult and almost hopeless for people like teacher Jiang and great scholar Shin to become Gu immortals.
Teacher Jiang invited Li Xiaobai alone to the riverside and conversed with him to persuade the student to give up on the current 10 great scholars selection. He was actually showing deep concern.
He knew Li Xiaobai's strength was low. Although it fulfilled the minimum standard, there was simply no hope. The 10 great scholars selection was a whirlpool which had killed many young scholars. Teacher Jiang had made painstaking efforts to teach and guide Li Xiaobai. He did not want the student to be implicated and die a miserable death. However, he did not know Li Xiaobai was aware of everything. He was even clear of how to become an immortal. But the show still had to be performed. Li Xiaobai asked questions first, which was then followed by him expressing his regrets and unwillingness to give up. Finally, he solemnly thanked Teacher Jiang and said he was willing to give up on this selection, and even give up on the future selections. This child is worth teaching. Teacher Jiang felt huge relief and left with a relaxed heart. Li Xiaobai moved along the riverside towards the way back home. I can become an immortal by myself. But if I rashly undergo immortal ascension at such a fast speed, it will definitely make that rank 8 Gu immortal vigilant. He will definitely investigate, and if he finds any clues or even has only a trace of doubt, I will be in a fatal danger. This was not the outcome Li Xiaobai and Fang Yuan's main body wanted to see. Fang Yuan had used soul replacement and secretly arranged this clone, Li Xiaobai, to save time and let the clone open the way and even gain control of this profound literature grotto heaven alone. Although this was only a small move, if it succeeds, it would definitely save a lot of Fang Yuan's time and energy. Naturally, there was also a backup plan. When Li Xiaobai grows to a certain stage, he could cooperate with the main body outside to scheme against the rank 8 Gu immortal. But it is too early for that. I can be considered as having established my footing because of Teacher Jiang. I studied hard in this period of time and have gained some fame. But this environment is not enough to continue my progress. If I can be selected as a great scholar, it will definitely be a springboard for me. Unfortunately, I have no power or background, and only have a teacher. I will definitely not have a good ending if I participate in the selection. Actually, joining the Imperial Court is the best cultivation path. The Imperial Court controls most of the immortal materials. Even if I become an immortal in the future, it will be hard to achieve anything further without these cultivation resources. Li Xiaobai was lamenting inwardly when his steps paused. He saw a person lying on a bush in the riverside. "Miss, what's the matter with you?" After confirming the surrounding condition, Li Xiaobai went to help the girl. When he carried the unconscious girl to the shore, he shockingly discovered this person was actually Su Chi-han. What happened? This Su Chi-han is the current high-ranking official Chancellor Su's daughter and is in charge of this current 10 Great Scholars selection competition. She was actually injured to the point she was unconscious. Chancellor Su is a rank 6 Gu immortal. Su Chi-han is also a predetermined future official of the Imperial Court. She definitely has immortal methods to protect her. But she actually fell into such a predicament. This 10 Great Scholars selection's hidden undercurrents are truly too deep. Inside profound literature grotto heaven, men and women could become immortals without discrimination. Both could become officials as well, naturally. Many women were even more talented than men. A large number of all-girls private schools and institutes were spread all over profound literature grotto heaven. And the 10 Great Scholars naturally were not only males and also included women. Just as he was thinking, Su Chi-han woke up with a light sound. "You saved me." She looked at Li Xiaobai with a heated look. Li Xiaobai thought, "Why is there something wrong with this gaze?" He nodded his head and was just about to speak. Su Chi-han covered his lips and turned around suddenly, pressing Li Xiaobai to the ground. What is she trying to do? Li Xiaobai's body tensed up. He was a little muddled. What was she playing at? Su Chi-han sat on his body and began to remove his clothes in a hurry. Li Xiaobai was bewildered and said while stammering, Miss Su, please behave yourself." Su Chi-han's movements paused as her eyes narrowed. "You know me?" Li Xiaobai gulped his saliva. His forehead filled with cold sweat. "Miss Su, you are selecting the 10 Great Scholars. Of course I know you. Miss Su, I am Teacher Jiang's student and had parted with Teacher Jiang just earlier." Li Xiaobai was truly afraid. Su Chi-han had rank 5 peak stage cultivation. He was not her match. At present, there were only the two of them at the riverside. Su Chi-han was in a strange state. Li Xiaobai mentioned Teacher Jiang to prevent himself from being harmed. Su Chi-han took a deep gaze at Li Xiaobai. An unnatural blush floated on her face as she gave a deep sigh. "It's too late. Your teacher is already far away. Right now, within 10 li of distance, there is only you and me. What are you trying to do?" "Ah!" Li Xiaobai was struck gently by Su Chi-han and fell into a daze.
This was absolutely not something he wanted. According to his plan, he could grow stably. But now he was like meat on the chopping board. Others could do whatever they wanted.
If his secret were to be discovered, that would be extremely bad.
Li Xiaobai wanted to remain clear-headed, but Su Qihan's methods were unique. He used all his strength to struggle but could not even budge. In his dazed state, he felt like he had landed in an icy cave. Next, it was like he had fallen into raging waves, moving up and down. Then, the cave became warmer like a gentle wind had brushed past his face. Light rain drizzled as it became more warm and moist. Finally, he felt like he had turned into a waterfall with a torrential explosion. He fainted in pleasure. Who knew how long passed, he woke up slowly. He was extremely exhausted and a trace of weakness surged in his body. He quickly inspected the situation and saw his clothes were already torn completely and he was lying inside a cave. Su Qihan was in the midst of dressing herself beside him. Miss Su. Li Xiaobai barely opened his mouth. He did not even have the strength to speak much. Su Qihan continued to put on her clothes without looking at him. Her voice was calm. It has already been 3 days and 3 nights since we met. Relax. She paused as she was finally unable to hide the turbulence in her heart.
Her voice even shaking a little. I will take responsibility. Eastern Sea, Gu Tribe Headquarters. A grand banquet had already lasted for several days inside the palace. At this time, servants served platters of delicious roasted chicken. These were naturally not ordinary chickens, they were immortal chickens of at least desolate beast level. Moreover, the ones that Gu Tribe's leader and Fang Yuan's clone enjoyed were ancient desolate chickens. After staying here for so many days, Wu Shuai had fully realized the beastman's customs. Eating a lot, drinking a lot, bold to the point of being arrogant, and enjoying comfort to the point of being indulgent. If you received the beastman's acceptance, you were their honored guest, enjoying the best wine and food. If you didn't have their acceptance, you would forever be despised and loathed, even hated. At the sight of immortal chickens, the beastman Gu immortals moved their fingers with salivating mouths. These immortal materials could not be eaten regularly, they were often used as Gu refinement materials, it was never so luxurious as today. But based on the historical records, when the beastman race was at its height, these immortal materials could be eaten casually by beastman tribes. They had been extravagant and wasteful. Gu tribe's leader grabbed the millstone-sized roasted chicken. Lord Wu Shuai, please look. As he said so, he activated a certain food path killer move. The killer move activated, Gu tribe's leader opened his mouth and inhaled lightly, directly swallowing the huge roasted chicken. Gulp. Gu tribe's leader's throat moved up and down as the roasted chicken went down his throat. His stomach immediately bulged and looked like a pregnant woman. Gu tribe's leader rubbed his belly and laughed. This ancient desolate chicken will need half a day more to be completely digested. During this time, my luck is strengthened. This is my tribe's food path killer move, chicken dinner. Wu Shuai nodded his head while praising. Chicken dinner is such an exceptional ability, to use a food path method to produce luck path effect. From what I see, this luck strengthening emphasizes on the aspect of survival. Gu tribe's leader said in admiration, "Very insightful, senior. That is exactly the case. Based on historical records, when my tribe's Gu immortals faced dangerous situations or a large-scale battle royale. This move is the reason they managed to survive." Wu Shuai nodded as he tore a piece of the chicken and devoured it. Let me show you an enslavement path killer move. This banquet was of course not simple. It was an exchange of inheritances between Fang Yuan's clone and Gu tribe. Gu tribe possessed transformation path and food path inheritances and were willing to exchange a portion of them with Fang Yuan's enslavement path inheritance. Gu tribe was already preparing to develop dragonmen. Dragonmen were born with enslavement path Dao marks and thus there was demand for enslavement path inheritances. Fang Yuan had no reason to reject it. He could exchange for the inheritances held by Gu tribe with some contents of enslavement path. Their inheritances were unique. The transformation path inheritance had the essence of the olden antiquity era, and the food path inheritance also made Fang Yuan pleasantly surprised. Food path was originally created by a beastman Gu immortal. Gu tribe had been hiding in the depths of Eastern Sea and had gradually developed a rather complete food path inheritance. The killer move that Gu tribe's leader displayed just now was one of the contents of the inheritance. Chicken dinner.
Because of their nature, the beastmen made their killer move names extremely simple and crude, but their effects were very practical. Fang Yuan and Gu tribes' cooperation continued to deepen. Previously, Fang Yuan helped convert them to Dragonman. Now they were exchanging inheritances. Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai performed the enslavement path killer move. The beastman Gu immortals in the banquet were deeply moved and cheered repeatedly. Gu tribe's leader clapped and summoned a group of female dragonmen. Lord, please enjoy the dance. These dragon women were the female beastmen that had just recently converted. Their dance and songs were from the olden era, full of wildness and temptation. One of the dragon women danced even more flirtatiously. The dance ended, but these dragon women did not leave, instead flocking to Wu Shuai's side. Lord Wu Shuai, Gu tribe's leader said with great sincerity, I noticed you have no servants to serve you, so I am offering these women. I would be deeply honored if you accept them. Wu Shuai laughed heartily as he pulled that extremely flirtatious dragon lady to his chest. I won't refuse this good intention. My Dragonman race has few people. Spreading my seed is also an important task. I shall take this one as my wife while the rest shall be concubines. Gu tribe's leader was overjoyed as he raised his cup of wine. Everyone present also cheered and celebrated the relationship of two races deepening by another layer. After the banquet, Wu Shuai took these dragon ladies to Dragon Palace and started working on his responsibilities. Not long later, Fang Yuan's main body, which was far away in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, received Wu Shuai's message. Marriage with Gu tribe? This is a good thing. His eyes shined with bright light. Wu Shuai taking in a wife and concubines was naturally an alliance marriage. Intercourse with the girls also made Gu tribe stop worrying. In the future, if they had children, the relationship between the two would deepen even further. When the time is ripe, I can use the children to quietly take in Gu tribe. Gu tribe wanted to cling onto Wu Shuai. Little did they imagine. This was all within Fang Yuan's expectation. Fang Yuan's intention was to take in the whole of Gu tribe. Fighting and killing was only one of the methods available to a mature person. There were many other ways to deal with things. Fang Yuan intended to use gentle political tricks to swallow Gu tribe. Although this would consume much more time, it was a tactful method that saved as much foundation of Gu tribe as possible and would give Fang Yuan the greatest benefits. Gu tribe's inheritances are truly extraordinary. They are definitely hiding even more outstanding methods. The contents of the inheritances they exchange also had a lot of points worth seeing, especially the food path inheritance. Fang Yuan had the original food path inheritance that was left by the beastman Gu Immortal who created food path. It was legitimate and authentic. And Gu tribe's inheritance, that was developed through many generations of modifications, was also exceptional with many creative methods. For instance, the killer move chicken dinner that could imitate luck path effect. Just at the first glance, this inheritance gave Fang Yuan many inspirations. Fang Yuan sent a command to his time path clone to try deducing in this aspect. His main body was sitting on the giant gray fish and was still roaming in the void aimlessly. The giant gray fish's aura was different from before. Through Fang Yuan's repeated enlightenment, even though it had limited intelligence, it could achieve a breakthrough. The bottleneck that had been troubling it before no longer existed. However, Fang Yuan's anticipated matter had yet to appear. Fang Yuan enlightened the giant gray fish to use it to trigger a response from Yellow Earth Dao Field. But so many days had passed and he had yet to even see a trace of Yellow Earth Dao Field. According to the giant gray fish's words, this was because the timing had yet to arrive. But Fang Yuan scoffed as he inwardly guessed. Affinity and timing are just excuses to deceive people. Looks like this Yellow Earth Dao Field can act on its own. Or maybe there is an autonomous will that saw through my scheme. Thus it did not reveal itself. Let's see how it goes after I continue exploring for some time. Several days later. Where are you going? Fang Yuan, who was sitting on the back of the giant gray fish, smiled coldly. He activated his killer move. A strength path giant hand flew out and grabbed a fat rhinoceros. Spare me, sage, spare me. The rhino begged loudly while struggling, but the strength path giant hand held it firmly. Fang Yuan chuckled and pointed his finger, immediately extracting the soul of the rhino. Within several breaths of time, he understood all the life experiences of this rhino. This rhino came from reckless savages Dao Field, and just like the giant gray fish, it had also encountered a bottleneck and left its world to find an opportunity to break through. Unfortunately, it encountered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan attacked it without saying anything and captured this rank 7 rhino easily. The giant gray fish witnessed the whole process, its heart shaking in fright from Fang Yuan's horrifying strength. Running into me is your fortune. Let me enlighten you. Fang Yuan gave a malevolent smile.
The rhino's soul was put back in its body. It had learned this time, quickly kneeling and kowtowing to Fang Yuan. Several days went by again. You can leave, remember to cultivate properly. Fang Yuan looked at the giant gray fish and the fat rhino. The giant fish and the rhino said together with trembling voices, "Goodbye, sage. Try to return as early as possible, I will come back again." Fang Yuan smiled. The giant fish and the rhino trembled fiercely. Only when Fang Yuan completely disappeared from their sight did they stop kowtowing. They glanced at each other, both rejoicing madly at surviving from fatal danger. Naturally, Fang Yuan's parting words that implied he would come back became a giant shadow that shrouded these two's hearts. Crazed Demon Cave, 7th layer. Secret Schemer took a step forward cautiously with a pale face. This was already near his limits. Let's rest for a while. Secret Schemer had no choice but to do this. He sat down cross-legged and turned into a rock statue to rest. Not Immortal and Pang Shan rested behind him. After a while, Secret Schemer opened his rock eyes and stood up. Leader, let's return. Yes, demonic sounds are irregular and with no set pattern. We cannot predict them now. Moreover, there has been no demonic sound for some time. This location is too risky. Yes, wasn't Fang Yuan a lesson for us? Not Immortal and Pang Shan reminded. Secret Schemer sighed and nodded helplessly. All right, let's leave. Fang Yuan's death had made the 3 crazed demon eccentrics somewhat downcast. But just as Secret Schemer was about to turn around, he suddenly opened his eyes and remained still. Leader, what's Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan? Is that you? Not Immortal and Pang Shan looked at Fang Yuan walking slowly towards them. It's me. Fang Yuan nodded. This is great, you didn't die. Not Immortal shouted. But why didn't we see you? Secret Schemer asked in confusion. Fang Yuan nodded again. That is because I went to the 8th layer and received the reminder left by a venerable. 8th layer? A venerable's reminder? The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were shaken. Yes, I will tell you in detail later. But in short, fate must be destroyed to obtain eternal life. Fang Yuan made up a story as he showed a sincere expression. Western Desert. Fang Yuan was standing proudly on the deck of Myriad Year Flying Warship with his hands behind his back and without hiding his trace. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky towards a light yellow cloud. Fang Yuan, you dared to come back. A woman's shout spread from the light yellow cloud, expressing the anger and hatred of its owner. The ordinary-looking light yellow cloud was actually an immortal formation. The formation covered a dream realm, inside which Immortal Gu Mutation and Gu Immortal Dancer Hong Yun were trapped. Immortal Concubine Qinglan was maintaining the formation. Immortal Concubine Qinglan had rank 7 Cultivation and was a concubine of 1,000 Transformations ancestor. Back then, when Fang Yuan had been traveling in Western Desert and was chased by Feng Jiugu, he ran into Dancer Hong Yun and pretended to make an alliance, trading for Jun Yuan's formation path inheritance. Fang Yuan's plan was to pretend to leave. Ying Wuxie had still been in Fairy Cui Bo's body at that time. He detonated a pure dream reality seeker physique body and trapped Dancer Hong Yun and 1,000 Transformations ancestors' will. Unfortunately, when Fang Yuan wanted to clean up the battlefield, Feng Jiugu caught up to him and he had to retreat. 1,000 Transformations ancestor had been plotted against and felt something wrong, immediately sending Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan to inspect it. After knowing Lu Guanyi was Fang Yuan and feeling helpless against the Dream Realm, 1,000 Transformations ancestor could only make Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan construct an immortal formation around the area. In fact, Dancer Hong Yun, who was trapped, here might be 1,000 Transformations ancestor's concubine, but he did not like her that much. What 1,000 Transformations ancestor was worried about was the mutation Immortal Gu trapped in the Dream Realm. This was a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Back then,
Thousand Transformations' ancestor inherited a reckless savage true inheritance, and this mutation immortal goo was its core. Without it, Thousand Transformations' ancestor would have a very hard time activating most of the methods, and their strength would also be reduced greatly. Mutation immortal goo could not be lost.
Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not have Fang Yuan's methods and could only learn from Southern Border's righteous path, confining the dream realm. The main culprit behind all this was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan revealed himself now and attacked the formation. It was no wonder immortal concubine Qing Lan could not restrain her fury. But this famous Western desert beauty did not attack, instead she activated the formation and chose to defend.
Fang Yuan might only have rank 7 cultivation, but he can fight rank 8s. He also has myriad year flying warship which has defeated Heavenly Court before. I cannot resist it by myself. The urgent thing now is to defend and stall for time until husband and others arrive. Immortal concubine Qinglan sent an urgent message for help while controlling the immortal formation with all her strength. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Yuan's attacks erupted on the formation. The endless silver flying swords rained down like a waterfall. Immortal concubine Qinglan clenched her teeth as she activated the yellow cloud and held on firmly. Under the ferocious attacks, the yellow cloud started disintegrating, its size shrinking continuously. But this disintegrating speed was quite slow. Myriad Year Flying Warship had 4 main killer moves: Torrential Charge, Daybreak Sword, Daybreak Torrent, and Myriad Year Hunting. Every killer move was a rank 8 move, but evidently the immortal formation that formed the yellow cloud was also at rank 8. Fortunately, we reinforced the immortal formation, otherwise with the previous rank 7 formation, it would be impossible to block Fang Yuan.
This is Myriad Year Flying Warship? It is really amazing. Immortal concubine Qing Lan was pale as she had to bear a huge pressure because of Fang Yuan's vicious attacks. She had never imagined Fang Yuan to actually attack this place. There had simply been no warning signs.
The formation rumbled as several Gu immortals teleported to Myriad Statue Desert. At the front was Night Temptress, the number 1 concubine of Thousand Transformations' ancestor, along with several other Gu immortals who were all Thousand Transformations' ancestors' concubines.
Where's husband? Immortal concubine Qing Lan's expression changed slightly. Night Temptress said heavily, it is not time yet for husband to make a move. The situation is much more complex than this. We received the order to help you defend this place. Immortal concubine Qing Lan shook her head. With just us, we are probably not Fang Yuan's match and will not be able to last for long. A female immortal scoffed, Qing Lan, what are you afraid of? This formation is a rank 8, boom.
Right at this time, a loud sound spread and almost half the yellow cloud disintegrated instantly. The female immortals inside the formation were pale. Night Temptress screamed, "What are you waiting for?
Reinforce the formation, quick." The female immortals stopped quarreling as they used all their strength to control the formation and defend against Fang Yuan's attacks. Fang Yuan was still standing on the deck, his gaze flickering sharply. Myriad Year Flying Warship had made big contributions.
In the River of Time, it had killed Qin Yi and Li Huang, who were rank 8 experts, especially the latter who had extraordinary strength. But at that time, Myriad Year Flying Warship occupied an advantage, because all its killer moves were amplified to a horrifying level in the River of Time.
On the contrary, Qin Yi, Li Huang, and the rest had been greatly suppressed. This time, Myriad Year Flying Warship was fighting an aerial battle in Western Desert, and without the environment's amplification, its killer moves only had normal strength.
It was because of this that even when Myriad Year Flying Warship attacked with everything, it was still unable to destroy the yellow cloud.
This formation isn't simple, it is a transformation path Gu formation with extraordinary defense as well as having the ability to transport Gu immortals. It is probably a portion of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Fang Yuan thought of many things. His guess was not wrong. This formation was the myriadly adaptation formation of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. It was a genuine rank 8 formation. A rank 8 immortal Gu house could fight a rank 8 immortal formation. Both sides were evenly matched.
However, comparing the person controlling the immortal Gu house and the Gu immortals guarding the immortal formation, Fang Yuan undoubtedly won by a margin. Someone help me quick. I can't hold on for long. Ah! Fang Yuan is too fierce. I can't endure it. Sisters, hold on. I am coming. Damn it. I am about to lose my defensive position as well. The foothold that these concubines of Thousand Transformations ancestor had was slipping at an astonishing speed. Night Temptress's expression was ashen as she exhausted all her strength and coughed out blood, but was also unable to hold on. Immortal concubine Qinglan was soaked with cold sweat. She was unable to understand why she was able to pull Fang Yuan into a deadlock when she had been defending alone, but now when she received huge support, they were failing bit by bit. The remaining rank 6 female immortals were sweating madly. Their limbs were numb and their fighting strength had already fallen to the lowest point. Myriad-Li adaptation formation was indeed a good formation, but it was nothing against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Attainment, Transformation Path Great Grandmaster, Formation Path Grandmaster, Wisdom Path Grandmaster, as well as the Light of Wisdom and many methods to make deductions. Daybreak swords could be used as he liked, and every attack was like a probe filled with deep intentions. Although there was still a large distance from fully understanding the formation, what Fang Yuan needed to do was to destroy and not study. This was much simpler and straightforward.
Thousand Transformations ancestor, you are still not making a move?
Can your concubines stop me? You are looking down on me too much and thinking too highly of yourself. Fang Yuan sneered and spoke. But he still didn't see Thousand Transformations ancestor.
The yellow cloud had already shrunk to a dangerous level. Night Temptress was panic-stricken and said decisively, "Sisters,
activate the final method. We are using it this early? What choice do we have other than this? It will be too late if we don't use it now." The female immortals activated their final trump card. The yellow cloud suddenly emitted golden rays. Although only a small portion was left of it, it was extremely firm and blocked all the silver flying swords without even budging. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, thinking, "This situation is also within my expectation. Using it so quickly, you are truly incapable. If it were others, they might be perplexed, but I have already understood its context. You are just speeding up your deaths by doing this." While thinking this, Fang Yuan immediately stopped Daybreak Sword and sent a command to his subordinates inside the warship. "Ram it!" Myriad-Year flying warship ferociously collided straight into the golden cloud. Boom! First collision. Golden cloud shook. The female immortals started bleeding from their 7 orifices and were struck with dizziness. Boom! Second collision. The golden cloud loosened. The female immortals fell to the ground after suffering such a fierce collision. They were panting hard. Their faces were pale as paper and their gazes were somewhat dull and blank. Boom! Third collision. Myriad-Year flying warship directly pierced into the golden cloud. The female immortals could not endure such a backlash and many of them fainted immediately. The formation was on the verge of collapsing. Fang Yuan retreated inside the warship instead.
"Master, should we capture these female immortals to use them as hostages to negotiate with Thousand Transformations ancestor in the future?" A variant human Gu immortal suggested. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. Just as Myriad-Year flying warship was about to make a fatal move against these female immortals, a female immortal suddenly stood up. Her appearance had changed greatly and shouted, "Fang Yuan, you are going too far. Husband!" Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qinglan had been barely able to remain conscious. They shouted in surprise and joy. As it turned out, Thousand Transformations ancestor had already come over but had disguised his identity and kept it hidden from all the people around him. He had been patient for a long time and intentionally set up a trap to seize a golden opportunity. But Fang Yuan simply did not give him the opportunity. He was extremely cautious and did not leave Myriad-Year flying warship even once. He did not even make a move personally or have the thought to capture these female immortals. Myriad-Year flying warship was like a dazzling giant sword as it pierced Thousand Transformations ancestor. In the moment of danger, Thousand Transformations ancestor laughed sinisterly and raised his left arm without dodging. At the next moment, his left arm expanded rapidly and transformed into a berserk ape's arm. The giant arm was filled with purple gold dragon scales. Thousand Transformations ancestor raised his left arm as Myriad-Year flying warship smashed into him with a loud sound. Thousand Transformations ancestor was thrown back a small step, but Myriad-Year flying warship was sent flying. Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was indeed the person who inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance. His methods were amazing. He had only defended just now, but it revealed many profundities. He had not transformed his whole body, but only his left arm. The left arm's transformation was also not simple. Dragon scales and the Berserk Ape's arm were used together, multiplying the strength.
Myriad-year flying warship was without options against such defense. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor had not just blocked forcefully, but had used a technique to divert the force of Myriad-year flying warship and send it flying. Exquisite killer move along with exceptional combat techniques. It was only one exchange of offense and defense, but Fang Yuan was able to learn a lot of information about Thousand Transformations' ancestor. At the next moment, he turned Myriad-year flying warship around and charged towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor again. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, you finally came out, now die. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was furious. You, a rank 7 goo immortal,
are dreaming of taking my life by relying on an immortal goo house? You dare speak such shameless words. Fang Yuan scoffed, even Heavenly Court's goo immortals died from my ship, you will also follow in their footsteps. It was okay when Heavenly Court was not mentioned, but at the mention of Heavenly Court, Thousand Transformations' ancestor was even more infuriated. Demonic scoundrel, you think I am afraid of you? You fool, only knowing to conflict with me but not realizing you have already fallen into Heavenly Court's scheme. Heavenly Court's members are probably watching the show secretly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was boiling with anger and resented Fang Yuan for not realizing the bigger picture. Fang Yuan knew it clearly as he laughed. If Heavenly Court comes, I shall kill them. If one comes, I will kill one. If two come, I will kill two. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's eyes widened and could not help but think. After winning a few battles, this Fang Yuan has actually become so arrogant. Or does he truly have a trump card to make him so confident? Back then, Thousand Transformations' ancestor had undergone a myriad tribulation and barely survived from it. He had been recuperating secretly. At that very time, Fairy Chui Bo was killed by Fang Yuan. Thousand Transformations' ancestor sensed this, but because of his heavy injuries, he could only send Dancer Hong Yun to inspect the situation. But he was worried his weakness would be seen through by others, so he handed rank 8 Immortal Goo mutation to Dancer Hong Yun to avoid showing weakness if she encountered strong enemies. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a lone cultivator and didn't have a friendly relationship with Western Desert's Righteous Path forces. He was at his weakest state at that time. Later, Fang Yuan schemed and trapped Dancer Hong Yun. Thousand Transformations' ancestor received Heavenly Court's message and knew Fang Yuan was the true culprit. But at that time, the Dream Realm had already entrapped Dancer Hong Yun and Mutation Immortal Goo. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had no choice but to send Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan to construct a rank 7 immortal formation around the Dream Realm. He had not expected this action to expose his state to Heavenly Court. Since then, Fairy Ziwei had been actively plotting to kill this Western Desert rank 8 in advance so as to prepare for the 5 regions chaotic war in the future. Heavenly Court secretly sent its members while Fairy Ziwei schemed repeatedly to form a trap targeted against Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a rank 8 Goo immortal and not some ordinary person. He keenly sensed the abnormal situation occurring, but due to his injuries, he could only use schemes to compete with Heavenly Court. Both sides fought secretly, although Heavenly Court had a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Ziwei. She was occupied with important matters. Moreover, a mighty dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had been developing his territory in Western Desert for many years. Thus, after Thousand Transformations' ancestor sensed their actions, Heavenly Court's progress became halted time and again. Fairy Ziwei noticed this and took the initiative to recruit Thousand Transformations' ancestor, trying to repeat the success of recruiting old ancestor Xuehu. However, Thousand Transformations' ancestor was different from old ancestor Xuehu. He had Reckless Savage's true inheritance and was in control of the whole of Myriad Statue Desert. He had a lot of cultivation resources and was able to financially support his concubines to become immortals. While old ancestor Xuehu was almost bankrupt because of the failure in refining rank 8 Immortal Goo fortune rivaling heaven. He accepted Heavenly Court's financial aid to make a comeback.
Thousand Transformations' ancestor also did not refuse directly but promised Heavenly Court that he would consider it. Both sides had yet not reached the point of truly getting into an unresolvable conflict. Right at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and attacked the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not willing to show up. But this problematic Fang Yuan immediately broke the deadlock, destroying Thousand Transformations' ancestor's plan to stall for time.
Thousand Transformations' ancestor and Heavenly Court's battle was like a bomb. Both sides were restraining themselves to find a much better opportunity to use it. And Fang Yuan was like a spark that lit the bomb. The balance was broken. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had no choice but to make his move. Once he exposed his cards, Heavenly Court would definitely attack. Boom, boom, boom. Repeated explosions resounded throughout the area. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year flying warship to fight Thousand Transformations' ancestor. After a long while, neither side could do anything to the other. Heavenly Court experts are probably hiding in the surroundings and watching. Even if they weren't, this commotion will attract them. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had this worry since the start. He did not chase after Fang Yuan and urged, Fang Yuan. Fairy Cui Bo died because she was too weak. She died a worthy death in the battlefield. Our hatred is not irreconcilable. You must be clear that your true enemy is not me, but Heavenly Court. Thousand Transformations' ancestor did his best to persuade him while forcibly restraining the fury in his heart. My situation is like yours. Why do we need to fight each other to death? We are both targeted by Heavenly Court. This battle is just giving Heavenly Court an opportunity to strike us. Why do you need to be so irrational? But Fang Yuan was irrational, laughing madly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, you don't deserve being a rank 8 great expert. You are actually such a coward that you want to make peace with me? Hee. I fear neither Heavenly Court nor you. Die! Thousand Transformations' ancestor was so furious from hearing this that he wanted to skin Fang Yuan alive. Fang Yuan stood on the deck again and activated Daybreak Sword. The sword lights were like a waterfall with mighty momentum as well as being extremely nimble. The Daybreak Swords had charged right into Thousand Transformations' ancestor when they split into 10 groups. The 10 groups passed around Thousand Transformations' ancestor and attacked the Myriad Li adaptation formation. This Fang Yuan is so insidious. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's eyes widened. He of course could not let Fang Yuan succeed. If this formation was broken, the female immortals inside would definitely die. Thousand Transformations' ancestor inhaled fiercely and transformed into a giant. He then turned his body around. His back part transformed into a giant tortoise shell which blocked 5 or 6 groups of Daybreak Swords. Then his neck lengthened like a snake. His head also transformed into a beast mouth. The beast mouth inhaled and swallowed the remaining swords. Giant transformation. Whirlpool tortoise shell transformation. Divine green snake neck transformation. Tao Tai transformation. Fang Yuan's gaze was like fire as he instantly recognized Thousand Transformations' ancestor's methods. Thousand Transformations' ancestor used all kinds of transformations at will and with extreme skill. Every transformation just perfectly shielded the formation behind him. Fang Yuan realized immediately he was unable to break through Thousand Transformations' ancestor's defense just by relying on Myriad Year flying warship. Not only this, Fang Yuan needed to avoid close combat as much as possible as the other might know many transformations that could restrain Myriad Year flying warship. Myriad Year flying warship charging into him was what Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to see. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Worthy of being reckless savage's true inheritance. Alright, let's stop here. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, we will meet again someday. Saying so, he controlled Myriad Year flying warship and activated the killer move torrential charge. Shining water waves immediately appeared below Myriad Year flying warship. The killer move had summoned a phantom image of the river of time. Myriad Year flying warship borrowed the momentum of the river and left like a shot arrow. But right at this time, a delicate voice resounded through the skies. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Before the voice finished speaking, 4 immortal goo houses came rushing from 4 directions along with 4 rank 8 goo immortals. There was indeed an ambush. Even Thousand Transformations' ancestor got a fright. Heavenly Court's determination was too great. Such an enormous force had actually been lying in ambush. Thousand Transformations' ancestor suddenly realized, dangerous.
I was intentionally stalling for time, but Heavenly Court was trying to use that to make me lower my guard, and later, secretly mobilizing a large number of troops to besiege and even kill me. From this angle, looks like I need to thank Fang Yuan. Had he not lured out this force, I might have still been in the dark. Although he knew the situation clearly, Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not show any gratitude towards Fang Yuan as he shouted, "Fang Yuan, look."
My words came true. Fang Yuan's expression was serious as he maneuvered myriad-year flying warship to dash here and there, but its movement was all blocked by Heavenly Court.
Fang Yuan did not try again, instead turning the ship around towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor. "Ancestor, the situation is like this. Let us cooperate." Thousand Transformations' ancestor pointed at Fang Yuan furiously. "Fang Yuan, I have rarely seen such shamelessness in my life." Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "Then you want to continue fighting me?" Thousand Transformations' ancestor choked and forcibly swallowed this grievance. "Humph. We shall fight later. Don't be a burden to me." "I should be the one saying that. You have quite a huge burden there." Fang Yuan ridiculed, hinting that the many concubines were Thousand Transformations' ancestor's weakness. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's expression turned dark. "Stay further away from me. If you cross this line, I will fight you as well." He was naturally still wary towards Fang Yuan and did not have even a bit of trust in Fang Yuan.
But there was no other choice in this situation. He could only collaborate with Fang Yuan to have a chance at winning. Just like Thousand Transformations' ancestor expected, Heavenly Court had secretly mobilized a large force to ambush him. But there was suddenly a change in the situation. Fang Yuan had attacked and fought Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Heavenly Court's forces did not expect this and quickly contacted Fairy Ziwei, who was in Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei was exalted and commanded Heavenly Court's forces to continue lying in ambush and watch the battle from the sidelines, waiting for the opportunity to reap the spoils. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor was extremely shrewd and pointed out Heavenly Court's existence while also displaying an extraordinary battle strength. Fang Yuan seemed to be unable to break his defense and wanted to retreat. The moment he tried to retreat, Heavenly Court's troops had no choice but to make a move. Previously, Heavenly Court wanted to deal with Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but Fang Yuan was a much bigger threat to Heavenly Court. He had finally appeared and Heavenly Court's members were not willing to let him go. As such, Heavenly Court's forces moved out and turned the whole situation upside down.
Thousand Transformations' ancestor and Fang Yuan had no choice but to collaborate. But even those two did not have any hopes for what their joint efforts could achieve. "Fang Yuan, you ran away last time.
This time, let me see where you can flee to." Prince Fengxian closed in, intending to make up for his previous loss. The expressions of Xingyi Wang and Wei Feng were cold as they flew in without saying a word. There was another rank 8 Gu Immortal as well. It was a woman with a seductive body. She laughed alluringly. "You are Fang Yuan?
So handsome, big sister likes you. What a pity, what a pity. Why would someone so handsome end up like this?" Fang Yuan paid the most attention to this female immortal. "According to my previous life's memories, this woman should be Wan Zihong."
In the previous life, when Northern Plains invaded Heavenly Court, she had awakened. I didn't expect her to wake up so early in this life. Prince Fengxian shouted, "Attack!" For Immortal Gu houses guarded 4 directions while the 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals activated their killer moves simultaneously. In an instant, flames erupted, starlight spread, fierce wind raged, and mist filled the air.
For rank 8 killer moves with grand might overwhelm the surroundings. "Come!" Fang Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship and directly charged head-on. Thousand Transformations' ancestors' eyes widened. One's nature can be seen at the crucial moment. This Fang Yuan is truly a demon that can fight Heavenly Court. He has such courage. Seeing Fang Yuan charging over, Heavenly Court's 4 immortals controlled their killer moves to attack Fang Yuan.
"I'll dodge." Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, lightly turning around his direction and flying behind the myriad-Li adaptation formation. This bastard, Thousand Transformations' ancestor, was dazed before cursing inwardly.
Fang Yuan left, and the killer moves that were lured by him flew at Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor needed to protect the formation behind him and could not dodge. He gave a furious shout and braced himself to defend the attacks.
Boom, boom, boom. Continued explosions resounded while Fang Yuan flew away within myriad-year flying warship. Thousand transformations ancestor, thank you, I shall leave now. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. GOH. The aftermath of the battle settled, revealing thousand transformations ancestor covered in soot.
When he heard Fang Yuan's laughter, he immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. Myriad-year flying warship was like an arrow let loose as it flew to the sky right as Fang Yuan was about to charge out of the encirclement. Wan Zihong charmingly giggled. Scoundrel Fang Yuan, you cannot leave. At the next moment, the sky above Fang Yuan suddenly transformed into boundless land. Myriad-year flying warship had been flying to the sky, but in an instant it started charging towards the ground. Fang Yuan quickly stopped myriad-year flying warship.
Myriad-year flying warship's speed was too fast, but the phantom river of time below the warship played a crucial role in stopping it. Just before crashing into the ground, Fang Yuan succeeded in stopping the immortal goo house.
Fang Yuan carefully checked the surroundings. He saw the sky had changed into land, while the land changed into sky, tossing and turning around. The entire sky and earth seemed to have become a Rubik's Cube. The sky and earth seemed to casually interchange their positions. It was bizarre and absurd. Wan Zihong floated in the sky while Prince Fengxian was standing on the ground. Fang Yuan felt he had become a small insect in this Rubik's Cube, unable to find his way. He seemed to look at the sky, but it would change into land at the next moment. If this was ordinary ground, myriad-year flying warship could have charged right through it. But this ground was evidently extremely firm and was like an impenetrable wall. What kind of method is this? Fang Yuan asked Wan Zihong with narrowed eyes.
Wan Zihong replied, this killer move is called overturning heaven and earth. To be honest, Heavenly Court specially designed this for you. The reason we brought it out to deal with thousand transformations ancestor was to test it in real battle.
Who could have expected you to be so impatient and come rushing over? Fang Yuan possessed fixed immortal travel and also had a relevant killer move. He even had omnidirectional travel. He could flee quickly at the critical juncture. Heavenly Court wanted to capture Fang Yuan, so they needed to first restrain Fang Yuan's escape methods. Previously, they had fixed space goo, but it was unfortunately looted by Fang Yuan. Yuan Chengdu had collapsed from trying to refine it, but did not succeed. Heavenly Court's foundation was extremely deep, creating this overturning heaven and earth that could restrain both fixed immortal travel and omnidirectional travel. Fang Yuan, it will be difficult for you to escape this time. Prince Fengxian, wrapped in flames, charged with surging momentum. Surrender now, maybe we can still spare your life. Wei Feng sneered, wind blades following him from all sides. The other two rank 8 goo immortals attacked Thousand Transformations ancestor. Heavenly Court mobilized for immortal goo houses to maintain the activation of the killer move overturning heaven and earth. Their true battle strength lies in the 4 rank 8 goo immortals. Fang Yuan's eyes shone sharply. He did not want to have a prolonged battle. There were no benefits in tangling with these goo immortals. Based on just myriad-year flying warship and the strength Fang Yuan revealed on the surface, it was difficult to kill them. If he wanted to kill them, he would have to reveal his rank 8 cultivation. But like the analysis he made long ago, once his cultivation was revealed, the secret of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body would also be exposed. More importantly, did Heavenly Court's side only have these people? Once they began fighting, even if Heavenly Court did not have others lying in ambush, they could quickly mobilize other rank 8 goo immortals as reinforcements. If this matter was not handled properly, even Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, and Qin Dingling might join the battle. Fang Yuan skillfully controlled myriad-year flying warship, dodging or blocking the 2 rank 8 goo immortals' attacks while looking for a path to break through. Bam bam bam. Myriad-year flying warship charged in all directions, colliding into the ground repeatedly. Whenever the immortal goo house's charge was impeded, Wei Feng and Prince Fengxian grabbed the chance to bombard it violently. Heavenly Court's forces had clearly gone through a large amount of preparation. These 2 rank 8 goo immortals coordinated remarkably. Wind fueled the fire, while the fire increased the wind's power. Myriad-year flying warship was under increasingly greater pressure, but fortunately there were still many of Fang Yuan's subordinates inside. These people were sweating hard as they hurried in repairing and replacing the goo worms in the warship. Through many failures and his wisdom path attainment, Fang Yuan made out many details. This killer move, overturning heaven and earth, is absolutely exquisite. It cut this patch of sky and land to countless cubes and could constantly change the position of these cubes.
It is only a killer move and not a battlefield killer move, so its activation is extremely fast. Its effect is to transform the sky and land of an area while also forming a battlefield that traps the enemy. Battlefield killer moves needed time to activate.
With Fang Yuan's vigilance and craftiness, this time was enough for him to make a getaway. So Heavenly Court formed this overturning heaven and earth killer move. Its activation was extremely fast. Fang Yuan was not able to escape in time even with myriad-year flying warship speed.
Heavenly Court had put painstaking efforts in this. Ever since Fang Yuan had reborn, he defeated Heavenly Court time and time again.
But Heavenly Court could never be underestimated. When they reacted, they had already prepared a killer move that turned Fang Yuan's most proficient movement methods into mere decorations. This overturning heaven and earth has flaws when compared to battlefield killer moves. As long as I deduce its essence, I can break or interfere with its operation and escape easily. Now is not the time yet. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly. He suddenly changed the direction of the ship and flew towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Heavenly Court had not expected Fang Yuan to have a change in plan so suddenly and were caught unprepared for an instance, letting Fang Yuan draw close to Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was protecting the formation behind him, letting the two Heavenly Court rank 8s attack him wildly, but his defense was still firm and stable.
Overturning heaven and earth cut the whole battlefield, but they could not cut the area Thousand Transformations' ancestor was in, and it became the most spacious piece of land in the battlefield. Seeing Fang Yuan return, Thousand Transformations' ancestor sneered. "Fang Yuan, why are you coming back?" Fang Yuan smiled. "Ancestor, the formation behind you has been restricted as well, right?
Currently, we both cannot escape. How about we join hands and collaborate? Block Heavenly Court's attacks for me and stall for time. I will concentrate on deducing and modifying the formation. It won't be a difficult thing to escape then." Thousand Transformations' ancestor spat out. "As if I can trust you." Fang Yuan was surprised. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not in a hurry and looked like he still had a trump card. An ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortal would find this situation extremely troubling. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor possessed one reckless savage true inheritance. Be it Fang Yuan or Heavenly Court, neither could guess what trump card he was hiding. "You too. None of you shall escape. Kill!" Heavenly Court's 4 immortals charged over together.
Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor had no way to retreat. They could only deal with whatever attacks were thrown at them. Both sides used killer moves repeatedly. The air burst, wind howled, flames burned, sword lights shone.
Thousand Transformations' ancestor felt an explosive increase in pressure the more they battled. He scolded, "Fang Yuan, you are still playing tricks. If you keep acting like this, I will fight you as well." Fang Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship and used the myriad-Li adaptation formation to block or evade Heavenly Court's attacks like a slippery eel. It was inconvenient to get close to Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but the myriad-Li adaptation formation had a large size and could not be moved once constructed, becoming an extremely good shield. Fang Yuan used this shield to block most of the Heavenly Court's attacks. The Gu Immortals inside myriad-year flying warship got time to recover and restore myriad-year flying warship back to normal. "Ancestor, please continue to persevere. You need to hold on for a while longer. My deductions have already gotten some results. I can deal with this current predicament in just a short while." Fang Yuan shouted. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was not a fool. Why would he be willing to act as a shield? He was deeply aware of Fang Yuan's nature. If Fang Yuan deciphered this killer move, he would definitely escape alone and leave him as a target to attract the attacks of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. So, if Fang Yuan could truly break this killer move, it would instead be disadvantageous to Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Boom! Thousand Transformations' ancestor really went to attack myriad-year flying warship. "Ancestor, don't be like this, you need to look at the big picture." Fang Yuan called out. Thousand Transformations' ancestor rebuked. "You are talking about the big picture with me now? Without your disturbance, how could there be this current predicament? Didn't I tell you before that there was Heavenly Court's ambush? Didn't you yell that Heavenly Court was nothing? If one came, you would kill one. If two came, you would kill two. Show it to me now, Fang Yuan said earnestly. I didn't lie, but Heavenly Court sent 4 Gu Immortals and 4 Immortal Gu houses. I have no way to deal with this.
Ancestor, you really need to consider the big picture. If you attack me, how will you protect those women who love you? Boom.
Prince Feng Xian's fire meteor struck and shook the myriad Li adaptation formation fiercely. The female immortals inside the formation cried out in fright. Persistent defense would only result in eventual loss, no matter how 1,000 transformations ancestor transformed. He was only one person, and he was dealing with 4 of Heavenly Court's rank 8s. 1,000 transformations ancestor shouted furiously. Heavenly Court, you are going too far. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely pay you back 100-fold. First, you need to survive today. Wei Feng smiled coldly as he threw an enormous wind blade towards the myriad Li adaptation formation. Your Heavenly Court doesn't deserve the reputation of being the righteous path leader. 1,000 transformations ancestor shouted furiously. He needed to defend the formation, so he was in an extremely passive state. Heavenly Court's 4 rank 8s specially targeted this weakness. They had indeed shown no righteous path demeanor. Look, what did I say? 1,000 transformations ancestor, you really need to consider the big picture. And right at this time, Fang Yuan made flippant remarks. 1,000 transformations ancestor almost coughed blood from anger, shouting hoarsely, Neither of you will die an easy death. The battle continued. 1,000 transformations ancestor starting to feel a sense of helplessness. He was fighting Heavenly Court's 4 immortals almost by himself while also paying attention to that insidious scoundrel Fang Yuan. The myriad Li adaptation formation was being attacked continuously and was unable to hold on for long. Finally, under Wan Zihong's killer move, a corner of the formation collapsed and revealed the space inside. A chance! Wei Feng was coincidentally above this gap and saw the female immortals inside the formation.
These female immortals were in a very bad state. They all suffered backlash when the formation collapsed. Most of them were already unconscious, and only Night Temptress was barely able to keep conscious and hold on. We can use these female immortals to threaten 1,000 transformations ancestor. Wei Feng activated a killer move, turning into a green wind and entering the formation. Husband, save us. Night Temptress's aura was extremely weak. Her face paled as she saw Wei Feng and shouted in panic.
Stop! 1,000 transformations ancestor shouted from outside the formation. Too late. Wei Feng sneered and grabbed Night Temptress. Boom! A huge sound rang as a large part of Wei Feng's body flew out of the formation like a shooting star, leaving behind a trail of red blood. His head was being held by Night Temptress. His expression before death was filled with unimaginable horror. Night Temptress was letting out rank 8 aura, and her appearance slowly changed into 1,000 transformations ancestor. Heavenly Court lost a rank 8 all of a sudden. The remaining 3 were shaken. Why are there 2,000 transformations ancestors? The change had occurred too suddenly, catching almost all the people off guard. Night Temptress actually transformed into 1,000 transformations ancestor and immediately killed a rank 8 Gu immortal of Heavenly Court, Wei Feng. This 1,000 transformations ancestor opened his immortal aperture and waved his left hand, sending all the fainted female immortals inside the formation into his aperture. His right hand that was still grabbing Wei Feng's head exerted strength and crushed it into pieces.
Red and white brain matter splattered like a crushed watermelon. This is what will become of all of you, 1,000 transformations ancestor said through clenched teeth and a vicious expression. His might shook the battlefield instantly. He was a person who could silently endure. It was because of this nature that he did not make a move personally after Fairy Cui Bo died, instead sending dancer Hong Yun to probe the situation. He had arranged this trap meticulously, waiting for someone to bite. The trap had come into effect, and Heavenly Court's Wei Feng paid with his life as the price, contributing to 1,000 transformations ancestors' reputation. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not take the bait. 1,000 transformations ancestor glanced at Fang Yuan with some regret. This brat was too crafty. He stayed inside Myriad your flying warship the whole time, not giving 1,000 transformations ancestor any opportunity. Heavenly Court's 3 immortals were shaken and infuriated.
The Grand Wei Feng had actually perished right before their eyes. After the shock and anger, a chill spread in their hearts. Let alone Wei Feng, even if it were them, they might not have a good ending in that situation. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had prepared for a long while without making a move. But when he moved, Wei Feng did not even have the chance to escape. The chill passed away and Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were filled with doubts. What is actually going on?
How could there be a second Thousand Transformations ancestor?
Even if he inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance, isn't it too strange for a second rank 8 to appear out of thin air? Fong Yuan controlled Myriad Year flying warship and quietly moved away from Thousand Transformations' ancestor, similarly having a perplexed look. Ancestor,
What is going on? The Night Temptress who turned into Thousand Transformations ancestor sneered. Aren't you someone who has been reborn, even you don't know it? Ancestor, you think too highly of me. Fong Yuan laughed. If I could know all the secrets of the world,
I would have already become a venerable. Why would I be trapped here? After denying it, he praised, Ancestor, your methods are indeed beyond ordinary, worthy of the inheritor of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. You killed a rank 8 of Heavenly Court in one move. You were much more efficient than me. This junior is full of admiration. He instigated hatred on both sides, but had no doubts in his heart. The previous Thousand Transformations ancestor should be formed by Myriad Statue Palace. The real Night Temptress should be inside the Immortal Gu House and assisting in controlling it. And the real Thousand Transformations ancestor disguised as Night Temptress and stayed with the concubines.
On one hand, it was to protect them, on the other hand, it was to use them as bait to deceive others into biting it. In Fong Yuan's first life of 500 years, during the Five Regions' chaotic war, Myriad Statue Palace had shown its might.
Thus Fong Yuan already knew clearly about the secrets of this Immortal Gu House. Different from other Immortal Gu Houses, Myriad Statue Palace was rather special. It could transform into all things. This palace could transform into the appearance of every statue created inside it, even copying their innate abilities and methods. Evidently, there was a statue of Thousand Transformations ancestor inside the palace. Even if Fong Yuan knew of this, he pretended to be unaware. You don't know that I know this. When you think I don't know about your secrets, my knowledge will be my advantage. This advantage seemed small, but fights between experts were decided by such minor details. How was an advantage created?
It was by adding accumulations like this, bits by bits. Fong Yuan fought Heavenly Court and progressed until now. This was a far better result than the previous life at the same time period. After his rebirth, his step-by-step progress, changing the past, winning small victories, didn't all these accumulate to become his advantage?
It was impossible for anyone to succeed without accumulations. Who among you is the real Thousand Transformations ancestor? Xing Yi Wang shouted. All right, I will let you know that I am the real Thousand Transformations ancestor, and he is my twin brother, Myriad Transformations ancestor. The real Thousand Transformations ancestor lied casually.
The Myriad Statue Palace turned Myriad Transformations ancestor nodded lightly. Heavenly Court, you didn't expect it, did you? You guys wanted to ambush my brother but did not expect to confront two rank 8s.
I have always cultivated in seclusion and wanted to keep my identity hidden my whole life. But regretfully, this secret has been exposed now. But it was worth it to take a rank 8 Gu Immortal's life. Heavenly Court's 3 immortals glanced at each other, keeping silent. Whether Thousand Transformations ancestor was telling the truth or not, regardless of what the truth was, the power structure of both sides had a huge change now. Previously, Fong Yuan and Thousand Transformations ancestor were fighting 4 rank 8s of Heavenly Court. Now Wei Feng was dead, but a Myriad Transformations ancestor was added. One side lost while the other side gained. Both sides were now 3 against 3, and they all had rank 8 battle strength. Wan Zihong suddenly laughed. If I were one of you too, I would have arranged a companion to stay behind in Myriad Statue Desert. Like that, the ones inside and outside can respond and help each other.
But now both of you are trapped. Myriad Statue Desert is left unguarded and is free for my Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals to enter. Ah, right, I wonder if you have brought Myriad Statue Palace with you? It would really be unfortunate if you left it at Myriad Statue Desert. Wan Zihong's words were a threat as well as a probe. However, Fong Yuan knew the secret. Myriad Transformations Ancestor was Myriad Statue Palace that was being controlled by Thousand Transformations Ancestor. How could the two separate? Even if Heavenly Court had sent Gu Immortals to go to Thousand Transformations Ancestors territory, Myriad Statue Desert, that place definitely had no valuable things. But Thousand Transformations Ancestors' expression changed slightly, shouting with anger and ridicule. Your Heavenly Court calls itself the leader of humanity and the righteous path. But this is your style of action? Even Feng Yuan praised him inwardly for such acting skills. Thousand Transformations Ancestor would not be able to conceal the truth for long. Although Fairy Ziwei was not present at the scene, she would be able to deduce the truth soon. However, just like Feng Yuan hiding the truth that he knew, Thousand Transformations Ancestor was also trying to fight for every little advantage he had. Although he killed Wei Feng, he was still in a weak position. Heavenly Court was maintaining the killer move overturning heaven and earth. They held the initiative firmly. Their remaining strength was still higher than Thousand Transformations Ancestor and Feng Yuan together. Wan Zihong sneered, "So be it. I will be the main attacker this time. You two support me with all your strength." She instructed Xingyi Wang and Prince Fengxian. The two nodded without objection. Based on seniority, Wan Zihong was the highest. Based on strength, this female immortal was also the strongest. Immortal killer move, Blood Petals. Wan Zihong went on the offensive, her aura rising instantly. She did not look like she had made any movements, but blood started spouting out of Thousand Transformations and Myriad Transformations. Blood spewed out of their bodies like floating petals and scattered randomly. Although Myriad Transformations Ancestor was Myriad Statue Palace, it had human form right now and thus received the injury of this move. Thousand Transformations Ancestor quickly changed form and flew out of the Myriad-Li Adaptation formation, not to retreat but to counterattack. Myriad Transformations Ancestor did not follow and stayed to guard the Myriad-Li Adaptation formation. Wan Zihong retreated slowly without any change in expression. Prince Fengxian and Xingyi Wang flew out and held back Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was unable to close the distance between him and Wan Zihong. He transformed again and attacked Wan Zihong with long-range attacks. Wan Zihong sneered as she used another move, Helpless Withering. The petals around her whirled down. Thousand Transformations Ancestors' attacks were all ruined by these falling flowers. Thousand Transformations Ancestor, take this move and die! Wan Zihong shouted and pointed her finger. Immortal killer move. Yellow flowers thinning life. Thousand Transformations Ancestor, who was fighting with Xingyi Wang and Prince Fengxian, shivered. His expression changed intensely as his body thinned and his lifespan shrank rapidly. This yellow flowers thinning life was terrifying. It was Wan Zihong's trump card. And although it was a wood path killer move, it could affect lifespan. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was struck by this move. He tried many transformations but was unable to break it and could only retreat. Xingyi Wang and Prince Fengxian chased after him. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had no choice but to control Myriad Statue Palace to take them on. Myriad Transformations Ancestor came over to help out. Wan Zihong sneered as she used yellow flowers thinning life on Myriad Transformations Ancestor. Myriad Transformations Ancestor's body, similarly, thinned rapidly, his speed and strength both fell. But he was essentially an immortal goo house and had no lifespan. Thus, though he looked miserable, it was not a big issue. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was truly in trouble. He was unable to break this killer move, and after repeated attempts, he found some transformations that could delay the effect of the killer move. But that way, he could not transform casually and his battle strength was greatly restrained. Wan Zihong's offensive methods were extremely terrifying. It was no wonder she had been recruited by Heavenly Court back then, even though she was a demonic immortal. In the previous life, Wan Zihong lacked immortal goo and could only take the position of a healing goo immortal. This was not her specialty. But even so, she had healed many Heavenly Court goo immortals and created much trouble for Longevity Heaven. However, after using yellow flowers thinning life twice in succession, Wan Zihong's face became extremely pale. For some time, she did not continue her attack and only panted heavily. Clearly, these two moves put an extreme strain on her, and the risks were also high. If Wei Feng had not died, Wan Zihong would not have used such a risky battle tactic.
Thousand Transformations' ancestor was suppressed by Wan Zihong and was anxious, shouting, Fang Yuan, if you don't move now, it will be too late. If I fall, you also won't be able to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Yuan made a move, but he did not reinforce Thousand Transformations' ancestor, instead attacking the Myriad Li Adaptation formation. Without any Gu Immortals controlling it, this formation became a still target and was already torn apart by Fang Yuan in a few short moments. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's face reddened with anger and his eyes seemed to spout fire. Fang Yuan, you bastard, he shouted with utmost fury. Previously, Fang Yuan had used him as a shield, so be it. Later, he had cowered at the side like this battle was none of his business, forget that too. But what in the world was he doing now? Arg. He was not attacking Heavenly Court but attacking his formation? This was too much. Was he mad? Did he not know that the enemy was strong while they were weak? Why was he not letting the past be bygones and collaborating to fight the enemy? He was continuing the internal fighting even now. What was he thinking? Saying that he had a pig's brain was humiliating the pig instead. Was he still not seeing the big picture? Not even a little. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was exasperated. With such an ally, even Heavenly Court's 3 immortals felt sorry for him. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a sharp sword that pierced into the formation. Fang Yuan had quite a technique in disassembling formations. The Myriad Li Adaptation formation was on the verge of collapsing but did not self-destruct. Fang Yuan repeatedly looted the immortal Gu inside. He then targeted the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm turned into a pure dream reality seeker physique body. He then grabbed Mutation Immortal Gu in one hand and Dancer Hong Yun's corpse in the other before entering Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fang Yuan, you thief! Die! Thousand Transformations' ancestor's eyes were bloodshot when he saw Fang Yuan stealing his rank 8 mutation Immortal Gu. He left Myriad Statue Palace to fight Heavenly Court's 3 immortals and went to kill Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan obtained what he wanted, he immediately controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to leave. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor was truly furious. He gave chase without giving up and bombarded Myriad Year Flying Warship wildly. Fang Yuan had really bullied him too much. This rank 8 Gu Immortal stared at Fang Yuan with clenched teeth, wanting to eat Fang Yuan alive. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's speed was slower than Myriad Year Flying Warship. But Heavenly Court side controlled overturning Heaven and Earth Killer move to obstruct Fang Yuan's path while helping Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Heavenly Court's 3 immortals also slowed down their attacks. Happy to watch Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor fight to death. He is blinded by prophets. Fang Yuan has made Thousand Transformations' ancestor his mortal enemy by stealing his rank 8 Immortal Gu. But I feel like there is something wrong. This is not Fang Yuan's style. If I were him, I would never do this. Wait a second, did he loot the rank 8 Immortal Gu because he already thought of a way out? Is this why he is not afraid? We need to be careful. Heavenly Court's 3 immortals conversed secretly. They were not complacent but instead became more vigilant. Fang Yuan secretly transmitted, Thousand Transformations' ancestor, stop chasing me. I can find a way out of this. I will bring you out and you give me Mutation Immortal Gu as the reward. How about that? Thousand Transformations' ancestor laughed coldly. He replied, Humph, wishful thinking. If you open the way out and return the Immortal Gu, we will spare your life. After his rage subsided, he thought of Fang Yuan's action of stealing the Gu. It meant that he had nothing to fear. His intense anger earlier was real, but afterwards it was mostly just acting. The Myriad Li Adaptation formation was broken. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor wanted to leave this place, the best choice was to borrow Fang Yuan's strength. Even if he could not, he definitely could not let Fang Yuan escape. If Fang Yuan really escaped, he would be left to deal with Heavenly Court. In the end, he would be overexerted. Even if he escapes, this devious demon would ambush and attack him. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had good foresight. His vision was not limited to just this battle. Thus, he chased Fang Yuan relentlessly, following him closely. As for Myriad Statue Palace, even if he left it inside overturning Heaven and Earth, it would only be temporary. As long as he escapes, he would be able to attack the 4 Immortal Gu houses outside the killer move.
The 4 immortal goo houses maintained overturning heaven and earth. That was the biggest weakness of this move. Once they were dealt with or disrupted, Heavenly Court's battlefield that was painstakingly created would have severe loopholes. They would not be able to maintain it. At once, the 3 parties of Fang Yuan, Thousand Transformations Ancestor and Heavenly Court chased and escaped. They had many methods that created grand commotions. Heaven and earth shook. Secretly, they were engaging in psychological warfare. They schemed and plotted against each other. After a long deadlock, the 3 Heavenly Court Immortals' expressions changed. From outside the battlefield, a large number of people charged in. There were many goo Immortals, including rank 8. They had 4 immortal goo houses. The palace at the lead was lofty like a mountain. Liveliness mixed in its solemnity. Its green bricks and golden tiles emitted dense fragrance of plants and trees. What else could it be but Divine Bean Palace? The one controlling Divine Bean Palace was Fang Clan's second supreme elder, Fang Dichong. Beside him there was Fang Gong, Fang Huashang, and the rest. Immortal Killer Move. Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Fang Dichong did not speak. He directly manipulated Divine Bean Palace and shot out countless lightning balls. The jade-green lightning balls landed on Heavenly Court's 4 immortal goo houses. They shook intensely from the explosions. A large number of vines grew out and infiltrated the goo houses. Heavenly Court immediately went into chaos. Ah! Divine Bean Palace! Seeing that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's creation was used against them, Heavenly Court's goo immortals had bloodshot eyes. They belong to Western Desert's Righteous Path. Why are they here? Western Desert's Righteous Path did not come together. Only Fine Clan, Tian Clan, Dong Clan, Shi Clan, and Tang Clan are here. Heavenly Court's goo immortals immediately realized who had arrived. After Fang Di Chang refined Divine Bean Palace, Fang Clan's difficulties were resolved. Fang Clan's rise was already unstoppable. As long as they showed Divine Bean Palace, Western Desert's Righteous Path would understand reality and change their stance. Fang Di Chang used this chance to secretly contact Western Desert's Righteous Path. To cooperate with his main body, he had to act quickly while keeping it a secret. Eventually, he only gathered 4 super clans, Tian Clan, Dong Clan, Shi Clan, and Tang Clan. This level of strength was already enough to change the situation. Heavenly Court was caught by surprise. Their arrangements were strong on the inside but weak on the outside. Divine Bean Palace displayed terrifying might. Heavenly Court's 4 immortal goo houses were shaking intensely. They were greatly disadvantaged. The killer move overturning heaven and earth was also severely disrupted. It could not be sustained perfectly. To think it was so convenient. Fang Yuan laughed loudly as he escaped outside using the exposed route. Where are you going? Thousand Transformations Ancestor chased him relentlessly. Fang Yuan turned around as he sneered. You really think I'm afraid of you? Myriad your flying warships suddenly turned around as daybreak swords shot out like a torrent. Thousand Transformations Ancestor shouted in anger, but he could not defend against the full power of this rank 8 immortal goo house. He was forced back into overturning heaven and earth. He was trapped again. I'm leaving. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as Myriad Year flying warship tore through the air, vanishing rapidly. Western Desert's Righteous Path went into a commotion. Some wanted to stop Fang Yuan, but Fang Dichang stopped them in a justified tone. Let Fang Yuan go, he is the enemy of Heavenly Court. It will be helpful to us in the future. Fang Dichang led the allied forces to fight against Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was in an awkward state now. There was Thousand Transformations Ancestor inside and Western Desert's Righteous Path outside. Xingyi Wang shouted in anger. Western Desert's Immortals. You are the shame of the Righteous Path. You are publicly helping Demonic Path goo Immortals. Fang Dichang sneered and replied. The great Heavenly Court is far more shameless than us. You were the ones who took in that Western Desert Demoness Wan Zihong yourselves, but you want to accuse us instead. Xingyi Wang was stupefied and speechless. Prince Fengxian had a cold tone. Are you really going to stand at odds against us? Heavenly Court today? Fang Dichang replied. Not long ago, our Fang clan got into a dangerous situation. Your Heavenly Court were the ones who added fuel to the fire. You have great ambitions. Do you really think Western Desert has no intelligent or outstanding people? When the regional walls vanish and the 5 regions become one,
Will Western Desert let you treat us as meat on the chopping block? Prince Feng Xian snorted coldly. He stopped speaking. He, to think that Western Desert would have such an interesting junior. Wan Zihong's face regained a bit of color as she looked towards Divine Bean Palace with interest. She said, "We will retreat." There was no helping it, retreating was the best option.
Heavenly Court retreated with composure and order. They were not anxious. No need to chase them, Fong Dichong said. This made all of the Gu Immortals let out sighs of relief.
After all, they did not want to fight with Heavenly Court to the end. If their losses were huge, the other Western Desert superforces would benefit. Only 1,000 Transformations Ancestor and Western Desert's Righteous Path were left. The door of Divine Bean Palace opened as Fong Dichong stepped outside, smiling. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor. We have a common enemy. Not long after, the 5 regions will merge. The Gu Immortal world will face an unprecedented great era.
We are willing to join forces with you and resist the enemy. What do you think about that? This person can see the big picture. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor's eyes shined. He nodded as he remembered Fong Dichang's words in his heart. I will look for you. Good, with your help? Heavenly Court will definitely have an even tougher time. Fong Dichang clapped and he laughed loudly. Let's go, he ordered as Western Desert's Righteous Path allied forces left together. They came quickly and left just as quickly. But the Western Desert Gu Immortals had extremely excited faces.
Because they defeated Heavenly Court. This was Heavenly Court. Only Fong Gong had a look of worry. He looked at the confident Fong Dichong beside him leading the army as he, the first Supreme Elder, became an accompaniment. He felt immense pressure. But so what? Fong Dichong and I merely have internal conflict.
Fong Clan's rise to become the leader of Western Desert's Righteous Path and defeating Heavenly Court is an external matter. How can I focus on internal conflict and cause harm to Fong Clan? Even if my authority is taken in the future, our Fong Clan will still be the Fong Clan of Fong Clansmen. Fong Dichong knew that even though they had no physical gains in this battle, Fong Clan's rise was already undeniable.
Fong Dichong obtained the greatest political wealth in his entire life.
The clans who came were originally disunited. They were only joined together forcefully. But after this battle, the glory turned into cohesiveness as these 5 clans started to unite. As for Fong Clan, it was the leader of this group that sought benefits.
Fong Clan's Fong Dichong. He is truly a formidable person. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor watched Western Desert's Righteous Path leave as he sighed to himself. Myriad Statue Palace returned to him without making a sound. 1,000 Transformations Ancestor looked at the directions where Fong Yuan and Heavenly Court escaped. He gritted his teeth. Fong Yuan? Heavenly Court? Just you wait. Fong Yuan looked at the mutation Immortal Gu in his hands. This Immortal Gu had a peculiar shape. It had the body of a longhorn beetle. It had 8 spider-like legs. It had a rhinoceros beetle horn on its head. It had cicada wings and 2 mantis arms. Its tail shined brightly like a firefly, but the light was a rainbow color. Mutation Immortal Gu was the possession of 1,000 Transformations Ancestor, but this was not a problem for Fong Yuan. After Fong Yuan left the battlefield, he refined this rank 8 Immortal Gu during the time he traveled.
There was no need to mention 1,000 Transformations Ancestor's anger. After sensing this, Fong Yuan tried several times and found out the effects of Mutation Immortal Gu.
This was an offensive Immortal Gu. It had great power. It could mutate a portion of the enemy's body. It dominated rank 7s and could give huge problems to immemorial desolate beasts. Could also be used on oneself to add transformations to one's transformations. For example, if Fong Yuan turns into a tiger after using Mutation Immortal Gu, he could gain 2 wings on his tiger body, he might get a 3rd eye on his tiger head, he might even grow a scorpion stinger at the end of his tail. Of course, these were positive mutations. There could also be detrimental mutations. For example, the tiger's stomach might grow an elephant leg that is much longer than the tiger's entire body. The tiger's back might gain a butthole. It would be an obvious weakness that the enemy would target. Using Mutation Immortal Gu alone would have mixed effects. It was risky. Because this Immortal Gu was rank 8, it would trigger rank 8 level mutations. There would be huge effects on the body. Thus, to play safe, he had to use other supplementary Gu worms with Mutation Immortal Gu to form killer moves. Using these moves to amplify oneself was the least risky way. Other than attacking enemies with mutation immortal goo, it could also be used to manage the immortal aperture.
Using it as the core to display a killer move or immortal formation, it would cause more mutations to the life forms within the immortal aperture. Ordinary beasts would gradually grow into mutated beasts.
Of course, these mutated beasts could also be crippled, but due to natural selection, they would slowly phase out of existence. As for those powerful mutated beasts, they would survive and reproduce, creating a brand new species.
Normally, these mutated life forms would develop into the specialty resource of a certain immortal aperture. They would not exist elsewhere. If they were well received in the market, this would become the Goo Immortal's long-term income source. They would gain a huge profit from this over time. Mutation Immortal Goo has such a comprehensive effect, it should be one of the core immortal goo of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. No wonder Thousand Transformations' ancestor became so nervous after losing it. Fang Yuan thought.
Other than mutation immortal goo, Fang Yuan also gained several other immortal goo. Most were transformation path immortal goo. There was also a rank 7 rule path immortal goo pass.
This was an insect that seemed like a flightless cockroach. It had the size of a fetus fist. It was flat and shining in a metallic color, giving off a feeling of toughness. Back then, when Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan first set an immortal formation, it was the core of it.
Feng Jiuge was hidden nearby. He saw this immortal goo and wanted to obtain it. This immortal goo had great value to him. To think that, in the end, this immortal goo would end up with Feng Yuan. Just these immortal goo and Thousand Transformations ancestors' methods show how powerful Reckless Savage's true inheritance is. It is a pity. I can't act rashly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had only gone through one myriad tribulation. His Tao marks could not compare to Feng Yuan.
But he had many methods and was a person with great endurance and acting skills. Wei Feng was done in by him. This was unless Feng Yuan could lure him into a battlefield killer move. Thousand Transformations' ancestor still had myriad statue palace guarding him. This rank 8 immortal goo house had shocking strength. It could transform into Thousand Transformations' ancestor at crucial moments to deceive enemies. It was quite an obstacle. It was not easy to scheme against him. Looking at Heavenly Court, they planned for so long and used overturning heaven and earth killer move. They mobilized 4 rank 8s but ended up with no gains. And most crucially, Feng Yuan could not display his true battle strength. A little impatience will spoil great plans. If the secret that he had become rank 8 gets exposed, the detriment would be huge. Thus, when dealing with the 3 crazed demon eccentrics, he was very careful. Feng Yuan was looking at the big picture. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is approaching. Northern Plains Goo Immortal World has Longevity Heaven, Southern Border has the ambitious Wu Yang, Eastern Sea is led by My Chi Si Ancestor Identity.
Western Desert has Fang Clan and Tang Clan that I can make use of. I can already see the situation of 4 regions attacking Central Continent. This was something Feng Yuan had been planning since rebirth. Finally, at this moment, he could see some results from his work. Feng Yuan was no longer just a single rank 8 Goo Immortal. He had outstanding subordinates, he had many talented people under him. He was also not just a normal super force, he plotted against the world, using everyone as his pawns to get rid of his biggest obstacle, Heavenly Court.
Heavens will made use of him, Spectral Soul made use of him, Red Lotus Demon Venerable made use of him, Chudu made use of him, Langyu Land Spirit made use of him, but now he was finally one of the chess players. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven.
Did I see wrongly? Why is my student's name on the list of the 10 great scholars? Teacher Jiang looked at this information. He felt deeply shocked. He was stunned. Teacher, are you inside? Your student Li Xiaobai would like to see you. At this moment, Li Xiaobai's voice resounded from outside the door. Teacher Jiang quickly opened the door. Come in. Tell me, what is going on? Li Xiaobai went through deep consideration and made up his mind. He told everything that had happened that night to Teacher Jiang.
He was very troubled. Teacher, you need to help me. Teacher Jiang heard this as he looked at Li Xiaobai blankly. His expression turned weird. He shook his head in a seemingly smiling expression. Oh, I have no idea what to say about this. In Teacher Jiang's perspective,
Li Xiaobai had no hope of becoming one of the 10 great scholars. But when luck came approaching, it could not be stopped. His great luck made even Teacher Jiang feel a bit of envy and jealousy in his heart. After the matter, Lady Su Chihan tested me before informing me that I will become one of the 10 great scholars. I received your guidance and did not dare to be arrogant. I quickly rejected her, but Lady Su Chihan made up her mind already. I was helpless against her. After all, the weak cannot contend with the strong. Li Xiaobai expressed his sadness. Your encounter would make everyone jealous. You want to reject it? Teacher Jiang smiled. Teacher, stop making fun of me. I came here to ask you to save my life. I do not have enough talent. Becoming one of the 10 great scholars would simply push me into the pit of doom. Li Xiaobai cupped his fists and said. Teacher Jiang stopped smiling. He nodded. Yes, you are neither arrogant nor prideful. You can see reality. Clearly, I did not waste my time teaching you. But you are overthinking this. Before becoming one of the 10 great scholars, if you try to compete for a spot, you will face great danger. But now that you are already one of them, the imperial court will defend you. Whoever tries to harm you will also be attacking the reputation of the imperial court. Do you understand this? Li Xiaobai shook his head. But I still feel very worried. Compared to the other 9, I am less renowned. People might come after me. Also, after that matter happened, Lady Su Chihan is also being extremely strict towards me. Teacher Jiang nodded again. Even though I am here, I have heard of this junior Su Chihan. She has immense talent and a prideful nature. Since she wants to take responsibility for you, I am sure she wants to marry you. I mean, she wants you to marry into Su clan. She is one of the most famous female scholars. Her husband has to match her talent. But she will not act blindly. She wants to test you first. After seeing that you have some talent, she nominated you. In the future, she will pave the way for you and help you to advance even further. Saying so, Teacher Jiang looked at Li Xiaobai with a complex expression. He was also one of the 10 great scholars in the past. He was proud of his talent and looked down on everyone. But reality was cruel. There was only one road of advancement. Countless people wanted to fight for it. He could not compete against them. After a long time, even though his reputation spread widely, he was only famous outside of the imperial court. To think that his student who had inferior talent, background, and network would succeed due to immensely good luck. For an absurd reason, he became Su Chihan's man and was greatly supported by her. Forget about Su Chihan herself, but she was backed by Su clan. Her father was the court's chancellor Su. Li Xiaobai gained a huge background all of a sudden. To speak the truth, I was quite happy initially, but recently I felt something amiss. I am getting more fearful. Lady Su Chihan has so many admirers. This matter cannot be known to anyone else. All of these young talented geniuses will hate me for becoming Lady Su's lover. Especially after the selection of the 10 great scholars, I will need to enter the court and meet the emperor along the way to the imperial city. What should I do? I am helpless now. I need your help, teacher. Li Xiaobai sighed deeply. Teacher Jiang was a little unhappy. He grunted lightly. Xiaobai, don't look down on yourself. You have enough talent. Do you think my teaching was a waste? As my student, when others target you, they need to consider my reputation as well. How about this? I will write a few recommendation letters for you. Go visit them, and they will provide you some help along the way. Saying so, he paused a bit as Teacher Jiang made up his mind. You can stay here for a few days. I will impart some of my methods to you. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. The student thanks teacher. Su Chihan wanted him to keep this a secret, but Li Xiaobai did not really care about that. After the time was right, he immediately told the secret to Teacher Jiang. He seemed to be asking for help, but he was actually displaying his own value. Teacher Jiang was excluded from the imperial court. He could not enter the core. Seeing that his student had a high chance of getting in, if his student becomes famous in the future, would he forget this valuable teacher? Impossible. Teacher Jiang was extremely familiar with Li Xiaobai's nature. He was not an ungrateful person. Even if he wants to disregard him in the future, he would be subject to public opinion. He would not dare to ignore this benefactor and teacher. The higher Li Xiaobai's status, the more he would treasure his reputation and the more he would repay this teacher. Thinking of this, Teacher Jiang decided to do his best and use all his resources to help the student gain success and status. His student's success would also be his own success. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Sacred Eagle City. In terms of size, Sacred Eagle City was much larger than Mountain Cliff City. Mountain Cliff City was only a sub-city, but Sacred Eagle City was one of the main cities.
In the previous life, when Fang Yuan attacked Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he turned into the Bull Demon and first landed in this city. In this life, Sacred Eagle City was currently in a terrible situation.
The entire city turned into a swamp kingdom. Yellow soil crocodiles moved around in the swamp, hunting the people in the city. Eagle Warrior defended this place. He was strong, but he was currently heavily injured.
An immemorial desolate eagle had injured him. It was still flying in the sky. If any warrior appeared, it would dive down and attack. How could this happen? Eagle Warrior was bathed in blood. He lay in the mud as he watched his people get slaughtered. He was furious and shocked.
Nobody could imagine that such a large group of fierce beasts would attack Sacred Eagle City all of the sudden. It was still peaceful earlier. This city was serene and bustling. But in a moment, it turned into a bloody slaughterhouse.
No, I cannot watch this happen. I need to stop everything. Eagle Warrior struggled to get up. He wanted to stand, but his injuries were too severe. He fell down once more. As he was about to fall to the ground, a young and muscular arm grabbed onto Eagle Warrior. "Uncle Eagle, you cannot fight anymore. If you continue, you will die," a youthful voice said. Eagle Warrior turned to look at the youngster who supported him. He smiled bitterly. "Little Do, thanks for saving my life.
But I am the Sacred Eagle City Lord. I cannot watch as the Beast Calamity continues to cause destruction. I cannot let my people become the food of these beasts. Uncle Eagle, let me do it." Little Do had shining eyes as he spoke with determination. "You?" Eagle Warrior looked at the injury on Little Do's chest. He shook his head. "Little Do, you are not a member of Sacred Eagle City. You came here because I invited you to come and tour the city to repay the gratitude of saving my life. You already got injured to save me. You are not these beasts' match. Quickly leave."
"Go now." "No, I am not leaving. I want to fight with you, Uncle. Let's defeat these evil beasts." Little Do shook his head. Eagle Warrior was moved. He patted Little Do's shoulder. He said with joy, "Mountain Cliff City Lord had really taken in a good disciple. Why can't I find a disciple like you?"
"Little Do, you are still too young. You have a brighter future than me. You cannot die here. I want you to promise me something. After you leave here, wait for the guild's reinforcements to arrive. Then come and retrieve my corpse. Remember, I want to be buried in the garden." "Uncle!" Little Do's eyes turned red. Tears could be seen in his eyes. He was choked with tears and could not speak. "Quickly leave." Eagle Warrior suddenly exerted his strength and pulled Little Do's hand away. He flew into the sky. He turned into a heavily injured silver eagle again as he charged towards the immemorial desolate eagle in the sky. The Gu Immortals here are really different from the ones outside. They are willing to sacrifice their lives for mortals. Little Do sighed in his heart, feeling moved. But it is useless. This immemorial desolate eagle was nurtured by my main body purposely to deal with you. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was not profound literature Grotto Heaven. There was little restriction here. After Little Do received Eagle Warrior's invitation, he informed the main body and set up this trap. This was a great opportunity. Because Beast Calamity's true inheritance was split into several portions kept in the main cities of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan's clone had no chance to get close to those true inheritances with a proper reason. He wanted to create a chance, but Eagle Warrior personally handed this opportunity over to him. If Eagle Warrior, who was bathed in blood, learned that the reason why Sacred Eagle City faced such a calamity was due to himself, who knew how he would feel. Eagle Warrior was not the immemorial desolate eagle's match. He quickly fell into a disadvantage. The immemorial desolate eagle attacked again, about to peck Eagle Warrior to death. When Little Do turned into the arrowtail eagle once again and saved him at the moment of life and death. "Little Do, why haven't you left?" Eagle Warrior was shocked and extremely anxious. "Uncle, how can I watch you die here?
How can I let everyone get into such great danger?
Even if I have to sacrifice my life, even if my blood bleeds dry, I will fight till the end," Little Do said with firm determination. "Little Do." Eagle Warrior was speechless. He was extremely weak now. He turned back into human form as Little Do's claws grabbed onto him. Little Do fought against the immemorial desolate eagle, but he was not its match. But the immemorial desolate eagle was the main body's pawn to begin with. Little Do often got into dangerous situations where his life was at stake. He constantly got injured but managed to retreat each time. Eagle Warrior watched with a palpitating heart. He fought without any fear himself. But when he watched Little Do fight, he became very concerned. He could not help but shout warnings due to his intense nervousness. When he saw that Little Do was bleeding and gaining more wounds, he felt deep heartache. Little Do had saved him earlier in the 12 Zodiac battle formation. He was a benefactor. Now, he had saved Eagle Warrior twice. He was even fighting to the death for Sacred Eagle City. This moved Eagle Warrior deeply. He acknowledged Little Do's nature and disposition. He felt deep admiration towards the young lad. Feng Yuan was ruthless to others, but was even more ruthless to himself. As his clone, Little Do had the same style and personality. These were genuine wounds and injuries. Eagle Warrior was completely moved by him. Little Do had just become a Gu Immortal. He was a new Combat Beast Warrior, the youngest one in the Combat Beast Guild. With this level of strength, he was definitely not the immemorial Desolate Eagle's match. After a while of fighting, he was smacked by the immemorial Desolate Eagle and fell into the City Lord Manor. This was naturally his plan. Little Do fell heavily and crashed through the floor, entering the underground altar. Eagle Warrior had already fainted earlier. When he woke up, he saw that Little Do was beside him. "Uncle, you are awake." Little Do was overjoyed.
Eagle Warrior was also overjoyed that Little Do was still alive, but he quickly frowned as he asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" "Not very long. The guild's reinforcements did not come. After the eagle attacked us, it remained flying in the sky instead of pursuing us." Little Do answered.
"Sigh." Eagle Warrior sighed deeply. "It seems that we cannot defeat this eagle in a frontal battle." Little Do analyzed. "Thankfully, this eagle is not smart. If we do not transform, it will not feel any threat, so it will not attack us. We cannot transform into our immortal beast form now.
We need to use other transformations to save the city's people." Eagle Warrior was very worried. If he could not become an immortal beast, he would not be able to control the situation.
He could only fight against those yellow soil crocodiles and save all of the citizens one by one. The efficiency was too low. There was no choice, they had to do that. But when they were about to leave, they found that a large number of yellow soil crocodiles had formed into a group. They had sealed all the entrances. There were 2 desolate beast yellow soil crocodiles too. Eagle Warrior and Little Do could not turn into immortal beasts. They could not fight the 2 desolate beasts. They had to retreat. Eagle Warrior sat on the ground. He had an ashen expression. "It seems that we can only wait for reinforcements. I hope they can arrive soon." "They won't," Little Do thought to himself. "According to my plans, the reinforcements will be obstructed. I still have some time to execute my plans." But on the outside, Little Do frowned as he slammed his fist on the ground. "Damn it!
Are we just going to wait here until reinforcements come? Where are we?"
"Why is there an altar here?" Eagle Warrior answered. "We are below the City Lord Manor now. As for this altar..." Before he finished, Little Do interjected. Little Do's brows were raised. "To think that there is so much space underneath the City Lord Manor. I've got it, we can move underground and get past the yellow soil crocodiles to escape." Eagle Warrior shook his head. "It is useless. This underground area only covers the City Lord Manor. We cannot go to the outer city."
"Those yellow soil crocodiles are also skilled at digging underground. They often live in swamps after all." "Damn it." Little Do gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he gasped, "Wait, no, Uncle, isn't it strange? Why are those yellow soil crocodiles just surrounding this place but not attacking us?"
"The eagle in the sky might be prideful and not feel like attacking us. But why are those yellow soil crocodiles waiting outside? They seem to be avoiding something." Eagle Warrior forced a smile. "Little Do, your observation is right. But don't be too hopeful. These yellow soil crocodiles can't get near because of this altar. It is extremely old. Legends say that the first-generation Combat Beast King arranged it here. A portion of his power is sealed inside." First-generation Combat Beast King? Why did he seal his own power? Little Do asked curiously. "It seems that he wants to give it to an inheritor."
"There are several more altars in the other main cities. Whoever can collect all of these powers will obtain the strength of the first-generation Combat Beast King," Eagle Warrior said slowly.
Little Do blinked multiple times. Then, Why don't we use this power to defeat the beasts outside? Eagle Warrior smiled bitterly. It is useless. These are all rumors. There are no actual records about it. Countless people tried, but nobody has succeeded. These are likely false rumors, but these altars are very powerful indeed. They have a mysterious power and cannot be destroyed. Beasts also cannot get near them. Saying so, Eagle Warrior saw that Little Dew was excited and laughed. If you want to try it, go ahead. But remember my words. Don't be too hopeful. Don't get disappointed if nothing happens. Okay, Uncle. Little Dew took large strides and quickly got to the altar. He walked several rounds around the altar, but nothing happened. He climbed up, but there was still no reaction. This was a normal situation. Eagle Warrior watched at the side. But at this moment, Little Dew knelt down and started to pray loudly. First generation combat beast king. I don't know you and have never met you before, but I hope you can help us. Beasts are outside eating the people. Every breath of time, a life is lost. I beg you, first generation combat beast king. If you can hear me in heaven, please do something. Do something. Little Dew spoke louder and louder as he teared up towards the end. Little Dew, you are truly a kind-hearted and innocent boy. Eagle Warrior's eyes turned red too. He felt deeply moved. Then, at the next moment, white light burst out of the altar, enveloping Little Dew's body. Eagle Warrior stared with wide eyes. He opened his mouth and became lost for words. What is going on? Bam! A soft sound could be heard as the white light fused into Little Dew's body. The firm and indestructible altar shattered into pieces at the next moment. Little Dew, Eagle Warrior stammered. Little Dew turned around with an expression of joy. Uncle, you were right. I inherited the power of the first generation combat beast king. A miracle. This is a miracle. Eagle Warrior reacted as he raised his head towards the sky, becoming extremely happy. He laughed for a while before turning to look at Little Dew. His gaze was filled with seriousness and excitement. Little Dew, you actually inherited the power of the first generation combat beast king. Do you know what that means? What? Little Dew was dumbfounded. This means that you can inherit the rest of the inheritances. You are the future combat beast king. No, more accurately, you are the world's savior. Eagle Warrior became incredibly excited. That's right, you are the world's savior. World savior Little Dew. Eastern Sea. Dragon Palace. Feng Yuan's clone, Wu Shuai, sat on his dragon throne as he manipulated his army ants. During this period of time, the ant army had already developed to a certain size. At this moment, there were over 100 million ants. They moved like a golden river and circled in the sky. Wu Shuai took out a rank 8 immortal material. It was a bunch of bird feathers. These feathers had a stone texture but looked very lifelike. They were covered in a gray-white light. If one sniffed them, they would be able to smell the stench of a corpse. This was the immemorial desolate beast corpse emperor bird's feathers. Wu Shuai blew lightly as the feathers flew into the sky, fusing into the golden river of army ants. Soon he started to hear noises. Countless army ants landed on the corpse emperor bird feathers and devoured them. Even though there were only 10 feathers, they were rank 8 immortal materials after all. Just a tiny bit was enough to feed an army of 10,000 ants. It could last very long. A moment later, the corpse emperor bird feathers got completely consumed by the army ants. These army ants were not just fed, they even created a new batch of army ants. The new ants were corpse ants. They emitted death energy. They could eat the corpses of army ants to get stronger. The more corpses they ate, the stronger the corpse ants became. There was a limit to this growth, of course. The strongest corpse ant could match a king ant but could not match a queen ant. With these corpse ants, the army ants will be more usable and durable in battle. Before this, the ants would die in vain, but with corpse ants, I can make use of their corpses. In this regard, I can save quite a bit of cost too. Wu Shuai let out a breath of air. The army ants were extremely profound. They contained the essence of enslavement path. Feeding the army ants not only maintained their numbers, new breeds could even be created. When countless different army ants worked together, they would produce many unique effects. But the army ants could only alleviate the weakness of enslavement path. They could not eliminate it. Enslavement path truly used up too many resources. After growing the army ants to the scale that could fight rank 8 Gu Immortals, Wu Shuai was starting to feel a heavy burden.
My main body is refining goo, the expenditure is huge, the army ants I am raising are also a bottomless hole. Thankfully, I have the help of Goo tribe and the merfolk, otherwise my army ants would not develop to this size. Right at this moment, Wu Shuai's expression changed.
A Gu Immortal had appeared outside Dragon Palace, visiting Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai opened the palace doors and went to invite the person in. Tang Qiong greets Lord Wu Shuai. It was a yellow-scaled mermaid. She was adorable and gentle. She smiled as dimples were seen on her face. She was an elder in charge of the Merman Imperial Court. She represented a portion of their will. Fong Yuan's clone Wu Shuai helped to convert a portion of Gu tribe and the mermen into new dragon men. The relationship between the three groups had deepened a lot. Tang Qiong was the representative of the Merman Imperial Court. She interacted with Wu Shuai deeply and always kept a polite attitude. She treated Wu Shuai as an actual senior. Wu Shuai brought Tang Qiong into Dragon Palace.
Even though this is not my first visit, I am still in or regarding Dragon Palace's grand appearance. Tang Qiong sighed to herself, she had a sincere expression.
Wu Shuai laughed. Fairy Tang Qiong, what brings you here? Tang Qiong showed a serious expression. Senior, Qi Si ancestor is holding a banquet in Eastern Sea. He has invited the entirety of Eastern Sea Gu Immortal World to attend it. My Imperial Court received the invitation as well. Our Grand Elder wants to ask Senior if you are going to the banquet along with us. Oh, that matter. Wu Shuai heard this and his eyes shined with bright light. After Fong Yuan's main body snatched mutation Immortal Gu, he used the identity of Qi Si ancestor to interfere in Eastern Sea's politics. This Eastern Sea banquet was one of Fong Yuan's plans. But in his plan, he did not invite Wu Shuai. Wasn't it easy to invite his own clone? But Fong Yuan wanted to conceal Wu Shuai for now. He did not want to expose him yet. The Merman Imperial Court actually invited Wu Shuai to go with them. This action had deep meaning. It showed that the merfolk really wanted to get closer with the dragon men.
I have rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace while the Merman Imperial Court has no rank 8 Immortal Gu House.
Their force was established with the help of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. After so many years, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence has dwindled. His protection will eventually vanish. As a variant human, the Dragonman race is a natural ally indeed. Even so, the merfolk are taking a huge risk. This current generation Grand Elder has a lot of resolution. Wu Shuai thought about it. He asked an obvious question. Then, did Qi Si ancestor invite Fong Yuan as well? Within the palace, Tang Qiong shook her head. Qi Si ancestor has announced that he will not invite Fong Yuan. He said that this banquet is an Eastern Sea banquet. Fong Yuan is not an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal. He will not be invited. Wu Shuai nodded. That had to be the case. If Qi Si ancestor invited Fong Yuan, it would be an act against Heavenly Court. He was not afraid of them, but Fong Yuan had to consider the feelings of the other Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. He was not afraid of Heavenly Court, but Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals were afraid and wary of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court's reputation was deeply ingrained in everyone. It was after all the number one force in the world. It had a history of 3 million years. If he invited Fong Yuan, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals might have second thoughts and decide not to attend the banquet. That would go against Fong Yuan's intentions. Qi Si ancestor had also just taken half a primordial origin true inheritance from Duke Long. If he immediately approached Fong Yuan after that, it would be disadvantageous towards the big picture. Tang Qiong observed his expression but had no findings. Wu Shuai was ambitious and unfathomable. It was normal that he showed no signs on his face. Tang Qiong had to encourage him. Senior Wu Shuai, pardon my disrespectful words, but in my tribe's opinion, although you have an agreement with Fong Yuan and are working together, you are you and Fong Yuan is Fong Yuan. We cannot treat the two as the same entity. Even though Fong Yuan is strong, he is a human with a special identity. He is ruthless and hard to read. Dragonmen will reign supreme, but to truly rise up you need to rely on yourselves, becoming a force of your own and dominating your own area. Haha, you are right. Wu Shuai laughed. I will remember your tribe's sincerity. But now is not the time for the Dragonman race to reappear in this world. Chi Si Ancestor invited a huge range of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals. Even though he has some agreement with Heavenly Court and is in a neutral position, Heavenly Court will not want such an influential person to exist in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. If I join the banquet, Heavenly Court will be even more wary. They might even take action. By then, we cannot confirm what stance Chi Si Ancestor will take. Furthermore, I am not an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal in identity. Tang Qiong pondered about it. According to my tribe's deductions, Chi Si Ancestor is strong, but as a lone cultivator, he likely wants to stay neutral. He has made agreements with both Heavenly Court and Fang Yuan Sr. If you go, he will have a good opportunity to express his stance. He will definitely welcome you, even though his attitude might not be too enthusiastic nor cold. Give me some time to consider it. Wu Shuai pondered and said, All right, Senior, if you want to go, please contact me. I will take my leave. Watching Tang Qiong leave Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai fell into deep thought. From this matter, he could see the attitude of the merfolk. It was very advantageous to him. He could make use of it. To speak the truth, he did not want to burden the main body excessively. He would rather settle most things himself through his own effort. The merfolk were a part of Eastern Sea. Their attitude was also the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal world's attitude towards Chi Si Ancestor and this huge banquet. It was a good attitude. It was very beneficial to Fang Yuan's plans. With just Chi Si Ancestor's identity, wanting to set up a banquet and uniting the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world was wishful thinking. That was basically impossible. Longevity Heaven had dominated Northern Plains for so many years, but they had not united their Gu Immortal world either. Fang Yuan did not dream of this. What he wanted was to influence Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. He wanted to make sure that when dealing with Heavenly Court in the future, Chi Si Ancestor's decisions and actions would greatly affect the choices made by Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals. Before Chi Si Ancestor's banquet began, Western Desert's Fang Dichang, who was also Fang Yuan's clone, had also started doing something like this. Everyone, goodbye. Friend Xiao, please take care. Fang Dichang sent off the final Western Desert Gu Immortal. A Western Desert Righteous Path meeting had just ended. Fang Dichang cooperated with the main body, leading the allied forces of 5 clans in Western Desert's Righteous Path, defeating Heavenly Court. Fang Dichang used this outstanding result to its limit. He invited all of the Western Desert super forces to come for a meeting. These guys, humph. Fang Gong walked out and looked at Shao Clan's Gu Immortal leave as he showed an unhappy expression. This gathering did not have a good result. Many forces were cold towards Fang Clan. Some even suspected Fang Clan's victory over Heavenly Court. They were simply provoking Fang Clan. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. First Supreme Elder, don't be too angry. The truth is, Heavenly Court managed to retreat safely. They lost one rank 8 because of 1000 Transformation's ancestor as well. The defeat of Heavenly Court was merely our publicization to raise our reputation. Our Fang clan rose to power too abruptly. We have not won yet. These clans are too envious of our good luck in obtaining Divine Bean Palace. Right now, we rode on this wave and held a meeting. In their eyes, they think that our Fang clan just wants to be the leader hastily. Thus, they did not send any elders with authority. They only sent some insignificant members. Other than the 4 clans who allied with them showing a sincere attitude, most of the other super clans did not give Fang clan face. But this was something that could not be helped. Firstly, Fang clan did not obtain an actual victory. Their battle strength was not threatening enough. Secondly, they did not have true authority. These clans were not interested in entertaining them. Heavenly Court must be sowing discord as well. There is no helping it. Our influence can only grow slowly. Fang Dichang said. Humph, during the 5 Regions War, when Central Continent attacks, I want to see what these people will do. Fang Gong snorted coldly. Fang Dichang squinted, but he sighed in his mind. How could these super forces not understand the big picture? They knew about it clearly, but so what? These forces restrained and restricted each other. They had countless years of grudges and conflict. Their individual interests and benefits were at stake, without any life and death crisis. Their usual mindsets would not allow them to work together. Heavenly Court.in the silvery white sky, countless immortal palaces were erected. Within the discussion hall, more than 10 Gu Immortals had gathered. Duke Long sat at the highest seat, followed by Fairy Ziwei and Qin Dingling. After them were Bai Zong Shui, Song Yan, Che Wei, Yuan Qiongdu, Zhou Xiong Xian, and the rest. Other than that, there were the wills of Gu Lu Ru, Wan Zihong, Prince Fengxian, Xing Yiwang, Jun Xinguang, and others. These people had missions to do. They were unable to participate in this Heavenly Court meeting personally. Once in a while, Heavenly Court's members would gather and hold a meeting to discuss matters and bring up their own opinions, to come to some consensus. During normal times, Heavenly Court would usually be led by Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in terms of management. Currently, Duke Long was the psychological pillar holding up the organization while Fairy Ziwei had control over the administrative affairs. Before her was Heaven overseeing Tower Lord. Yuan Qiongdu, how is the research on second aperture Gu going? Duke Long asked.
Yuan Qiongdu answered, with Lady Ziwei's help, I have already deduced some secrets. We can refine rank 1 to 5 second aperture Gu now. The truth was that Heavenly Court's refinement path foundation was deeper than Lang Ye sect. There were 3 refinement path supreme grandmasters in history. Longhair Ancestor was just one of them. The other 2 had practically their entire inheritances collected by Heavenly Court.
Yuan Qiongdu was the current person in charge of refinement path. He had incredible talent and aptitude. He was the one responsible for repairing fake Gu in the previous life. Along with Fairy Ziwei's deductions, the combination of these 3 things made it not so hard for them to deduce the recipe of Fang Yuan's second aperture mortal Gu. After hearing this, many of the immortals had joyful expressions as they started to converse. I've heard of this second aperture Gu. It is a good thing. That's right, having a second aperture will give Gu masters a huge boost in battle strength. If we can obtain the immortal Gu recipe, it will also be extremely meaningful to Gu immortals. From this point, we need to thank Fang Yuan. Ha ha ha. Fairy Ziwei spoke in a calm tone as she interrupted. Is Fang Yuan such a foolish person? He had already expected second aperture Gu to be deduced when he threw it out to Southern Border's righteous path. A second aperture has deep meaning indeed, but if Gu masters had a second aperture, they would need double the time and effort to cultivate. They would need more resources as well. So that's it. The Gu immortals here were all rank 8 elites. Fairy Ziwei had just said this when they understood the reasoning. Fang Yuan is intentionally doing this. He gave out second aperture Gu to extort Southern Border's righteous path, but also to make plans for the 5 regions' chaotic war. That's right, when the regional walls vanish and the 5 regions fuse,
Gu immortals and Gu masters will not change in numbers, but this second aperture Gu will spread rapidly. By then, their need for resources will double. What will everyone do?
They will need to fight and start conflicts to gather resources. This demon is truly vicious and devious, but we have no choice but to take his bait. They had to. Heavenly Court had obtained second aperture Gu from Southern Border's righteous path.
Southern Border would research second aperture Gu themselves. The other 3 regions would not ignore it either. Second aperture Gu was something that would cause a storm in the world if it was circulated.
Like the time Blood Sea Ancestor created Blood Path, even if the 5 regions' righteous path outlawed Blood Path cultivation, there were still many Blood Path Gu masters and Gu immortals.
We can't deduce the recipe of second aperture immortal Gu yet? Duke Long, who had been silent, asked suddenly. He spoke very little, but he often got to the point quickly. This was no exception. Yuan Qiongdu smiled bitterly and shook his head. We are still some distance from deducing the immortal Gu recipe. If I can have the help of a few refinement path experts of my level, I might be able to deduce it more quickly.
But currently, I have limited energy and time. I cannot attend to too many matters at once. Yuan Qiongdu was having a tough time recently. Earlier, when Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ye sect, he had to modify the formation to repair fake Gu. That was because the formation referenced refinement cauldron. It had to be changed for safety purposes. Afterwards, Fang Yuan captured Southern Border's righteous path. Yuan Qiongdu was in charge of refining fixed space Gu before the rest. After that, Fang Yuan defeated Heavenly Court in the River of Time. Heavenly Court's time path immortal Gu houses shattered. Yuan Qiongdu had to refine Gu once again to try to refine these time path immortal Gu.
Recently, Qin Dingling woke up. She handed Fairy Ziwei a stack of luck path immortal Gu recipes. Yuan Qiongdu was in charge of refining them.
Refining goo was a dangerous task to begin with. Fang Yuan had refined many of these goo before him. Yuan Qiongdu was faced with many failures during this period. These last days, he had suffered great injuries from refining goo. If Heavenly Court did not have superb healing methods, he might have died already. Next, Yuan Qiongdu has to prepare for the restoration of fate. Before we fully repair fate goo, second aperture immortal goo's recipe will not be obtainable. Fairy Ziwei declared, "It was a slight pity." Duke Long nodded but did not speak anymore.
Qin Dingling sighed, "Without the recipe of second aperture immortal goo, Southern Border's righteous path will not be able to escape from Fang Yuan's threat and extortion. These Southern Border immortals are truly the shame of the righteous path."
They were extorted to this extent. Within the hall, Xing Yi Wang grunted in displeasure. The truth is, Southern Border's righteous path has done quite a few things.
They started to build beacon towers. This is an immortal goo house that is worth guarding against. Southern Border's righteous path is trying to break free from Fang Yuan. Only Ba clan and Xia clan desire second aperture immortal goo. They are controlled by him.
Meanwhile, Wu clan, Chai clan, and others are resisting him fully. They want to cooperate with our heavenly court. We have already started to suppress Fang Yuan's businesses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I need to remind everyone that Southern Border's goo immortal world has a powerful lurking force that we need to be on guard against. That is the Virtue Paradise. This is the true inheritance that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had set up personally. They have many goo immortals, the strongest among them being Lu Wei Yin. They also include Mushroom Man goo immortals. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not enter Heavenly Court, there was a friendly relationship between us. But what about the attitude of this Virtue Paradise?
We need to probe further. I have already considered that. Fairy Ziwei spoke. After some time, I will personally head to Virtue Paradise and borrow immortal goo. Heavenly Court needed this immortal goo indeed. It was also their test towards Virtue Paradise.
If Lu Wei Yin showed a friendly attitude, Heavenly Court would try to rope them in as allies. After discussing Southern Border's matters, Heavenly Court's immortals went on to talk about Western Desert. Because of Fang Yuan's schemes, Western Desert's situation changed a lot.
After Fang Clan gained control of Divine Beam Palace, they defeated Heavenly Court, causing their plan in maintaining internal conflicts within Western Desert to suffer a loss. Fang Clan does have the ability to rise to power.
But this time, there was a crucial person who caused this situation. Fang Clan's second supreme elder Fang Dichong. This person has huge ambitions. He is a formidable character.
He has already allied with multiple Western Desert righteous path forces. If not for the fact that we succeeded in sowing discord among them, Fang Clan's rise would have been unstoppable. Now that Chini is dead, we do not have any proper Genesis Lotus inheritor.
How will we retrieve Divine Bean Palace? I suggest that we assassinate Fang Dichong. Too difficult. This person is very crafty and vigilant. After getting Divine Bean Palace, he has basically stationed himself inside permanently. Fang Clan's first supreme elder is Fang Gong. What is his attitude towards Fang Dichong? Fang Gong and Fang Dichong have a close relationship. They do not have conflict between them. We cannot do anything to them for now. After Heavenly Court's immortals talked for a while, they decided to add reinforcements in Western Desert.
Even though Heavenly Court lost Wei Feng, their main forces were still intact. There were not much losses.
Back then, when Heavenly Court set up their forces there, it was because Fang Yuan had tried to escape using the natural tributary of the River of Time there. In order to stop him, they set up immortal formations at the tributary. After that, they noticed Thousand Transformations' ancestor's weakness and thus sent more people there to deal with him. Even though Heavenly Court's plan to deal with Thousand Transformations' ancestor and Fang Yuan failed, they were not going to give up despite the setback.
After discussing, they decided in unison that they would send a number of goo immortals and immortal goo houses to the River of Time during the crucial moment by using the tributary of the River of Time to reinforce them rapidly.
Their main target now was not Thousand Transformations' ancestor, it was Fang Clan. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a lone immortal, while Fang Clan was a righteous path clan that was gradually gaining influence over Western Desert's righteous path. If they were allowed to develop, Western Desert's righteous path would be an increasing threat against Heavenly Court. After Fang Clan took away Divine Bean Palace, It meant that Fang Clan and Heavenly Court could not come to peaceful terms anymore. Thus, Heavenly Court started preparing to deal with Fang Clan. It was a logical move. After Western Desert was Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's politics are also changing. Qi Si Ancestor is holding a banquet and inviting Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals. What is he planning to do? Not long ago, Qi Si Ancestor came to an agreement with Duke Long. He stopped helping Fang Yuan. This person seems to be a neutral party, but we cannot relax our guard against him. We have already infiltrated this Eastern Sea banquet. If Qi Si Ancestor makes any move, we will know quickly. Duke Long spoke again. Qi Si Ancestor has extraordinary strength. He is not beneath me. My personal opinion is to actively entice and sway this person to our side. This is so Heavenly Court faces less threat before we manage to repair Fate Gu. Duke Long's words made the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals feel heavy emotions. Eastern Sea had Qi Si Ancestor who could rival Duke Long in battle strength. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were somewhat unable to accept this fact. After settling the matter of Eastern Sea, they moved onto Northern Plains. Heavenly Court paid a lot of attention to any movement from Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Among the 4 regions, Heavenly Court was most wary in regards to Northern Plains. Northern Plains politics had been influenced by Heavenly Court. The cooperation of Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Heavenly Court was a huge success for them. If Longevity Heaven wanted to unite Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, Old Ancestor Shui Hu would be the biggest obstacle. After the matters of Northern Plains, Duke Long mentioned the River of Time. Now we have 5-time path Immortal Gu houses, yet we cannot find any trace of the Red Lotus Stone Islands. Can we do anything about it? However, Heavenly Court's Immortals did not have any good ideas. These Stone Lotus Islands were made by Red Lotus Demon Venerable after all. Qin Dingling shook her head too. In the aspect of luck path, we already have the Tao Guardian Feng Zhouge guarding it. He has powerful luck. If even he fails, then there is nothing we can do. Duke Long was silent. He felt a little disappointed. The repair of Fate Gu was Heavenly Court's greatest plan. In Duke Long's mind, Wu Yong, Longevity Heaven, Fang Yuan, and Dragon Palace were all below Red Lotus Demon Venerable's threat level. But there was no other way. Heavenly Court had already done its best. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation was their greatest achievement. It was a pity that they were still far from finding a Red Lotus Stone Island. The discussion hall went silent. But at this moment, Fairy Ziwei's eyes suddenly shined. Next, Duke Long and Qin Dingling also showed surprised expressions. Eventually, all of the remaining Heavenly Court Gu Immortals became very excited. News came so suddenly. A Red Lotus Stone Island appeared in the River of Time. Gu Lu has already confirmed it. This Red Lotus Stone Island is the real thing without doubt. We have finally found one Red Lotus true inheritance. As long as we can get one, we will be able to find our way to the rest of Red Lotus true inheritances. Duke Long nodded. This is a good thing. We need to try to get this true inheritance as soon as possible now. Also, beware of Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals turned solemn. Indeed, this commotion cannot be kept from him for long. By then, he will definitely show up. Set up the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation quickly. We need more reinforcements if Fang Yuan comes. We will take his life.